Welcome in. 8 minutes past the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Alapuca, he's here, ready to go. He's your early intern today, getting show prep ready for the guys, and we got a busy show indeed. And I know this is when the staff gets real happy, too, because Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings will be bringing by some Buffalo Wild Wings, which means it's time to issue another charity charge check. It's a check presentation from last month's charity charge that benefited Kevin Derryberry Ministries. So it's a win-win-win, because I give you another one, and that is Kevin Derryberry's coming by. And it's always fun when he drops in. KevinDerryberry.com is his website for his ministry. And it was a great month, another thing to celebrate. And then this month, it is benefiting Care and Thrive Foundation. We'll tell you more about them and the great work they do. And that's all part of today's show. Don't forget, too, Bible study live today, noon Central. We're just rocking through May. It's already May 17th, but we're here together. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
What up?
What up? What up? What up? Hope everything is going well with you guys.
Yeah.
On Monday, May 22nd, I should say, that's this coming Monday, we are going to be benefiting Care and Thrive Foundation. They partner with people in their 50s and 60s to get a cognitive baseline established in order to maintain good brain health. Their goal is to help you imagine or reimagine your world to be one that, embraces people living with dementia, but also helps them thrive. And their Dementia Thrive approach is to create a world that is, with those diagnosed with dementia, that they can have care partners that can get them to live their best life. And they do a lot of great work. And so that's another great a charity that's going to benefit from the charity charge, and that's coming up on Monday. But, Kevin Derryberry is going to come in here with a lot of energy and a lot of passion, and so you boys better be ready. And Tim Spencer told me last night he's fired up, going to be here with some food. So we'll have this place rocking here before long. How was y'all's day yesterday? I know we always get Greg, you roll your eyes when we ask for a puppy update, but the audience loves them. They love you little puppies.
Well, we're still feeding them because the mom, normally she would at least feed them once or twice, but I don't know if she fed them at all yesterday. But,
really?
But they're growing, and I would get this. They're very overwhelming, and they've gotten bigger, and when she gets in there, they go completely crazy.
Oh.
But anyway, they're at the age, they're pretty fun. They bark and fight and getting little personalities.
Right.
There you go.
Now Lisa's attached to all of them.
Yeah, of course.
And
We told you that.
Yeah, all 8 of them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned yesterday late in the main show, and I'd love for you to talk about it again, maybe for those of you that didn't hear it or see it. One got out yesterday, and you didn't know how.
I didn't see it, but we got them in this swimming pool, and they can't get over the side.
Okay.
Because they're not big enough.
It's kind of high, right?
Yeah, they're not big enough. It's big enough. I mean, she can get in, but they can't get out,
right? Because
they're not that big yet. And but Lisa went out there yesterday. And we always count them when you go out there. And she was missing one. And she found it in the garage, over there, off in the little corner. But basically, when the mom gets in there and they latch onto her, and she'll have enough of it, she'll get up and jump out. Evidently, that one was hanging on. That's the only way it could have got out.
Wow.
And then, though, the good thing,
it really latched on.
She stayed out because she'll go get in the bed outside. Well, evidently it crawled over there because she said it was fat as a tick. It had been nursing. She just had the one, so she didn't care. But evidently, when she jumped out, it was hanging on and it escaped. So.
Kudos to now. Which one was it? I know you've named them.
It may have been Tom Petty.
Okay, Tom Petty latched on. Wow.
Yeah. Rode it right out of there, and then laid there and was just fat and full. Everybody else screaming.
Yeah. Needed to be fed.
Hey, next time y'all need to hang on.
Maybe that's the approach. Just grab one at a time and lay them with her.
If we tried.
Oh, it's not working. That doesn't work.
Yeah,
she just doesn't want it, does she?
No. But anyway, that's whatever.
Well, so there's your puppy update.
If I can get through this week, Sunday will be 4 weeks. Surely not long after that, you start getting on that mush. When you mush everything. Maybe.
Yeah, let's start tearing that up.
Is that what it's called, mush? Or is that what you made?
I think it is. I really do.
I don't know.
I may be wrong.
Can I ask you a question? How are you going to do that? Because, you've seen pictures where they have like little bowls and they all are lined up with their little tails wagging and eating. Or are you just going to, how are you going to individually feed them?
It'll be a dang fiasco. Because when they get hungry, they're rude.
Right.
They're rude about it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the bullies will kick everybody else out. Yeah.
I've already seen.
Before you know it, Elvis is over there sitting down, going, "What about me?"
Yeah. Of course, he's pretty big.
Is he? Okay, he's getting big. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, good.
He's.
So you don't have a plan for that?
No.
Okay.
I'll come up with something. I'm just. What am I supposed to do?
Right.
I didn't got in this thing now. I got to see it through.
You do realize planning makes your life easier.
You just got to go to the experts, Greg.
That's my
to
point.
the breeders that are experienced.
Yeah, and I have.
And you're trying to survive.
We have some family members.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
give us
I understand you're
advice and all
surviving.
that.
I get it. You know.
Yeah, but I mean, whatever. It's
the old playoff of survive and advance. You know.
Yeah.
You're just trying to survive and advance to the next day. I get it. I do. I get it. But the audience loves puppy updates, so there's your one.
Well, everybody needs to pick one out.
Tom Petty latched on and got out, found it in the garage, laying next to Mama.
Yeah, y'all go ahead and pick you one out.
No.
I don't.
I will say this. I don't think you're going to have a problem getting rid of them because I've seen the emails. You just got to get to that marker.
Yeah.
You just got to survive.
And plus, Lisa, she's going. Mm-hmm. She'll interrogate everybody that gets one.
Yeah. Well, yesterday where we live, which is in the Birmingham area, central Alabama, there were systems that came through of weather.
That's every afternoon.
Every time a system comes through, there's not always thunder and lightning. It could just be rain. But yesterday it was cutting up. We had thunder, we had lightning.
It went from bright sunshine to dark.
Yeah, it just could change on a dime.
I got caught in 2 storms.
Yeah, well, I got caught in one yesterday. We decided to go on a walk after dinner last night.
Stroll.
And we were like, it's about to get dark.
Hand in hand.
It was about to get dark. We
Keeping it real.
We do our best talking on a walk. We can really break down everything.
Investing in our marriage.
Team building.
Of course, at times I asked Terry, should we just be jogging? Because I thought we were supposed to be talking and
it's
just,
hard to
I can't keep up with you, honey. We got around the corner and down the block a little bit, and all of a sudden, right over the trees. I was like, hey, now.
Lightning.
And it was those big raindrops that not tiny, but big. Yeah. And then so suddenly a walk became a dead sprint back to the house. And we got back and we were so wet. It was
that lightning was real yesterday, boys.
It was. It kind of scare you.
Yeah.
Like, eh.
Yeah.
And the one dog I have that freaks out with severe weather, and we've talked about that. It was tough to give him the little calming pills that we've tried and all that because it jumped up on you to the point where, oh my gosh, we're behind. But we gave him one. Doesn't matter though.
Yeah, it's gotta take
he just laughs at stuff like that. He for some reason he wants to go out in it. It's like he stands at the door and whines, and I'm like, buddy, that's where it's cutting
that's what
up.
You're scared of,
right? And he wants to go outside and just stand around. He'll go out in the middle of the rain and just stand there if you don't watch it.
That's so weird.
Buddy, get back in here. I'm trying to protect you.
Got a strange relationship with the storm.
So. At one point yesterday, we have some speakers out in the garage where when the boys are out there working out, they'll plug their phones into it and they can have music going. At one point, and we have a huge garage fan. At one point, I had the garage fan going, and I had music going through my phone, and I put him in the garage so he couldn't hear the storm.
Did you put a little?
And I was out there sitting with him.
Did you put a little earbuds in him?
I thought about my life, and I'm like, so here I am sitting with a dog in front of a fan with music going.
Yeah.
And
so he won't hear the storm.
And that's me right now. Mm-hmm. So there you go.
You got the bond.
Mm-hmm.
I actually hit it perfect. It was sun shining. And then it got real dark, and I happened to be sitting on the couch, and the room got real dark. I just kicked back, took a power nap.
Oh, now there you go.
15 minutes.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah. I like to sleep when it's lightning and all.
Who doesn't like that?
I love it.
It made you forget about the puppies just for a second.
Just for a second until they started squealing again.
All right, we'll take a break and come back. We got a lot to talk about. Plus your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Alapuca will be on the phones if we take them here this hour. Don't go anywhere. Busy show today.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, our longtime friends at Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association have an amazing new podcast called Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. There's so much to do in that area, and on the Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama podcast, you hear conversations with a lot of interesting people about all kinds of cool things to do and see in North Alabama. So just go to northalabama.org/podcast to listen and find out how you can subscribe. You can also listen on Apple or Spotify. Again, that's northalabama.org/podcast today. this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who ordered the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Junk science, that's what the doctors call many of those fruit and vegetable supplements. Junk science because they use extracts of common produce department fruits and vegetables with very few health benefits. I take Field of Greens because it's the whole organic fruit and vegetable, not a watered-down supplement, and it's backed by a better health promise. Feel better with more energy by taking Field of Greens. And folks, we got you a 15% discount off your purchase at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code BUBBA. That's fieldofgreens.com for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Before you pack your bags for vacation season, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents. Customize the perfect system for your home in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off your order with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Attention, all you coffee drinkers. There's a brand new brew that you definitely want to make part of your daily ritual. If you enjoy delicious, good coffee like us, My Coffee needs to be your new drink. It's organic, which is so important because if not, then it contains chemicals banned in this country decades ago. You've heard us talk about My Pillow for years on this show, and now they've got My Coffee direct from the mystore.com website. Go to mystore.com, enter the code BUBBA to save 25% off your order of My Coffee, or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back. It's 22 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us for the main show. Big show today. We've got Charity Charge to talk about. Last month it benefited Kevin Dareberry Ministries. Kevin will be in studio to receive the check from Tim Spencer and Buffalo Wild Wings. Another great month and a lot of money raised for Kevin Derryberry Ministries. We'll talk about that today with Kevin. Also, this next charity charge coming up on Monday, May 22nd, at participating Buffalo Wild Wings will benefit Care and Thrive Foundation, and we will tell you more about that great foundation. And it's another win for everybody. Go enjoy some great food and help a great foundation that focuses on the young onset of dementia. And that's been a big conversation here on the show. And we'll continue that with Care and Thrive Foundation, this month's beneficiary for the charity charge. Also, don't forget Bible Study Live today, noon Central. So I know, Helmsy, you said yesterday you got stuck in the storms as well that came through central Alabama. And most of you listening, you experienced stuff like that. But yesterday, they just popped up all over the place.
Yeah,
and if they hit you, buddy, woo!
Well, and I was in one of those situations, too. I was out at the Pelham Racquet Club watching that women's event, pro event, and that's one of those situations where the car is a long ways away from where you're at.
Right.
Like, we're talking probably I'm parked 200 yards from any kind of where I'm sitting underneath. Right. And it's those decisions you make where, okay, well, if it rains just for a minute, then they'll be playing within an hour.
Right.
So there's no sense in leaving. But if this thing settles in, then there's no more tennis, and I can't walk to the car right now. So I got stuck in it. And I was just sitting there and sitting there and sitting there. And so, just gully washer. I mean, gully washer. A lot of lightning. Very shocked at how long it took to pull everybody off the court yesterday. With usually you get thunder and lightning within 10 miles, people start panicking. They went the other way yesterday, which was actually refreshing, but at the same time I was like, okay, wow, so probably I'll pull everybody off.
You know what I realized too, it was not too long ago, I'm not an umbrella guy.
I'm not either, and I need to be. I need to have one in my car.
I'm not an umbrella guy, and I'm not a coat guy.
I'm not a coat guy
like
for sure.
During cold weather, I hate wearing a coat because now what are you doing with a coat? And then
Amanda gets on me about it too. It's like, put on a coat. I'm like, I'm gonna be outside for 1 minute.
Yeah, I can get inside and be okay. And then the other one is people that go to events and they have an umbrella with them in case it rains. I don't do that.
Yeah,
I don't either. But I like when I do have an umbrella when it does.
It does. Yeah.
You go, man, this is really good because I'm getting really wet.
Is that you holding it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What I think I need to do is I need to buy 4 umbrellas.
Mm-hmm.
And I need to put one at the house, and I need to put one in my car. I need to put one at the office at UAB and the office here.
Right.
And then that way, if I ever need it, I can just go, because that's the only times I'm going to need it. And I know it's the whole, well, why don't you just keep one in your car and then you always got one. I don't want to carry one in from my car into the UAB office or to this office and then all of a sudden need it and then have a walk to get it.
Well, here's what's so bad. I do have one in my truck, and Terry has one in her car, and we got one at the edge of the garage. I just don't ever use it.
I don't think we own an umbrella. Not one.
Oh, I got a bunch of them.
You got a bunch of them.
Well, Lisa, she's got them in her car. She's a big umbrella person.
Yeah. I get it.
I'm going to buy a few.
The only time we really use one is if if I'm home, Terry pulls up and it's pouring down rain, I'll go out and get her or whatever. We'll get groceries in with them, but that's about it. I'm not an umbrella guy. I have them. I just don't use them. They've been very helpful yesterday for you.
Question for y'all. This is one of those things where I don't know if we should teach our kids, or nobody taught me this. I just kind of learned it on my own. But should we teach our kids how to use a plunger? Did y'all teach your kids how to use a plunger?
No, I don't think I did, but it is a good thing to know.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that I said, okay, guys, come in here today. It's plunger 101.
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
Okay.
No, I told them just work it out.
Yeah, and it's pretty self-explanatory. I mean, you got to work that plunger right. To get
you do.
Hey,
there's an art to it.
Yeah. There is.
If not, you're just splashing everywhere, and you're like, well, this isn't good.
But I think I learned from experience, and nobody ever taught me how.
Me neither.
And to your point, Speedy, made some messes I could have avoided if I had been taught the proper way. And probably would have been able to utilize the plunger a little better, more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got up. It was like middle of the night. I don't know, 1 or 2. One of the dogs was wanting something. Somebody had we keep a gate in the house to keep them in a certain area at certain times, and that gate was still up. And I was like, why is it? And of course I run all over it, didn't know it was there. Made
tons of noise.
Tons of noise. You probably thought, somebody is in the house. And they were stirring around. And so, of course, I said something I shouldn't have, and then I picked it up and then dropped it, and I was all kinds of noise. But when I went through the hallway, I noticed that the bathroom in there was stopped up. And it looked like somebody had used the restroom, put way too much toilet paper in there than they needed, and it wasn't flush. So I hit the knob and it was stopped up. And I thought, I'm not messing with this right now. I'll do this in the morning after I get up in the next couple hours. Because I immediately looked for a plunger and I didn't see it. And I thought, no, it's downstairs. I'm not going down there.
It's hard to find a good plunger.
So then I was laying in bed going,
thinking about the plunger.
I don't know who's responsible for this. I don't know if it's Braden, Caroline, Maddie, Amanda. I don't know. But if it's one of the kids, I hadn't taught them how to run a plunger, how to use a plunger.
And they might not even know that it's needed. They just used the bathroom and walked away.
Yeah. And so, and that bathroom's tricky too. And I hate this. If this is the only one that does it, if you got to hold the handle down for like 3 or 4 seconds. Oh. It's the only one that does it in our house. And I need to fix that and change it. I get it. And they know that. Hold it down, count to 5, let it go.
Yep.
But I need to teach my kids how to use a plunger. I feel like I failed them.
I didn't teach mine.
I'm acting as if they would actually used it.
Rick and Bubba.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends. So when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Are you looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Well, then look no further than our friends at CarShield. We know that auto repairs can be a headache, especially when they come out of nowhere. That's why we have CarShield. You don't have to worry about the rising cost of car repairs. Plus, you can lock in your price and it will never go up. Even if your car is over 3 years old, it's still prone to expensive costs. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options to get you back on the road quickly. CarShield is dedicated to protecting what you drive because it's just a matter of time before you're going to need repairs, so don't wait till it's too late. Call CarShield today at 1-800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. Lock in your price and it will never go up. Call 800-465-6550 or carshield.com/Bubba to save 20%. The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. Now, this innovative MyPillow has brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. The MyPillow 2.0 is available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. And of course, it's made right here in the USA. And folks, MyPillow.com/Bubba has all kinds of other special radio deals for you when you use our special code BUBBA. Their Giza Dream bed sheets are also buy one, get one free. And there's great deals on my slippers, my coffee, clothes, and their 6-piece towel set is just only $49.99. Take a look at the brand new MyPillow 2.0 and head to MyPillow.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba to get in on this buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 deal.
Spring is in bloom, and you know what comes next, vacation season. But before you pack your bags, be sure to secure your home with Simply Safe Home Security. With Simply Safe, enjoy greater peace of mind knowing your home is monitored around the clock by trained agents ready to act to defend against break-ins, fires, and other threats. With the top-rated Simply Safe app, stay connected from anywhere, anytime. Arm or disarm your system remotely. Check your cameras to make sure everything is okay. Simply Safe ships to your door and is easy to set up yourself in about 30 minutes, or you can have Simply Safe certified technicians install it for you. With financing through a firm, secure your home today and pay over time in installments that fit your budget. Customize the perfect system in just a few minutes at simplysafebubba.com. Go today and claim a free indoor security camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. That's simplysafebubba.com or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another.
Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. We thank you so much for joining the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Right after top of the hour, we have the crew joining us, Rick, Bubba, Adler, for the main show today. Kevin Dareberry will be with us next hour. Tim Spencer with Buffalo Wild Wings. We'll talk some charity charge, helping the Kevin Dareberry Ministries last month. A great check. Everyone did great. It was a win for everyone. Great food, great ministry. And Kevin Dareberry will be here today with Tim Spencer, who know each other very well. And we'll have a good time, have some Buffalo Wild Wings in here. It was funny. I was telling Alapuca, one of our interns, that, this is the first time they've had Buffalo Wild Wings brought during the show. And when I told him that we had wings coming, he was like, okay. And I'm like, yeah, this is where we break all food barriers here on the show. Breakfast, not just meant for breakfast. I have breakfast for dinner. Greg doesn't like that. Sometimes I do.
Yeah.
And we'll have wings for breakfast. I know that sounds weird.
We've
but
had
we
all
will.
kinds of stuff like that.
We will.
had chili for breakfast.
Yeah. Yesterday it was weird because the storm's coming through, the power would flicker.
Scared.
And normally we don't lose power, but yesterday it went off and on. It was showing out a little bit, this storm.
Lightning was popping.
But for about 30 minutes, I had some time, and Terry was doing something else, and I don't think she's listening right now or watching. But sometimes, like when she wants to watch things with me, she'll drag a little bit on sitting down,
all that.
and so I'm like, honey, I need to move on or whatever, and so I couldn't get back into some stuff that we're watching together. But I have been going past the Waco documentary on Netflix over and over again. And I went ahead and watched the first episode yesterday, and hey, wow.
Yeah, it's good.
This is the new one. I know they've had different.
They've had movies.
Yeah, they've had all that. But this one here had actual phone conversations, negotiators with Koresh and all that. I mean, back and forth, and the agents and negotiators and tactical group, and
wasn't handled very well.
No, well, there was just tons of miscommunication, so I cannot wait to finish that. But I jumped off into it. And Helmsy, you said you were watching a little bit of something too.
I got into a movie yesterday. I've given up on the whole trying to keep up with the wife on certain shows. If she finds a show that she truly loves, she finds it. Then that can happen. But anything I try to bring her in on, 6 minutes in, it's like, hey, can you pause it? I need to do this. Or hey, the kid, hey, no, they can fix their own cereal. No, we're not pausing Air Jordan movie for Braden's Fruity Pebbles. Okay, we're just not. He's 17. He can fix that.
That's right. Can't believe he's 17. Forget that.
I know, it's amazing. Acts like he's 7. But so I'm sitting there yesterday, and because of the rain, we don't have access to indoor courts in Birmingham. That's a little ridiculous too. But can't teach tennis if it's pouring and raining. So I thought, you know what? I've kind of caught up on everything here at the house. The kids are on me about starting up Netflix again because I canceled it.
Good. Helmsy, buddy, good night.
And Maddie's really on me about it. And Caroline's giving me a little. Braden claims he wants to watch Breaking Bad, and I was like, first of all,
that's a commitment.
I was like, goodness gracious,
it's about what 7 seasons?
Because we were just talking about that.
That's a good show.
The interns and Greg were talking. We were talking about that yesterday, and so I said, "What are you wanting to see on Netflix?" Because he never chimes in on that. He was like, "Breaking Bad." I'm like, "Okay, hold on. That's a weird request from you." So I thought, you know what? I'll start it back up, and I flipped it on, and I saw A Man Called Otto.
Yeah,
Tom Hanks.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
And I thought, friends that have watched it and they like it.
I've heard mixed things about it, and I thought anytime Tom Hanks is in anything, I'm gonna give it a shot.
Yeah.
And so flipped it on, and I got to tell you, loved every minute of it. It was a good movie. It was, and y'all, I'm telling you, you're gonna love his character in this. And here's the sad thing.
Came across as a bit when I was watching
Greg, there's gonna be parts of him that we act like. Okay, that's going to be the reality of it. Is when you see some of this, you're going to go,
Otto.
Right. I act just like that in certain situations, and will be this guy as I get older. I'm just telling you, there's good and bad. So I'm not going all the good is what we'll do, and that's it. We'll do the bad too. We do some of the bad now, but I love the character he plays, and I love the movie. Like there was no point in it where I was like, okay, I'm tired of this kind of thing. And I usually don't. These type movies I usually don't get into. This would have been perfect for Amanda and I to watch together. She would have loved everything about this.
Yeah.
Can't get her to sit down for 10 minutes, but
I was actually talking to a friend of mine that I never would have thought liked this movie, and he brought up, we watched a good movie the other night, and he said the name, and I'm like, you watched that? And he goes, yeah, and it was pretty good.
It was.
I like it.
I was caught off guard by how much I enjoyed it. I really.
Calm down.
And Greg, I think
Greg,
I'm
watch it
telling
with
you,
your puppies.
I'll watch it.
Greg,
all
you
together.
You can't say anything.
I like
these
Tom
days.
Hanks movies.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was just the preview of it. I thought I don't know because I like his movies.
Yeah.
And I thought I don't know if this is going to be one I like. But
sit in the pool with him and bring TV out in the garage. Watch it.
They'd love it.
It's not the weird airport movie where it's not
I had that
terminal,
nothing like that. It's very.
I'll
It's
give it a
very. I mean. Now, there's a couple things in it that you're like, you know what, you probably didn't have to do that, but it shows the heart of him too.
Oh, Castaway.
Well, no, it's not. But I really did. I thought this is a good movie. It's a good movie.
Is it
I was trying to think
inspirational movie? Is it a tearjerker, or is it just a good?
It's based on some novel because I looked it up because I thought, is this one of those based off true story deals? It's not. It's based off but I will say this, it's real life. A lot of things that you're seeing in it's what we all deal with every day.
Okay.
But it's based off a novel from like, I don't know, 2015 maybe or something, and
somebody wrote a screenplay and here we go.
Yeah.
I was trying to think what's my favorite movie with him in. I can't.
Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Y'all gonna laugh at another one.
Here
That
we
Thing
go.
You Do, I really like that one.
That's a good movie, Greg.
Mm-hmm.
I can see your musical background. I
like
can
that
see
one.
where you would.
There's
want
so
that.
many I can't remember all of them.
Right.
I'll be honest with you, Castaway. I've watched it a million times, but it kind of gets on my nerves. There's too much of him not talking.
Yeah.
All right, let me ask you a
except
question.
to a damn volleyball.
Right. Wow. So if you didn't know that was him in Elvis, would you have picked it out? I mean, just the way he was acting.
I know. I wouldn't have.
Hey, boy, he's good.
Weird accent.
Did y'all like what was it? News Around the World or something?
I never
News
saw
of the
that.
World. Did
It
you
was
watch that?
okay.
Yeah.
It wasn't great.
Okay.
I mean, I love a good western. I mean, it wasn't bad, but
Right.
it wasn't great.
I thought
He has been in so much.
Saving Private Ryan is probably my favorite.
but he was good, like Captain when he's on that ship.
Now that's
the
a good
pirate-
one.
That's a
That's
good
a good
one.
one.
Phillip.
And then Sully, he played great.
Ooh,
Sully
I
was
forgot
awesome.
about Sully.
Yeah, he did a good job
I
there.
mean, it's no Toy Story, but you know,
I do love his character.
Well, and then Bosom Buddies.
right?
You remember that the series he was in? Him and that guy, they dressed as women.
Well,
Do you think he's most well known for Forrest Gump?
Well, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, he's
And I'm
known.
I'm gonna go ahead and.
Yeah, here we go.
A League of Their Own, he was awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
Don't forget that.
I like
Guys, that's a good
That
movie.
is a good one.
Forrest Gump, I can kind of take or leave. Depends on what mood I'm in.
I can't believe you hadn't brought one up, Greg, that you absolutely love and adore and talk about on this show all the time.
Money Pit?
No, Green Mile.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Ooh,
you
that's number
do.
2, by the way, right behind Saving Private Ryan.
I've noticed you hold up 3 when you say 2.
I've noticed
You
that
go
too.
like this.
You just
You
held up
say,
3.
no.
You held up 3, and you said 2.
You do it all the time. You know, that's 2. That comes in second right there. Well,
That's
but no,
what I
that's
do. I
actually
do 3 this way.
Okay. Hey, don't give me that.
Where were y'all at on Turner and Hooch growing up?
Didn't like it.
I didn't really either.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just asking. Sleepless in Seattle.
Didn't care for it.
sorry.
I mean, I'd probably like it. I just don't remember.
The one I whispered over to you, Money Pit, is good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh wow.
I don't know that I've even
There's
seen
so
that.
many.
Yeah, there really is. Good gracious.
Yeah, I'm mad I didn't think about the Green
Don't
Mile.
pull
I
up
love
his-
Green
I
Mile.
can't believe you.
That's one of my favorites.
I know you got him on that now. Helmsy, thanks, buddy. He's going to talk about that all
Edward
morning.
Delico.
Yeah.
Where do y'all think? Where do you rank Tom Hanks on best male actors? I mean,
He's
is
up
he in
there
the
with
top?
Costner and all them.
Okay.
I agree. I mean, if he's in it, I'm watching it.
Is he
I'm
on your
giving it a
Mount
shot.
Rushmore of male actors?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. No, he's probably not on my. Just 4 spots, or
That's
5
true.
spots.
He's right there, and he's in
How many
consideration.
spots?
He's in consideration.
How many people are on Mount Rushmore?
4, 5, 4, 5.
Do you want to know sometimes?
He's
what-
not.
I don't even know who
He's
it
not
is.
in that for me, but he would be top 10.
He's hovering around.
Did y'all watch the movie Greyhound?
No.
When-
Yeah,
What
where
is
he's
that?
on
The
the
naval movie?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
watch that. When
It's
we had
pretty good.
that guy on here, the
Yes.
redhead kid,
Yeah,
Right.
old redheaded kid.
Yeah.
Ricky
that's good.
Bobby.
Yeah.
He was in it, wasn't he? Is that any
Anyway,
good?
it is.
Like,
It is.
Too much of that CG stuff gives me a headache.
I knew that was coming.
Good
I didn't even
God.
want
I
to
don't
bring
like
it up.
watching. I don't like watching video games. That's what it looks like. Or maybe bring up Midway again.
Good night.
Ruined it.
All right. Well, I was just checking, but
I would like to see both of y'all at some point in the next few weeks watch A Man Called Otto.
All right,
All right.
Eddie.
I guess I'm
Otto.
in.
I'll do it.
I've looked at it a couple times. Just hadn't clicked on it, but I guess I'm in.
And I think this would be one you could bring your wives in on. They'd love it too.
Well.
I know they would love it. They
Okay.
would. This is good. If you can just get them settled.
I'm sitting here. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here looking. I was trying to find.
Are you looking
one.
for Tom Hanks movies?
No, I already have been. But I was trying to find one movie, and because I can't remember the name.
You know,
of
he's
it.
the voice of the Polar Express, and my kids
Yeah.
being relatively still young as they were growing up, that was something that would always play around Christmas, and I always loved hearing that voice in the background.
Yeah.
All right, boy. Now we're getting between the text messages and emails coming in. Ask Greg about this movie. Ask Greg about that movie. How you on Big?
I
I
We've
love
done that
as a
1,000
kid.
times.
Loved it. as
How
a
many
kid.
how many movies we got where
Here we
somebody
go.
goes back and swaps and they're a
Here we
kid but
go.
they're not and they're I'm a kid and I'm in a grown up body. We've done that.
What about the Burbs?
I've never seen that.
You've never seen the Burbs? Greg.
Nope. Hey, I got an idea. What if we swap bodies between a kid and an adult?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Wendy's Strawberry Frosty is back for the summer. Cause if it's summertime, it's Frosty time. Beach time, Frosty time. Tea time, Frosty time. Me time, Frosty time. Treat yourself to Wendy's Strawberry Frosty this summer and make time for Frosty time. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's. Now open till midnight or later.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary.
When I can't sleep, my mind just races. I think about work, the kids, but I don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I'll feel groggy in the morning.
ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. ZzzQuil Pure Z's Gummies for better sleep like never before. And try Pure Z Sleep plus Next Day Energy with melatonin plus extended release B vitamins.
Maytag month, it's got it going on. It's all you want with the savings all month long. Baby, can't you see? Maytag month is all you need. You know you can't go wrong when Maytag month is going on.
Upgrade to the performance you need on all Maytag major appliances during May is Maytag month, happening all month long.
Maytag month is going on.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Angie, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Angie is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. Choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now try Babbel for free by texting radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000.
Folks, we got you a free silver bar. Well, technically, we asked the folks at Lear Capital to do something special for our listeners, and they came through with a free silver bar. Look, highly respected financial analysts predict gold prices could soar as high as $4,000 an ounce. $4,000. Granted, no magic 8-ball or anyone else can guarantee that, but if you bought gold today at Lear Capital's favorable prices, the cost of gold jumps anywhere near these predictions, that could be some life-changing profits. Listen, gold has outperformed the S&P 500 for the past 20 years, and gold is a brilliant strategy for protecting your savings and retirement with a risk-free purchase guarantee, 25 years of experience, and thousands of 5-star reviews. Check out Lear Capital right now. New Lear customers receive a free 1-ounce silver bar for every ounce of gold that you purchase. Your free silver bar offer expires soon, so you need to hurry. Go to LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Let's face it. Prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us right after top of the hour, as well as Adler for the main show. At this time of the show, we just want to talk to all of you out there that might be in charge of advertising, business owners. If you're trying to get the word out the national sales team says, hey, look, this show and another popular show they syndicate would be a perfect avenue for you to get that message out. We call it the Rick and Bubba Army, greatest listeners and viewers we can have ever imagined. Great relationships we've had with all of you for right at 30 years now, and we have endorsed a lot of companies and done a lot of messaging for all of you out there when it comes to advertising, and we can do that for you and your business. If you're in the market for that, we have nearly 30 years of this program, and that other popular program does extremely well too, but we have nearly 60 radio affiliates. We have the YouTube, Blaze TV feeds, 24/7 TuneIn digital radio channel, all the social media platforms, podcasting, online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. It's all there for you. If you're interested, 203-431-0790, or drop an email to rickandbubba, spell out and, at syndicatedsolutions.com. If it's just a local message, then and you're listening right now to one of our great affiliates, then contact us that way, too. We can get you in touch with the local sales team. We got some of the best out there in the business. So I just want to remind you of that, I should say. So all the Tom Hanks movies are coming in now. And, of course, Green Mile is high on the list because of your love for that. But some of his best stuff. We were talking last segment about one of the new Tom Hanks movies that's out that Helmsy saw and liked. And,
A Man Called Otto.
And that part that got us into Tom Hanks movies, and anytime you do that, you can talk about Green Mile.
Speaking of watching stuff, I'm not huge on game shows.
Oh, I can't stand them.
Not either.
But if y'all watch The Wall,
have not.
Pretty good.
Really?
Is this something new, or is this something that's been out a while and you're just now?
It's not new.
I think it has been out a while.
It has, but I mean, it's back on.
So let me ask you this, Greg.
It's just now back on. It goes away and comes back.
Okay. So is this something you've been into and just now telling us, or are you like,
I'm not really
you came
into
across it
but
and you're like, okay, I'll watch this when it's
I'd
on.
already known about it and forgot. But the only part that's weird is it's always a couple, okay, and they play in the game together. And at one point, one of the people goes off and they hide them away. They can't hear what's going on. So before they, and then they got to answer questions. I ain't gonna break down all the rules, but anyway, but they stand there and I don't know why, but I just want to let you know that all the years of your support and it's been just wonderful. And they stare at each other and they have to do all this crap. And then
you like this?
No, that part I don't.
Oh,
like.
okay.
That part I don't. It's stupid, but I mean, it takes it anyway. But the game
they
itself,
renewing vows? What's the deal?
It's what it looked like. I mean, seriously, I don't know why they do that, but the game itself is good.
Okay.
Yeah, I ain't going into it. I'll tell you off air, but
okay.
The Wall. Watch
Wall.
It. You'll like it.
Not big on game shows.
I'm not either.
I don't find
either.
myself there. I don't.
I'm not either.
I will occasionally stop at Jeopardy because my dad, for some reason, probably a lot smarter than I give him credit for, he's good at that. He answers questions he has no business answering, okay? No business
So
answering.
he would be the one that would
and
go
he's
in the
bother.
back.
He bothers me when he answers them correctly, okay? I mean, there's guys on there making thousands of dollars, and Dad's sitting in that recliner he's had since 1985 answering everyone with him. And it bothers me.
So if your mom and dad played The Wall, he would be the one that goes to the back.
Okay.
They give you answers. And then you're the person outside that's deciding where to drop the balls and all. You look at those answers, you don't know what the question is.
Yeah.
And you got to think, well, this may be something he knows. And depending on how many balls you want to drop. And if they get the answer right, of course, the person back there don't know if they get it right or not. You drop balls that when they land in, you get money. But if they get it wrong, you drop them and it subtracts from your money. Okay. I mean, there'll be people up around $1 million, and all of a sudden they'll drop the subtraction. It'll hit $1 million and wipe them completely out. It's pretty good.
I'm asking you to calm down about The Wall.
Pretty good.
He's fired up about it.
Except for this weird thing where they stand there and
I don't. Maybe because of not being able to win Jeopardy.
Right.
Oh, I can't even begin.
Wheel of Fortune, I can't stand.
Oh,
I don't like anything about that presentation. I think because it's puzzle, and I don't like puzzles, and don't like solving things like that. I really haven't given any of the other game shows a chance.
Yeah, that's me.
So I've been unfair to them.
Yeah,
I think you'll like The Wall.
I don't.
Pretty good.
I
don't know when it comes on. It came on last
night.
night, but I don't know when it's consistent on when it comes on.
I never was a Price is Right fan either.
I kind of like Price is Right.
Even when Bob Barker.
I like Price is Right.
Price is Right's not bad. It makes me feel weird, I think. Just
Come
a
on
little
down.
Bit. Family, if if we're flipping through and Family Feud is on, I'll stop.
Now I will tell you
know?
this,
and it's
yeah,
you know,
Steve Harvey's
sometimes-
Family Feud I do like.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to say. Steve Harvey's Family Feud, I don't sit down and watch it, but if I'm scrolling through Instagram and they've got a clip of Steve Harvey, I'm watching it.
But Family Feud now, some of the answers are ridiculous. There's no way anybody would guess.
Right.
that.
Even he
It's
gets
really
mad
weird.
about it. You know?
But that's a good one.
Yeah.
But now the pyramid, we've rebooted all these, and we have celebrities that host them. Michael Strahan will throw one out there in a minute. Don't really watch all that.
What was the one?
Tell you what you need to watch: The Wall.
What was the one in the 80s where they would scream, no whammies, no whammies, no whammies?
Yeah.
What was that? My brother liked that one.
I forgot about
And so
that.
we would watch it.
You'd scream, no whammies?
Yeah. And they would hit that.
Yeah, what was
I don't know
that?
what it was called.
No
whammies?
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody.
They would go, no whammies, no whammies, no
I know.
whammies. And Adler says he knows.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
He don't know
What's
nothing.
up, big guy?
Press
your luck.
Press your luck.
Press your luck.
Okay.
No whammies, no whammies.
Yeah. So that was an interesting one.
Yeah, I think they
Not
had,
a big game show guy.
I think they rebooted that one, Pressure Luck.
Okay.
One of my favorite things on Family Feud is when Steve Harvey asks a sexual question and then is all surprised when he gets a sexual answer.
Yeah.
Right.
Where's your favorite place to touch your wife? Her butt? What? How could you say that? What? You're crazy. It's a good show, though.
I tell you what, I tried to watch and I didn't like.
I watch it.
Yeah. One of my favorites too is that when they get to the family member that never has a good.
Oh,
good
I know
answer.
it. I know it. And they all go, good answer.
And he gets back to them. He's like, I can't wait for this one.
I
you
know, I know it. Yeah, there's always that one.
Yeah.
And everybody has to fake it and act
Right,
like it's good.
right.
That's good. Now, Steve don't fake it. He'll
No,
just look at it.
What do you want to make sure you have on an airplane? A car. Steve, I'm gonna go with a car.
Going
Steve.
with car, Steve.
Really?
Okay. Your family hates you.
Right.
Good show though. Solid show.
What if the show was ever on Family Feud? Would that not be fun? If it's the staff members.
Don Juan was, right?
Yeah. Don Juan and
Once
his
or
family
twice.
was, but just if this staff was on the
Oh,
show,
yeah.
that would be very.
Who would
funny.
be the one to give the stupid answer?
I don't know.
Call it. I will. I'll do it.
I'm right there with you, probably.
And
We'll
the
be right-
sexual answer too.
Oh, okay.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Lie, she won't lie. Need
Propane.
propane. If you wanna heat up, you better check the gauge. Propane.
I like it.
That's good.
I like it a lot.
It won't lie. It won't lie. It won't lie.
Click, click, click.
Propane. That's good. Now we got something. Did you throw click in there?
Is there anything worse than the click when it won't lie?
It's
Oh,
all
real?
Hunting season
And you'll
coming.
push it 1,000 times.
Greg will be a stumbling.
How about
Do you light a manual if the click won't work?
Oh,
Do you do manual light, Rick? Or
Absolutely.
Have you done those?
I'm gonna talk propane.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, sure have.
Yeah, it's a little nerve wracking first time you do it.
Blow you out of there. Mm-hmm.
You think, do I want to leave here with no eyebrows? You know, be careful.
Yeah.
Doing good, man. Hey, just want to talk about the Kavanaugh thing, the bigger picture of this. Just wanted you, and this is not anything new to you guys. You know this, that the media and this society is targeting our kids, man. And they're making this thing a big deal because our kids pick up snippets from the news and don't know the total big picture, and they just hear the negativity. If you don't know this, man, check out Snapchat. My kids told me the other day, we were talking, and Snapchat is going crazy insane to try to get kids to register to vote. It's on it every single day. Snapchat's posting something for your kids to get registered to vote and to vote the right way. And it's a target that they pick up on our kids. So if you're not talking to your kids, man, and telling them about what's going on, the bigger picture of things, how this is a pretty much a demonic attack against us. And if you're not raising them the right way and showing them the right ways that we do, you know, the Christ-centered ways. So I just wanted to see what you guys' thoughts on that were.
Well, you know, I do see that Levi's is running a commercial totally devoted to, you know, you need to get out and vote and let your voice be heard. And I actually agree with that. But you're right. Be sure that those young people that are getting ready to vote and getting registered to vote, that they understand the big picture and they're exposed to, especially as a family, why you believe what you believe and why voting matters. And when these things happen, let me tell you some things that could mean. You're right. So we need to be educating our kids as we're growing up, because I promise you, everything else out in the world of technology and through media, they're trying to educate them. And it's our job to get in there and also counter that and be sure they're hearing it from us. If you just want the TV to raise your kids and their iPhone to raise them, it will. I promise you it will.
Won't be good.
Hey, if I could I get this in? This is actually, you brought up the propane parody of cocaine, and we did it last segment.
Mm-hmm.
We actually, in the break, came up, it's just a little bit. It's Greg singing. It's not fully done, but I want you to hear it and tell me what you think.
Down on the farm, propane.
We're going to keep going, but I thought
Adler
Greg
with the
did good.
instrumentals there.
Yeah. That's funny.
Rick and Bubba.
Promo code Bubba. It is 6 minutes past the hour. There we go. Somebody say. A brand new hour, it has begun. We're 6 minutes past, and we'll start this with the national anthem. Let's go 8 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Living on the bleeding edge of technology. We come to you from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. The kickoff hour behind us, Speedy, Greg Helms, they handle that. Eddie Van Adler now in charge of YouTube. He'll have that for you live and archived today. Wednesday Bible study back, the Revelation chapter 11 today. That'll be live on our YouTube channel at noon Central Time, 1 o'clock Eastern, and then archived soon after to our YouTube and podcast channel for your consumption on your own time, if you so desire. We got the entire show live and archived every day as well. Best of Hour on Blaze TV, Best of Hour on our podcast channel, and also our YouTube channel. Plus, get the entire show live and archived as well. All there at rickandbubba.com. We're missing one. Let's get him in here. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
Oh, are you playing this for me?
Yeah, let's
just
get
to
on.
fire me
Let's
up
get
today?
it
Is that it?
Let's get the train going.
Hello, friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Everybody get on.
You just let that roll.
Let's go.
Ain't gonna hurt my feelings.
Taking you on a trip, ain't no seats. All we got's
moving
feet.
Leave your worries behind.
Heat wave.
Oh, that's high for early in the morning.
Oh,
isn't it?
I was
Woo!
watching interns Alapuca and Cam Solo. You could tell they were like, "Where'd this come from?" We didn't know about things like this.
This is good stuff.
Puka got 2 spoonfuls though. I saw him. Cam Solo wasn't sure, but she was easing into it when she got on the groove train. How y'all like that? Yeah, that's stuff y'all don't know. We have to teach you. I already know that Barry Ryan let you down on the Commodores. He probably didn't even teach you about heat wave, did he? Good grief.
We're going to have
I know
music lessons here.
I know.
You can handle the rock. I'll take the Funketeers.
Sure.
And
then we'll both land on pop.
Yeah. Most of the time, the younger generation, they recognize the beat because it's mixed into tracks
Well,
now
that's
because
true.
nobody has any talent to do anything on their
That's
own.
true. You're right.
Sampled it.
Yep. So also, Bubba, one of our favorites, Kevin Derryberry, will be with us next hour. Last charity charge with Buffalo Wild Wings went to the Kevin Derryberry Ministries. He's back from the streets of New York City where he just plays keyboards and loves Jesus.
Rick, I got my bid to the Big Apple, and I loved it. I love Rick and Bubba, not but I love Jesus.
So, and we'll tell you about another opportunity for you to participate by eating delicious food at participating Buffalo Wild Wings coming up on Monday. So we'll give a check today, and then we'll tell you about another opportunity on Monday.
So we have 2 street performers we know from New York City, Kevin Derryberry and the Naked Cowboy.
And they have a history.
They do.
They sure do. We go back.
How far apart were they, you think?
Well, they were further apart than they were listed because Kevin demanded that they be distance between them.
No, I mean in New York.
Oh, in New York, probably about the same distance. That back at the first Fat Fest we ever did, which was an outdoor festival we did, and we used to bring listeners from all over the country to come to an amphitheater, and we'd have different acts, and then we'd come on and do stuff too. And so we had Kevin Derryberry following the Naked Cowboy, and the Naked Cowboy kind of got out of hand a little bit, and Kevin came back there and let us know he'd like to have some distance between his set and
well, it was,
or maybe I should use a different word. His time to play.
Yeah.
And the Naked Cowboy. Yeah.
Naked Cowboy brought we'll call a strong presentation.
He did well, and Hall of Famers threw on a string who are just they're the consummate professionals.
So
they said,
got it.
We'll take that slot.
We'll be the buffer.
If you, by the way, in the future, if
funny.
any of you ever have to transition from the Naked Cowboy to Kevin Derryberry, your answer's through on a string.
Yep, that's your stepping stone.
So we'll have Kevin on, and he'll tell you guys what all y'all will be helping with today that participated, and another opportunity. So
we've got some really bizarre things going on in the world
it's
today.
It's another day, and it's more of the same and even stranger.
Let me ask you this: would you move to Russia if Russia said we're going to build an area that conservatives and Christians will love and no liberal politics?
The weather.
Yeah.
I'm worried about the weather.
That'd be new.
And the food.
We'll have to look into that.
Food a little bland for our Wednesday night dinner on the grounds.
KJP runs away from the podium yesterday, Rick.
She just has no. Well, I would too.
Cannot take any more questions about Trump and the Durham report. It's just too much. Anderson Cooper last night. How much time do you think he devoted to it on his show?
I'm going to go with Zip.
That'd be 0 seconds.
I'm going to go with Zipperoo.
After putting hours and hours and hours into the story of Trump collusion with Russia, not even a mention last night.
Yeah, they're trying to
now remember
dismiss it.
He also devoted a lot of time, like you said yesterday, and I saw that too, apologizing that CNN had a town hall with Trump.
Yeah.
And said he understands if you don't want to watch anymore because how horrible it was. You would think that he would spend some time on clearing this up.
Under the new CNN, I would say he may be on the chopping block.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Because he doesn't seem like he's going along with it.
No.
I mean, you look at Tapper, at least Tapper's trying to every now and then say, well, this is true.
We've got a brawl at Disney.
Saw that.
Fetterman is trying to ask questions in a committee hearing. And that, y'all, we've got several people in the public eye now that need help.
Yeah.
And also, Rick, tell me you saw the pile up on the Florida highway because a turtle was crossing the road.
Didn't see that. Doesn't surprise me, but I didn't see that.
I mean,
one,
people sliding everywhere out through the median.
So we nearly had a massive loss of human life because a turtle decided to cross the road.
We also had a turtle theft, too. Y'all have. And Elon Musk was asked about his tweets and how it affects Tesla, and he basically said, "I don't care." It's some good audio video.
You know, there is something to be said for being the richest man in the world. You pretty much say what you want to say.
Sure.
Do what you want to do. Wait a minute, didn't Randy Moss say that?
I think he did.
I don't take checks, homie.
So we'll come back. Also, Bubba, the MRI results are in. Had the MRI yesterday.
Okay.
Had forgotten about MRIs. Hadn't had one in a long time. Forgot all about that. There were some parts of it I'd forgotten about. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hello, Bubba. How about it, Rick? There they are, 3 Dog Nights. A little Shambhala. Bubba, how do?
Rick, glad to be here today. Crazy weekend for us. A lot going on. We'll review all that today. But, some sad news this morning. Betty's dad passed away over the weekend.
I saw
and
that, buddy. Sorry about that.
That'll play in. We'll still arrangements being made, but we feel fairly confident that'll be tomorrow. So we'll probably be off the show tomorrow for that. And but we'll review the crazy weekend I had. You talking about being two blocked? I was pinned. I could not get up.
I felt bad for you on the 2 block. We'll talk about Bubba's 2 block weekend. We'll look back over the craziness in our country continuing over the weekend.
Does anybody that saw all that this weekend, does it just make you sick at your stomach? I would say on both sides. Does it make you sick at your stomach, that whole process?
Well, I have I have a theory today that is really being overlooked. Now, it's not going to have anything to do with, I guess it could indirectly on who's going to be the judge or not, but I started noticing on my own this kind of bizarre, almost mutually exclusive thing that was going on in everybody's comments, and I thought, well, what really are we saying here? And then all of a sudden,
there it was.
I was at church yesterday and got to discussing it with somebody, and he said, well, have you considered this? And I will share that today.
Uh-oh.
And
is it a deep thought?
It's yeah, and really, I think that this show, I'm kind of shocked that none of us have said it yet, and I think it's possible that we just thought, well, you have to be careful everything you say now because you'll be drug off and you'll be
pistol whipped by the mob.
Yeah, the mob will get you. I also have come to the conclusion, we'll get into this too, that Jeff Flake. He only cares about being screamed at by Democrats because I got news for you, buddy. If you don't get this guy confirmed and it's your vote that costs, conservatives are going to scream at you. So I guess Jeff Flake is not concerned about being screamed at by just anybody because he will then be screamed at, and then probably is being screamed at by conservatives. So I guess Jeff Flake says, I just can't live in a world where Democrats scream at me.
I guess he's sensitive to it because I guess he's afraid of being punched again.
You're right, because obviously somebody punched that nose at one point.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll unpack that. I know Saturday Night Live, we predicted it. They have delivered on their.
I'm sure it was a dandy. Look, it's such a freak show. Let's laugh about it because I'm going to tell you something. That was funny. No matter what side you're on.
Yeah.
Whatever. Look, I can laugh at it. It's you know the thing though on the justices themselves, we may never have another Supreme Court with 9 justices. You realize that?
Well, I think the thing that frustrates everybody, really, if we'll all open our minds up on whatever side of the political fence you're on, is that there's not an ounce of sincerity anywhere to be found.
No, it's embarrassing.
It's all power plays and it's all strategy. I mean, here are the Democrats, and they ran it all weekend. I saw CRTV was running it too. When Joe Biden is sitting there, and I mean, he's dogging the committee, saying, "Hey, if anybody brings up FBI again,
he got quoted on that.
We even played that.
This is back during the Clarence Thomas because the FBI had turned in their report on Clarence Thomas, and you know what he said? Exactly what Kavanaugh was trying to say to all that were screamed at him. The FBI does not reach conclusions. They're going to interview everybody like you're doing here. Well, Joe Biden wanted everybody to know back during Clarence Thomas when he thought the FBI report was going to actually help Clarence Thomas's case. If anybody around here, and he says it so authoritative, brings up FBI report, I want y'all to know the FBI, and Judge, you know this, does not come to conclusions.
Now, they have in one case that I'm familiar with. You do remember they did come to conclusion in one case. It was the Hillary email.
Right. They concluded there was no need to investigate it.
Right.
Yeah. And that nobody should.
Right.
Now, it's funny how the Hillary...
Don't even look here.
Hey, the Hillary email thing, Comey wanted us to know that nobody would take this within 100 feet of a court.
Right.
And now that's being said about Dr. Ford's case, and everybody's mad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So it's all political. Nobody cares about Miss Ford. Nobody cares about Judge Kavanaugh and his family. Nobody cares. All everybody cares about in this is we're afraid to lose some sort of political power.
Yeah.
Because the reason why the Democrats will fight and claw for this, they're the ones that are trying to turn the Supreme Court into a place where law is made. Not interpreted, but made. And so for them, it is a big deal because they want the Supreme Court to now be our new king and queen.
Well, I'll say this, too. The demos, they
We're going to get you. Here we are, 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Moving forward. Hey, somebody, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's a doubt. We are here to party. Time to get excited. Hey, got you. Keep on dancing. Keep on dancing. Here we go. It's a groovy day. So we are rolling out the Heat Wave Essentials if you are not watching on TV. Bubba, it's all kind of where we want to start. on today's program. There's plenty.
Rick, what about this little village they're building in Russia for U.S. conservatives? How do you feel about that?
So are they trying to, you said for U.S. conservatives, so they want Americans who think their country has gotten away from them and has been consumed by the left, who may desire not to live with this ongoing battle, and they're going to make kind of an oasis?
It's for Americans and Canadians.
Oh, so the Canadians,
it's a Can-Am event.
we have to live with Canadians? You didn't tell me that when you first asked me.
I'm just telling you what they said. Okay.
The only thing more bland than the food that Russia has and the weather are Canadians. You know, I mean, it's
easy now. I got
I'm
Canadians
just playing.
in my family.
I do too. I have Canadian friends that
we don't say those things in front of them.
Right now, and if I wanted to pay enormous taxes, I'd go live in one of their cities.
They hog the syrup, but.
And want to stand in line for an MRI. You know how long it took me to get one yesterday?
I know,
you know how long it took me to get one yesterday? 3 hours. The doc said you need one. 3 hours later, I was having one.
Russia is floating a plan to build a village for conservative Americans who want to move to a Christian country and are tired of liberal ideology in the U.S.
Interesting.
Russia's building a village for U.S. and Canadians who are tired of liberal ideology, according to a lawyer who reported this through the state media. If the project is approved, the slate is to house some 200 American and Canadian families.
That's all?
Russia has in recent years sought to position itself as a bastion for traditional moral values.
Russia?
Other than that thing of attacking the Ukraine. I mean, if you look over that.
Right. Well, Bubba, and the fact that Putin is trying to get them back into a Soviet Union, trying to gather everybody back. I don't want to live in that.
The village slated for construction in Moscow suburbs in 2024 is meant for conservative families who want to have the ideology of traditional Americans, according to the lawyer. Around 200 families have expressed interest in the project. Many of these families don't have Russian roots, but are tired of the radical values that they see coming to the surface in the U.S. and Canada.
So they're saying that Russia's views under Putin aren't radical?
I'm just telling you what they said.
I know. I'm just trying to.
They said
this is me working it out.
They said in this community there will not be 70 genders. There will be 2.
Okay. I know, Greg, but I'm in Russia.
Yeah.
Weather,
how about that weather?
I can't get past that I'm in Russia.
They said most of the people who have expressed interest in this have a strong Christian background. Many are Catholic. The village has been greenlit by authorities, and the new settlers will pay for the construction, according to state media.
Oh, how are we going to pay for the construction?
Rick, I don't.
Taxes?
Maybe why don't we send the liberals there, and then we could stay here.
Well, if you really look at Russia and you look at their desire, at least the government's desire, to be communist again, this is where we should send the leftists. This is the utopia they want.
Well, could we do that here in the U.S.? Could we make a deal and say, look, if you want to be liberal and have liberal politics, move to these states. If you want to be conservative, come to these states.
Now you're talking about what was called the Civil War, but I that was attempted and was shut down. So which we've said it 1,000 times, it was not a civil war. It was an attempt.
War of failed independence.
It was an attempt at independence.
There's
that was
so many
denied.
things about that part of history that are mislabeled. It's incredible.
Right,
incredible.
Yeah. So anyway. I'm with you, though, because I was just about to say I wasn't going to go that drastic. Honestly, if somebody cut this same deal and threw it in front of me right now and said Montana, I'm in. I'm in. I just don't want to go to Russia. I don't think.
Surely there's a place here we can
go. When you and I and the guys, I forgot what it was. Good grief, I can't imagine. Because it's only gotten worse since we did that. We got so put out one time we were looking for a new place to live.
we were looking for a place to move, and we couldn't find a good country to go to.
And it wasn't near as bad as it is now in this country.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we were already put out, and I don't remember once mentioning Russia. Do you?
No, I don't either. Belize was pretty high on the list, but I know some folks that tried that. It didn't work out. So, didn't Elon say something about Costa Rica the other day?
Yeah, right up until Gene Hallman's thing. So that shot that took that out.
Deadly parasites.
Deadly parasites. Yeah, we got that. We kicked around New Zealand a little bit, but found out they were kind of weird.
Yeah.
They are isolated, though. It's hard to get to them.
They are.
I mean, you got to really try to get there.
Right. So I don't know.
What about Australia? Too many deadly things there can kill you.
Y'all just buy an island.
Real long plane ride.
The islands are for sale. Y'all just buy an island or something.
Yeah,
You know, I mean, I'm not really for living on an island.
Yeah.
Well,
everything's complicated.
Yeah, what do you do during hurricane season?
Hey,
Well, I'm just saying if you wanted to be isolated.
Hey, I want to go to my kids' Little League game. It's a big deal to get there.
Right.
Okay.
You probably can play Little League on the
I got to
island.
go 6
Well, if we're not there.
Yeah, how big
I'm
is
just
the
saying
island?
you wanted to be isolated.
How big are we talking
It's
about?
pretty
we talking about
isolated.
like New Zealand island?
I don't know. What kind of island can you afford?
Here comes a hurricane. Oh, my, our island's in trouble. Is our island in there? Oh, it's coming at our island. I'm telling you, island life is only a temporary thing.
I couldn't afford a sandbar, much less an island.
Plus, I just don't like all that. There's just water everywhere. I mean,
It's great on sunny days, but when it clouds up, you have to go, not good.
I like to be able to go inland.
And you know the
can't do that on island.
hurricanes are going to hit you every year.
I was just coming up with something
No, I got you. I know that island life sometimes has some romance to it, but it's not all it's cracked
You don't want
up
to go
with.
anywhere cold either, do you?
Ask Gilligan how good it was.
Say, do you want to go anywhere cold?
No. Not you talking about like freezing cold, like Russia cold?
Yeah, like Antarctica.
Now, do I wish I could go somewhere where summers weren't like they were here? Yes. I hate summer here.
Where would that be? Or are you going to have to move around?
Yeah, I would have to move around because then I'd want to spend certain part of the year here because the South's better. But I do not like our summers.
Watching the news the past few days, northern Mexico might be an option because it's vacant.
Right,
that's true. Plenty of room.
Yeah.
You know
Everybody
who,
left.
Can I tell you who made a big run at me one time and said, "I think we can give you." Now they're going to have a little bit of time of the year where it's too cold, but as far as summer, it was Idaho.
Idaho.
The Idaho people made a strong case,
And all the potatoes you need.
Yeah, I looked at
potatoes.
Montana really strong, but they get pretty hot in the summer.
How can it get hot?
It does sometimes, yeah.
It's way up there, Rick. How can it get
But
hot?
there's a time when Montana's perfect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need about 3 or 4 different states to live in.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hardball. You know, you never see a Democrat breaking ranks and
no. Because you might get killed.
Well, the old saying, they're in it to win it, and they play very hard, and they always have, and that's how you win. That's how you can do this. I kind of laugh sometimes. We joke about the deep state. I know there's some people who are embedded in government who've been there forever and probably don't want things to change, but seeing all that this weekend, it has to give you that. Here's the thing, too. They want the FBI involved, and you hear what Comey said this weekend. Okay?
I didn't hear what he
said.
said.
He's very partisan.
Well,
in the whole
because
thing.
he's mad.
Mm-hmm.
But that was the guy running it.
I know.
That was the guy running it. So we're
he's
supposed to believe that they don't have a political slant at the top. Now, I'm not talking about rank and file people. I know a lot of them. They're hardworking. They do a great job. But don't think these ain't political hack, deep state people at the top of these things who are career politicians and butt lickers, basically.
Yes.
To get to that job to begin with.
And look, and we said it all last week. Hey, Sweet Home Alabama. I know y'all think that Doug Jones is more afraid of the people of Alabama than he is the Democratic Party, and you'd be incorrect. He's more afraid of the attacks on him from the Democratic Party if he votes for Kavanaugh than he is of the people of Alabama when he votes against him. He's voting against Kavanaugh, bottom line. He's a Democrat.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As we make our way back, a lot to cover from over the weekend, and we'll try to unpack all that with your phone calls, too. So much to discuss. Obviously, when we all left and went into the weekend, the Kavanaugh thing. Can somebody even tell me? I don't even know where we are. I honestly had to disconnect from it. I started seeing weird things. At one time, I thought Mitch McConnell said all 51 Republican votes are in, and I thought, so are they not going to do the FBI investigation? And then it was, we're going to do the FBI investigation, even though everybody, including the Democrats, back during the Clarence Thomas trials, said that the FBI doesn't come to conclusions. They're just going to interview people just like we all just did, and it's going to be he said, she said. And so the Democrats hated that when the FBI was going to give them an answer they didn't want. Now they want the FBI to try to find them an answer beyond what they were able to pull off in the committee,
and suddenly the FBI investigation is a must, and it will hold a lot of water. Now, it held no water back during Clarence Thomas, and by golly, we were giving a speech about it. So anyway, it's all political. We see that. What's going to happen?
Here's the nutshell.
Yeah, so where are we?
The FBI will issue a report to the Senate by Friday. Okay, so they're going to go and they're going to interview all these people, and we're going to have the same thing we got now, okay? But, Rick, you know how this is going to play out. Some of the committee members or some of the senators are already saying, you know, once we get the report, we got to have time to read it. We got to digest it. Then we want to interview the agents. We want to know about how they went about this. We got to know about the process. We got to understand this. And we're all headed to that November 4th election.
We know what this is, a delay tactic to try to get there. And hopefully the Democrats think they can get the majority again. Of course, you made a good point. The Republicans don't have. I mean, they
don't have the majority now. We keep talking about that. They don't have the majority. They have just under 50. So do the Democrats, and there's about 3 or 4 that bounce around. Right. And float. Flake is one of them, and you got the 2 female senators.
Now they have ours by their names, but
they would be considered, in my opinion, rhinos, Republican in name only.
So really, the Republicans conservatives do not have the majority.
No.
And that's a fair statement. And you made the point, which I did not hear. Now we do know that Flake, which his last name, I saw a lot of fun with that over the weekend. But now he says that he just couldn't take the woman screaming at him in the elevator. But conservatives are going to scream at you too. So we made that point. You're going to get screamed at. That's why you have to be principled, and you have to actually make a decision on what your principles are.
Yeah, the elevator scene looks a little staged if you look at the camera people involved and where it happened.
Of course,
how do people get in this? Okay, let me ask you this, and this is just me. This is just old back porch conversation. I want to go scream at a senator. How do I do that? Can I just walk in and scream at a senator?
Yeah.
How does that happen? Who do I have to get through the front door? I imagine there's checkpoints at the front door, isn't there?
Right. Yeah, I don't.
You saw Lindsey Graham trying to do an interview with people walking behind him, screaming at him.
Yeah.
So I don't follow this process. The whole thing is nauseating and makes me just sick. The whole thing does.
Yeah.
I'm.
It is 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we roll through another day together. All right, so North Alabama, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful North Alabama. If you have never been to our state, you are really missing out. It is quite beautiful. And North Alabama and Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association, they have a new podcast. So if you're ever thinking about taking a trip, because just like we talked about, like with any state, you need to think about, or any country really, when you're going to travel, you start thinking, all right, what's the best time of year to do this, and that? And if you'd like to hear discussions about all the wonderful unexpected adventures in North Alabama, then you need to go find this podcast. You can get it at northalabama.org/podcast. Or you can just, go get it wherever you get podcasts. The name of it is what I just said, Unexpected Adventures in North Alabama. So you want to be looking for that from Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association. Get informed of what's going on in beautiful North Alabama, and then you plan your trip. And as we would say, or what the Clampets used to say, y'all come see us. You hear? So anyway, all right. So, Bubba, other things to discuss today. Again, we'll have an update on the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge coming up at the top of the hour, and then we'll tell you about another opportunity. Did you see that Gene Simmons, his former estate, has now doubled in price after undergoing a massive transformation as Beverly Hills Mansion hits the market for $48 million after he had sold it for $16 million. So
boy, don't you know he's mad he left money on the table?
Yeah, so whoever he sold it to did a massive transformation on it. Because let's be honest, if you're moving into where Gene Simmons once lived, you need it to be
maybe
you need it to be fumigated. You need
don't you think there's probably people would wear there's Hanks on that deal?
You got to run Hanks out of there. You want it to be transformed.
Well, it said during the renovation, the house was stripped down to the studs, and the tennis court was replaced with a 10-car garage.
Interesting.
Featuring optional lift for 20 vehicles.
By the way, I know we used to do this in the past. I just pictured Gene in full makeup playing tennis.
Yeah.
40 love, yeah! That ball was out. That ball was out.
So anyway, that's
swinging a racket, and his racket wouldn't be normal. It'd have all kind of things on it,
of
like
course.
his guitar.
So
Designed
the Punisher,
like an axe.
yeah.
So
the Punisher.
He sold it to whoever, I don't know this organization, Max Noble of Noble Development Group for $16 million in 2021. Now they put it back on the market after the renovation at $48 million. Now we don't know how much the renovation cost them. You got to factor that in.
20-car garage probably a little steep.
Well, it's all got to be factored in. But somehow I think if I got it at $16 million, even the work I did at $48 million, I still walk away pretty good.
Yeah,
they did well.
If they get that for it.
Yeah. And if you've got a need for a 20-car garage, 48 mils, that's no skin off your nose for sure.
Yeah, look, there's the fake kiss.
Yeah.
There we go.
Did you see?
I don't like the replacement thing,
Greg.
I don't like it, Rick.
It's a franchise.
Are you sure that's the fake one?
Yeah, the two middle ones are not the real ones.
Oh, he's not talking about all of them.
Gene and Paul are real.
Yeah, okay.
The other ones are the stand-ins that put the makeup on.
Here's a picture of the house. It's really nice.
Yeah, Gene's done well for himself.
Well, yeah, he has, Greg.
I think I wanted to.
So he
I think I would want to have a tennis court.
So he pocketed the $16 million, and this new group renovated it.
Yeah, and then now it's
sold it.
So we know they're going to get their money back plus probably what? How many more mil?
Again, you'd have to know how much the transformation cost.
They also said they added
they renovated it, and that costs a lot of money.
A brand new 60 by 20 swimming pool, movie theater, outdoor barbecue area, complete with dining space for 30 people.
Can you get out of your head though that Gene Simmons once lived there? I mean, now if you're a member of the Kiss Army, you probably love it. But I mean, if you're not,
Rick, if you're in Hollywood, everybody's house was owned by somebody famous at some point in time.
That's true.
So you don't know what's going on out there.
You're right. Yeah. We
also in the celebrity world, Rick. I don't know if you saw this, but Lisa Marie and her daughter, I guess this would be her granddaughter, have settled and reached a settlement. It was announced at a Los Angeles courthouse Tuesday. Priscilla Presley and her granddaughter Riley Keough, is that how you say it?
Didn't expect Greg to have that.
They have reached this, and all sides are happy, and they're ready to move forward.
Okay. She played Daisy Jones in Daisy Jones and the Six.
Oh, is that who that is? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
take a sip of something, Greg.
Yeah,
Greg.
right there.
Pretty good show.
And they had a settlement of some kind.
Well, they were arguing over Lisa Marie's estate.
Yeah.
They had.
Whoever thought that would have happened?
They changed.
Elvis, what did you do?
Priscilla was like executor or whatever. I'm looking for the wrong word. But anyway, when she died, they had went in and amended it that it would become her daughter's, and then now they've worked something out.
And Scylla came in there and tried to say, "I didn't know about this change."
Yeah, she didn't know.
But they've all agreed,
and they claim everybody's happy now. So.
Okay, good.
According to TMZ, at the time of her death, Lisa Marie had about $35 million in life insurance policies. So I'm sure that's being split up.
And and probably being disputed by the people who provided it.
Oh, sure.
You have to come up with all kinds of things.
Yep.
Also, staying in the celebrity world, Brett Favre. He's back in the news again today. He said the country was a better place when Trump was president. And he said that athletes are afraid of trans backlash.
Boy, he's in trouble for that.
I was about to say, he was okay. Which one is he in more trouble for?
Well, it depends on what group.
Right.
I think
if he said that we were better off with Trump as president, or saying that athletes are afraid of trans backlash, which one gets you in the most trouble right now? That's like a playoff.
That's a tough
Speaking
one.
of football.
But if you're mad about the trans statement, you're proving his point.
Right. Yeah.
They're so mad about that. They forget about him taking all that money from the welfare and buying a volleyball court with it.
Right. Yeah. You try.
Greg,
Yeah.
you have been right on this all along. He didn't hold him back.
That's
with the
right.
gun. They asked for it and they got it.
He didn't have the power to release funds.
No.
Right.
It's the people that do. That's who's responsible.
Yeah. Well,
he just asked.
Yeah, and the things he's talking about, of course, he was on with our Blaze brethren, Jason Whitlock, and on his Fearless podcast, and Jason came on our podcast, and I will tell you this: he is fearless.
Yes, he pretty much says what's on his mind.
Yeah, and apparently he and
Right
Brett
again.
also discussed the trans situation.
Yeah.
I wonder if Jason described it the way he did with us.
I bet he did.
That had to be edited just a bit. And
So was it Brett's podcast?
No, it was Jason Whitlock's podcast.
Has Brett got a podcast?
Surely he does.
Surely he does. If
I mean,
not,
everybody's got one.
Sure he does.
Huh?
Gosh, that Babylon Bee thing I sent y'all, that was hilarious. It had a picture of a man like he was upset and looking away from his wife.
Yeah.
And he says, man doesn't want to talk to his wife who doesn't even listen to his podcast.
That's good stuff.
Yeah. So, yeah, if Brett doesn't have one, I don't see Brett wanting to deal with having a podcast that he has to do. And if he does it, it's probably the way, when I don't know who talked all the family into the Duck Dynasty bunch into doing podcasts, but I know the one that is on Blaze. I think it's still going about Phil being at Robertson in the woods.
Right.
I think they still, but I noticed when they tried to do some of the others, the biggest problem, and look, we know because we're in the same situation.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest problem is that when you go, guys, now we need you to keep doing them. They'll do one, and then also, but now we have to do another one, and to keep them fresh. Because I used to go back and try to listen to some of them, and you look back and have last one was like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Now I think they're getting Phil pretty. I know they were at a time keeping him pretty consistent on Blaze. I don't know how consistent he is now, but I mean they've had some good ones. But basically, they found a way for Phil to just ride around on his property, and they'd get a camera out there, and he'd stop and talk to him.
He can do that.
And so that helps.
easy.
The key is how do you keep putting another one out?
Yeah.
Now those that this is all they do for a living, well, that's pretty simple because it's an everyday thing. But Brett Favre trying to tell him we need you to do multiple podcasts.
I just don't know if he'd be there week in, week out. Huh?
But he has said what he said, and what he said. When you'd have to say, what does he mean by a better place? I think I know because we said it economically. That is true.
Oh, much better.
Yeah, and our deals with other countries and all that. Now you got to deal with what did he tweet overnight? You know what I mean? But that's minor compared to your economy, collapsing on top of itself and your money being worthless. But
unashamed with Phil and Jace Robertson, they're keeping it going strong.
Is it still? Oh, Jace is in on that one now.
Yes.
So he wasn't always in on that one.
Yep. Unashamed.
Yeah. But
I brought him alongside him.
Yeah,
Keep him motivated.
you know what somebody said? Can we get Jace involved?
Yeah.
And they've got him involved too.
Yes.
Because I just don't imagine being around Phil that anyone really tells Phil what to do. If Phil doesn't want to do anything, I just don't think he does. Right?
Yeah.
They were talking about even on the show that they had a hard time keeping him to come back and all that. If he doesn't feel like it, I tell you, you'll plan around what he wants to do.
Right.
And
You better just go ahead and clear it for Phil to begin with.
We'll also talk about whatever he wants to talk about.
Yes, he will.
We found that out.
Yes, we did.
All right, so we come back. Do you want to talk about Corinne, John, Pierre?
Do we have that video ready?
I believe we do.
Yep.
Didn't want to really discuss that Durham report too much.
The Durham report was exactly at this time yesterday. We were ranting about it. And so the press secretary is going to be asked some questions about it, and she doesn't like it. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba.
I'm really embarrassed about where we are as a country.
Well,
really embarrassed.
The way you get to scream at a senator is to already have the clearance you're supposed to have and then pretend to be somebody who's screaming at a senator, in my opinion. Because
obviously there's some trick to it.
There's also this. It's the same thing. It's the same type of thing. The reason why you let someone know something about a potential Supreme Court justice, and instead of trying to get justice for whoever's involved, you sat on it and said that'll be a good strategy I can use there right at the end. And when you're even interviewing Kavanaugh one-on-one, you never bring it up. It's that same kind of mentality.
Rick, it's what I call the closed-door hand grenade. You pull the pin, you roll it in, you slam the door, and you go, now deal with it.
Right.
And that's exactly
so.
what it was.
So what's going to happen, I guess.
I don't know if he did it. I don't know if he didn't do it. Neither does any senator up there.
No.
None.
Well,
not one of them knows.
Like Flake is saying, if he had some intestinal fortitude,
when the woman's screaming at you, what you really should say in the world we're supposed
Did you
to live
see
in,
him sit there like a puppy and take it?
like a coward. I mean, he's embarrassing. He's an embarrassing person.
Look, what happened to her? What happened to her?
If it did,
has nothing to do with this.
Right.
That's not. Judge Kavanaugh's not on trial for her attack.
Right.
That how we even make that happen? I don't. It's like I feel like I'm in some upside down world, version of America. I feel like we ought to hang the flag upside down and hope somebody saves us.
right.
You know?
You know why? Because you are. So I want to be sure I have this right before we get to the break. So Flake said, you told me this. Is this accurate? If he was up for re-election, he wouldn't be doing that.
Him and
did he say that?
Is it Coons or Coots? What's the guy's
Coons.
name? Coons.
Yeah.
He's up for. He was up for re-election. He did not run, or he was defeated in the primary, or he was about to be defeated and decided to drop out. I don't remember.
Bottom line is he's not going to be back.
But he did
Flake,
say
no. He's not. He's not seeking re-election.
He did say to the guy on 60 Minutes, and what's his name? The guy. I ran into him. I was sitting next to him at the U.S. Open a few years ago. He said he would not have done that if he was up for re-election.
Yeah.
Well, that's not.
Well, what's that guy?
Then it's not. But it's not principle. That is showing you the truth.
Well, he's saying what he was trying to say, and that is that it is so partisan out there now.
Right.
I couldn't do that and be reelected, but now I'm not encumbered by that.
Right.
So I can do the right thing.
Well, why don't you do the
and
right
reach
thing
across
anyway?
and reach across the aisle.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that about myself. I'll do the right thing as long as there's no repercussions.
Yeah.
But I'll go back to this. So we're going to have an FBI investigation for a week, right? And then I know the Democrats going to ask for another stall. Who's the grown up? Who is it? Grassley? Who will say that's the end of it?
No, you're out of Grassley's committee. It's Mitch McConnell's game now. He calls this from now on. He's got the ball. Well, here's the thing. He doesn't want to call a vote till he's got the votes. And he's got 3 loose cannons that every time you get one pulled in, they'll change their mind. Murkowski had already said she was going to support him, and now she's gone with Flake on this. So
we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Where are you from? As we work our way back, updates coming up on the Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge. Kevin Derryberry comes on to thank all of you, and we'll get an update from Kevin on the streets of New York City. So we'll talk about that a little bit as well, and tell you about another opportunity coming up on Monday. Tomorrow night, Montgomery, Alabama. I-92 WLWI night at the Montgomery Biscuits game. Speedy, Bubba, and me. We will be there. And we'll get to meet some of our sponsors. We'll get to meet some of you, the listeners, before the game, and then during the game. First inning, we'll play Country Song or It Ain't, and Bubba throws out the first pitch all tomorrow night at the Montgomery Biscuits game with I-92, who carries the show there in Montgomery. We'll see all of you there tomorrow night. Coming up on Saturday from themanchurch.com, Rich Wingo. For those of you in Mobile, Alabama, West Mobile Baptist Church, Rich Wingo speaks at the men's breakfast on Saturday morning. And then they roll back into the small group curriculum. If you want to be part of that, just check themanchurch.com under upcoming events. Bubba, we have everybody's favorite press secretary. You know, yesterday we had the big report is out, the Durham report that shows that the collusion with Russia and Trump totally fabricated. It was politically motivated, and all the people involved were named. And do you think it's time for the press secretary to do what we call, y'all come on out, they got us?
Yep.
That is not going to happen. But we do know this, that she became a little frustrated by being constantly asked about it. So here is the footage of those interactions.
What is the White House reaction to Special Counsel Durham's report on how the FBI handled the Trump-Russia probe?
I would leave it to the Department of Justice to speak to.
Talks often about how he wants the DOJ and FBI to remain independent and, above the fray. That report seems to reflect the opposite. Does he agree with Special Counsel Durham that there needs to be wholesale changes at the FBI?
Again, that is with the Department of Justice. That's not something that I'm going to speak from the podium. As you just stated in your question, we believe in an independent Department of Justice. That's what the President said when he was running, and that's what the President has said the last 2 years. Thank you so much. I'll see you guys in Japan.
I am. And I am out.
Wrap it up.
And I'm out. Well, and I know, Bubba, you said this yesterday.
You know, what I wanted to know, a more direct question. The Durham report said your boss, the President Biden, knew about this, okayed it, green-lighted it. What has he got to say about it?
You're the press secretary for the executive office. The executive office looks real bad in this report. What's your response?
People have put video of her saying, I refer you to, and it's another agency over the last, I guess, since she's been there, and it's about 10 minutes long.
Now, also next, look at this next one. She was asked in the past. Now, she did not say when she had a chance to say whether she thought Trump was guilty. Mm-hmm. She didn't take that opportunity to say this is not the place for that.
No,
this is not the
she
place
didn't refer that one over to the DOJ, did she?
So here's a flashback to 2018. Here we go.
I want an answer. Do you think he's guilty?
I think he's crazy.
I think he's guilty?
Yes.
What's he guilty of?
I think he's guilty because he knows.
What did he do?
Well, he's the one who can answer that. I think.
No, what is he? You said he's guilty. What's he guilty of?
Well, I think he feels that there is something that's going to come out about Russia. Remember, there's money laundering. He knows what the Trump organization has been doing.
Go ahead.
So I would have loved to said before you were press secretary in 2018, you were really railing on MSNBC, and you said then that you thought he was guilty, and you start talking about him colluding with Russia. Do you now realize that wasn't true? I'd have loved somebody to ask that.
Yeah, you said he's guilty of money laundering.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to walk that back?
Right. I mean, and I'm okay with somebody saying, look, I thought he was guilty, but I see this report. I guess he wasn't. What's wrong with that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But see, they won't
look, I'm
say
going to
that.
apologize if we find out that Hillary Clinton really does eat children. If that comes out that it's true, and I see a report, I'll come back and say, hey, I'm sorry that I didn't believe that.
It's on me.
I just had problem going down that road.
I will apologize. I'll say I didn't know she liked kids sub sandwiches or pizzas or what. I will apologize.
I didn't know, but it does explain the gingerbread house. And the order of the John oven. So this next one is, when you think about anything, just like now, and I saw some of the people come out and double down on the left. Well, the Republicans, they're the ones behind this report. And they're, as usual, they're fabricating everything. Now, this is her talking about the Republicans are manufacturing a crisis
of the economy.
Because, anytime you look at something, you go, well, I'm looking right at it. Mm-hmm. They just say you don't see what you see. It's being manufactured by our political enemies. So here she goes trying to explain the state of our economy is just something that's not, it's an illusion that the Republicans are manufacturing. Here we go.
Thank you, Corinne. The White House keeps saying that Republicans are manufacturing a crisis by refusing to do a clean bill to raise the debt limit. right now the nation's debt exceeds 100% of its GDP. This has happened twice in U.S. history, once during World War II and once now over the last couple of years. How is it not a crisis when the country literally owes more than it's worth?
You should ask the speaker this question. This is his job. This is his constitutional duty to move forward and get the debt limit done. That is a question for him. They are the legislative, it is a co-equal branch, as you know. They are the legislative body, and this is what they're supposed to do. That is a question, seriously, that is a question for the speaker and the MAGA Republicans who are literally holding our economy hostage.
The Republicans are holding it hostage.
Okay, did you hear the question, though?
Yeah.
I think the question is very important.
Yeah.
Right now, the nation's debt is more than 100% of our gross domestic product.
Which you can't have that number.
Okay. If we liquidated the country right now, we still owe money.
Correct.
We're upside down.
Correct.
It's only happened twice in our history. Once was during World War II, fighting a world war on two fronts, and now.
Right.
So the Republicans have said, we'll raise the debt limit, but you got to make some cuts. We are spending like Saturday night drunks all over town. And that's one reason you have inflation, by the way, which apparently none of these people had 8th grade civics. They don't understand.
Right. Yeah.
And they're saying, oh, no,
yeah,
you can't tie us to that. We want a clean bill.
Yeah, if you could just say something simple. Let me tell you what, like, if I tried to explain this to Rick Burgess from Calhoun County, what I would say. Rick, you are dying, and right now all you got to sell is your house, but I have bad news.
Yep.
What your house will sell for will still not get you out of debt. If you sold everything you had today, you would still owe a bank hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
And with nothing to pay it with. That's not a place you want to be in.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
You've liquidated everything, and you still owe people money, and you ain't got any.
Don't you think? And see, the only time you can get a hold of this is when you get to these pinch points when the debt limit has to be raised.
Right.
Because you can't get anybody to vote to cut anything any other time because they can't buy votes with it.
Right.
No, does
you're
everybody
right.
see how
No,
this is going to
you're
work
right.
out? Eventually, the interest we're paying alone is going to be more than what we have. Just the interest. I mean, as people see, have you seen the predictions on the debt? You know, it's at 31 trillion. They have it up close to 100 trillion by 2050. I mean, how does this book end? Has anybody flipped over to the last chapter and take a peek at it?
I'll tell you this: the old phrase "the buck stops here." No one practices that anymore. They just pass it on to the next person.
Yeah.
Top of the hour. Somebody's going to have to deal with it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know what the name is, though. It's not there on the board. That's just a little issue we have in there. Whoever this is calling from Dothan, and you have a Dr. Ford comment. You're on the air. Go ahead.
Yes, Rick. First of all, good morning to y'all.
Hey, buddy.
I would like to. I've been told that Dr. Ford's GoFundMe page is up to $5 million. Is there any way to verify that?
I don't know. Do you know what it's called?
It's GoFundMe is all I know. The GoFundMe page on the internet. But it's now up to $5 million that she's being paid for security services.
Okay, so
there was two different ones the other day. Yeah. Now, remember, her lawyers are working pro bono.
Pro bono.
So she doesn't have any legal costs.
So if that $5 million's in there, is there anybody else donated other than George Soros?
Yeah.
Jump change, damn.
As of one day ago, there's there's a couple of articles here that says that the account has raised over $700,000. And that was one day ago. Now, that could have jumped up, but that's the latest.
Okay, let's see. I'm looking at the page right now. There are multiple pages. Now, you don't think the scammers have come out to try to get on
sure. Well, sure.
Cover Dr. Blassie's security is at $209, almost $210,000.
Can I bring up this uncomfortable?
Friends of Dr. Ford.
Okay.
Rick, $1 million even. Let's see. This is
what's this one we got on the board right here? help Christine Blasey Ford.
Yeah, that's the one. Help
$500,000.
Christine Blasey Ford, and then the other one is cover Dr. Blasey's security costs.
So we just came up
that's
with
totaled up to over $700,000.
Here's another one that says Dr. Ford support FBI investigation, $200,000. Help Dr. Ford take on the GOP. It's got $10,000 in it. Support Dr. Ford, $25,000. I mean,
can I bring up again? I hate to bring up all these uncomfortable points because I know we all want this to play out like an after-school special or a sitcom. The reason why Dr. Ford is out in the public eye and needs security and is under scrutiny is because of the Democrats.
Yeah.
She wanted to be anonymous and bring this information and not. They also told that she didn't even know. You could tell in the testimony that there was an opportunity for her to meet privately with the committee. The Democrats didn't seem to tell her about that, and she also seemed a little confused by the fact that they'd made some big deal that she could not overcome her fear of flying to Washington, even though she jet sets around the world. And
Rick, here's one that says,
but she's credible.
Get this, it's got a little girl looking out
She's
the
credible.
window. Okay, it says because I'm
she
not.
lied about a bunch of stuff, but she's still credible.
It says because I'm not Dr. Ford. And they've had 85 people donate over $300,000
to a person that's not even her.
It says because I'm not Dr. Ford.
That's funny.
What?
I'm starting one of these. Where somebody, I don't really have anything I need, but it doesn't seem to matter.
If she could give somebody $20 for gas,
right,
get that story out there, they'd pile about 400 more things.
You think if I like started one that says I don't have any hair and
Right.
I want some,
Yeah.
that people would
they
just
would.
donate?
Certainly.
It's crazy. It is crazy.
Joe,
is that what you're going to say? I don't have hair.
I'm just trying to think of something.
How about this? I'm going to start a GoFundMe. It's called Rick Burgess Just Calls.
Help me retire and get out of this madness.
Joe in Hoover. Joe, go ahead.
Yes, I don't think she's credible at all. I'll be the one to say it. And the fact, maybe she could take that $1 million and buy herself a grow-up voice the next time she wants to go in front of Congress or the Senate and talk like a 12-year-old girl. Next, where's all the hush fund stuff at, and where's all that information? Why did they put it on hush? And then secondly, what is a different version that we can come up with other than Republican or Democrat for somebody else to run for president, because we're tired of these people running our country down in the ground the way it is.
Well, Bubba made a good point in the break. What does the thing that everybody get on Donald Trump about? He's just too mean. But yet, it seems to get things done. Yeah. And the Democrats, when they're mean, they get things done. And so,
well, Rick, let's just look at this. Let's just say that there is a deep state, or there are people who are there that are career, whatever they do, and they don't like change, and they're commonly referred to as the deep state. You've got that. You've got the demos and all their ways of sticking together. They play hardball.
Yep.
You really have one person out on the front who fights them tooth and nail every step of the way. That's Donald Trump.
Right.
He's the only one.
Right.
And what he does and the way he has to do it to fight them.
Right.
Everybody thinks he's mean.
Oh, yeah.
But do you know what it is? And we said this in break. The reason why the Democrats, you say, why do they hate Trump to the level that they hate him right now? I'll tell you why, because he fights back.
Yep.
Yeah, they're used to people rolling over.
It goes back to what C.S. Lewis said, and he was talking about the spiritual battle. He said, you don't understand the power of the German army by surrendering to it. It's when you resist it. 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio, out on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Rick and Bubba University students, Cam Solo and Alapuca, earning that degree in common sense, which has now become a superpower. Morning, Lord, where'd you get? Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. I've got love in my heart and chicken on my lips.
Yep, it is the Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge Wednesday.
Give me more on that.
Sorry, I was still singing this song. I'm sorry.
And I was looking over the Charity Charge intro, so sorry, your timing there.
I'm here for you, Bubba.
We're here, but I trusted it was good. Here we go, everybody. So Tim Spencer's here with Buffalo Wild Wings. Timbo, welcome back.
Thanks, fellas.
And the Kevin Derryberry Ministries, they will be the recipient of the last charity charge. Woo! Those numbers are in, and Kevin Derryberry's here with us.
Come on.
Hey,
Come on.
man. Fresh from the streets of New York City.
Yes.
Now, Kevin,
I don't
tell
know
us-
if he'd come back fresh from New York. I don't know.
Tell us about this, because Rick told me you were just going to set up on the streets of New York and sing songs. How
Well,
did
I
that
figure
go?
if the naked cowboy can do it, I can.
And maybe you could actually bring something that matters.
Yeah. Well, I didn't get down in the middle of all that, this Times Square. I went over by Madison Square Gardens and backed up against the building.
Yeah, I saw the picture you sent.
Yeah, and right there by Billy Joel.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And so more than like one person, let's see, we had about 3 or 4 people come up and say, Billy Joel.
That's funny.
I had a hat on.
That's
and
funny.
if you look at his picture, he's old, short,
got the gray
fat
beard
man
and
with a little gray, And I'm sitting there in front of it with a piano playing. And they're going, one guy, there was no convincing him that I wasn't Billy Joel in disguise.
That is so
funny.
Yeah. And I made a total of $2,
Oh,
I wasn't there trying to make money, but while you're playing and singing, somebody walks up, throws money in your thing, hey.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you just keep on playing.
But
With $2, that's not bad.
I kept one of them,
Yeah,
just so I could say I made some money in New York.
Yeah. Did you have any response to what you were singing?
I thought one guy said get a job, but
right.
Connie said that isn't what he said, but that sounded like like it to me. I was right there where you go into the subway and the train station, and they were just zooming by.
Sure.
And they try not to make eye contact with you. You know.
Well, they think you're a killer.
Yeah. They think you want money, and I don't want money. I want you to know Jesus, and in every song, just saying Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. Just trying to get somebody to. There were a couple of people across the street. I don't know who they were. They were just sitting there, and there was this strange odor coming from over there.
Yeah.
Because it's illegal there now.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Used to you get you come home from a bar or something like that, smell like smoke, cigarettes. It ain't like that no more.
No.
I think they gave up cigarettes.
Yeah, it's all smoking dope now.
But anyway, they were the people over across the street listening, and they heard it in between car honks and ambulances.
Right.
If you don't like a siren, you're in the wrong place.
It was like
a lot of sirens.
What a beautiful sound.
So did you did you tell me right? You and Connie took the train?
Yeah, we took the Amtrak train this one comes from New Orleans all the way to New York.
Wow.
So we started here in Birmingham. It was a 24-hour train ride.
Wow.
It stopped 20 times at 20 different places. We had what was called a roomette, and it's about about this wide.
It's not wide.
Yeah.
And then she's sitting here looking at me, and I'm sitting here looking at her. Right beside her is a toilet. So you got your own toilet.
Unbelievable.
But
sitting in there with you.
Right beside the toilet is a wall about this thick with a curtain, and everybody else is walking up and down that aisle.
No.
And then the bed, the bottom part folds out, and then you flip a switch and pull down the other bed, and that's where she slept because I had to get up and use that toilet too many times in the night. Because if I climb down off that bed, it's like and fall. It's
what an adventure.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really neat. Would I do it again? Probably, but it would have to be special. There's, I might go to New Orleans, or the other place you would want to go would be Chicago, and that's like a 30-hour trip. 24 hours on a train is a long time.
It is.
And but it wasn't bad. It wasn't bad. It was, it was better than driving, and you got to sleep.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Did you see? Were you able to really enjoy the countryside? Were you able to see that?
That was what was cool because when you're driving, you're having to pay attention.
Right.
So
where you're supposed to.
Some people.
Yeah, theoretically. Theoretically.
And breaking up the driving wouldn't have been possible because Connie's got this phobia of bridges. You come to a bridge, she just stops and hopes somebody comes along, gets her across.
Right.
Really?
No. Sherry's not crazy about bridges.
Yeah. I mean, and so when we started planning on a trip, I said we're either going to Key West, Chicago, or New York by train. She said New York by train because I ain't gonna have to drive. I said, all right.
There we go.
So looking out the window, you can see everything. What's really wild? I said, look, Connie, and we're on one of them trestles.
Yeah.
Have you seen the trestles way up in the sky?
Yeah.
And we're looking down. I said, how's that feel?
How's that feel?
She says, it doesn't bother me, because I'm not driving. It's like a plane.
Right.
She's okay on a plane, but something about one of those bridges with the arches.
Yeah.
But anyway, I love her. She's all right.
So people hear
make
you
it.
on the
She'll
show.
make it.
People hear you on the show a lot, but sometimes we assume everybody knows what's going on with Kevin Derryberry Ministries. We're going to let you know how much was raised in the charity charge, and Tim will have that honor. But first of all, tell everybody who participated in this charity charge what they're helping you guys do.
Well, our mission as Kevin Derryberry Ministries is to make the gospel known, to share Jesus. And we do that everywhere we go, no matter where we go. But we do a place called Safety Net. We go there, and it's a teen home for a home for teen boys that DHR can't place because of behavioral management, issues. And we've been going there for, gosh, I want to say at least 15 years.
Right.
And excuse me, we'll go there. We'll present the gospel. We'll do music events, worship events. We'll take them Christmas every year. Like each boy gets a $200 wish list.
Yeah,
and we'll fill that out. Sometimes there's 60 boys there, and we do girls too. There's a girls facility. One's in Wilcox County. One's in Montgomery. And we won't go to the girls' facility, but we'll send them stuff, and we'll do that. Then we do transitional facilities for women like Love Lady and other places like that. Used to do a thing called Life Tech. It was a men's facility for men coming out of prison, being acclimated back into society. We did that for years and years and years until COVID shut it down.
Oh, wow.
And so we picked up another place. We haven't been there yet, but we're going. And so we do that. Then we do our own air thing online, the Seraphic Sound Studio Live, and hi to all you guys who are watching from that.
Yeah.
We started doing that in COVID, during COVID. Cameron, my son, and I did it, and it was in our studio at home. And the first night we had 9,000 people tune in.
Wow. Yeah.
So we thought, well, and it was terrible. The quality was horrible. Everything. Now that we've got it all figured out, nobody watches.
You only get one grand open.
I know. It's like, well, we blew that, but everybody was home, nothing to do. But we share the gospel every single Tuesday night and sing about Jesus and talk about him and take prayer requests. People call in. We've had just, miracle after miracle. Last night we had a guy call in. He's been with us for a year or so, and he's been going through cancer this whole time. And last night he had been praying for his report, and he came back. He's cancer free. So things like that. We're not trying to be TBN or anything like that. We're just doing what we're doing. Just loving Jesus and loving on people. Sorry.
Not loving you.
I love Jesus.
Just loving Jesus.
And I know a lot of times, because you guys are also a recipient of the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund.
Yes.
You guys, when you go into the prison ministry, many times you'll give everybody a Bible. And you guys do that at no charge to the prison or to the people.
Exactly. We do that. There are so many things we do. And like any ministry, we go in and we do the ministry and we leave and we go, God, we didn't take a picture. We didn't do anything to be able to show people what we do.
Yeah.
Because you're spending so much time doing what you do. And it's kind of weird to go, let's document this. I'm like, let's just get this thing done.
Well, God knows you're doing it. That's all that matters.
Have you
ever gone without?
No.
Never. Yeah.
No.
We'll come back. We'll tell you. Tim will give you the number. Woo! And then we'll tell you the next opportunity coming up this Monday. So we come back. Kevin Derryberry Ministries gets the check that you guys went out along with Buffalo Wild Wings to provide. We thank you for that. We'll have that number. And then we'll tell you about another opportunity and all the participating Buffalo Wild Wings coming up on Monday. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's when you see who it really is.
Right.
And what's happened, the Democrats seem somewhat, like they're not Cocoa for Cuckoo Pups or whatever, or Cuckoo for Cocoa Pups.
Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
Let me tell you when they lose their minds and show you who they really are is when you resist them.
Yeah.
Now, if you'll crumble to them and surrender to them, then you don't really know how awful they can be.
Now, you see, too, the media has run to this and said, look, we finally have people with bipartisanship here. We got Jeff Flake, we got Coons or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Well, bipartisanship is you do what the Democrats
That's
want.
right. That's what they call partisan.
They don't come over the other way.
No.
It never happens.
Not
you
even
don't break ranks.
Not even Dougie Jones from Alabama.
No, I mean he is in a overall.
By the way, everybody
red state that had some of the highest Trump numbers available pledged to represent us in Washington, and he's nowhere close to representing.
Now I've got the letter he's sending to everybody, and we can take that on too. Oh, Dougie Fresh, he's more afraid of the Democrats than he is Alabama.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
About Amtrak train. Last week we saw the train trip. This week we see New York City. Although I've been to New York several times, this was Connie's first trip. And let me tell you, I think she really enjoyed it.
Some folks like to get away, take a holiday from the neighborhood. Have a flight to Miami Beach or Hollywood. But I'm taking a Greyhound on the Hudson River line. I'm in a New York state of mind.
Is this where they do the ball drop?
I would have a She's been sitting here 5 minutes.
Should I stand up and get the picture with him?
I think we already were. Yeah, those guys. Oh, yeah.
This is the chalice of my blood, the blood of the new and
22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866. We Be Big is the number as we make our way back. So let's get to what Tim Spencer loves doing, and that is letting the charities and ministries know what you guys have raised at the Alabaster, Birmingham 280, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover on John Hawkins Parkway, downtown Birmingham, 4th Avenue South, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Alabama, and Chelsea. That's all the participating locations. They're all in our home state of Alabama. And all of you that went out and were part of this, Tim, tell Kevin Derryberry what they're getting today.
You know, it was a little help with Kevin because he offered his time at the store in Alabaster.
Yeah.
Set up a little acoustic session on the patio. Good turnout, too, right?
Yeah, it was great.
And I kind of thought him taking the train to Alabaster was kind of a waste.
It was kind of
a waste. I mean, you could have just driven there. I mean, there's no bridge.
Yeah. Well, there's one over the interstate.
You went all the way down to Calera and got on the train.
Thomas.
With Santa.
Rode Thomas in.
Yeah. Have you done that yet?
Oh, yes. I did that with my boys. Sure. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Sir Topham hat?
Yeah, Sir Topham hat, baby.
Yeah.
Well, we were able, with all the guest participation,
yes,
$4,100.
Yeah, we'll take that, Kevin.
Glory to God.
That'll go a long
that's
way.
awesome.
Let me tell you what, we appreciate it so much, Tim, and your staff and the management all there. They were so good. We had, wonderful waitresses out there on the patio and all throughout the building. Our church, Westwood, showed up in huge numbers, and the waitress just she was overwhelmed. She was blown away, and I could tell she must have did well because at the end she bought my food for me. I was like, I'm like, how does this happen? I tipped her again, enough to pay for that, but also one of our church members went in about a week later on a Sunday after church, and they had a waitress that said, can I tell you a story? And she said that before that Monday night or whatever night it was, she said, I needed to raise $800 for my college tuition. She says, then Kevin Derryberry Ministries came in and had that event, and it's been taken care of.
How about that?
It's like, okay, so I'm trying to figure out who did it,
Who did it?
Who was it a one-time thing or, but that's the kind of people, that support Kevin Derryberry Ministries and obviously love some Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yes.
All your locations, everything. Thank y'all so very, very much, Tim. Man, you've been a friend for a long time, and I'm going to keep you around.
I'll hang out. I've been listening to Kevin for a long time. Long time.
It's like,
let's go back a long time.
I texted him. I said, hey, man, I got an idea. Why don't I go set up like we used to on the fort? And, knowing he knows.
He's
like, yeah, man. That'd be great.
Yeah, it worked out good. Yeah, it worked out good.
He hadn't asked me back yet, though, so I'm not gonna.
I'd like to see come over to Chelsea.
Yeah, that's
Take
right.
the train
There you
all
go.
the way over to Chelsea.
Get the train.
Another opportunity comes up Monday, and this is unfortunate. And Kevin, obviously, you went through it. I'm going through it. We're going through it with my mother-in-law as well. So, and that is Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
And so coming up on Monday, there's an organization called Care and Thrive Foundation. And let me tell you what they're focusing on, and that is the young onset of dementia. Catch it early.
Yeah.
Catch it early. And those of us that are genetically have a predisposition to it, they've got tests that we can take to kind of see where we are. For a lot of it, like for my dad and for my mother-in-law, any new drugs they've got now, it's too late. But they are developing things now that they think some showing some promise. So if these things are caught early, your chances of delaying the eventual effects and having more quality of life greatly go up. So these are people in their 50s and 60s, and they have that cognitive baseline that they establish. And they help you maintain good brain health to try to fight against this horrible disease.
It's devastating.
Oh, it is. So that's going to be a great opportunity coming up on Monday. So if you start thinking about that could there be a future where people living with dementia actually thrive? you know, with the developments and the research that is going on. But catching this early is, just like a lot of things, is really important.
Yep.
And that's what they're focused on.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we got 10 stores you can come eat at Monday night and help this thing.
Yeah, and so anyway, matter of fact, I know that Sherry, me, Greg, my sister, we're going to go ahead and get with them ourselves and take this test and kind of get a baseline, see where we are, because it's important to know. I know on our side of the family, it goes, I mean, all the way through. We had our grandfather, 12 brothers and sisters, and every one of them got it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so, there was a time when nobody knew what it was.
Right. Yeah,
we just called it old timers.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. So anyway, that's really important. If you want to know more about them, careandthrive.com. But we'll be talking about them a lot when we come and give them their check. And if you want to find out more about Kevin Derryberry's ministries, just go to kevinderryberry.com. Now, Kevin, how you spell your name?
DERRYBERRY.
Just like it sounds, right?
Yeah, just like it sounds.
Just like it sounds. They'll find out everything. And then, of course, how can they watch on Tuesday night?
Just tune in to Kevin Derryberry Facebook or Kevin Derryberry YouTube channel at 7:30 every Tuesday night. We're live. Central time. And, hopefully every time it works. Last night we had a little hiccup.
Storms coming was it storms?
No, it was Kevin, Hurricane Kevin. Yeah, I eventually got on.
Right.
But my first whole monologue, they said, it's kind of like you're just laying it out, and then all of a sudden, kind of goes,
nobody can hear you. What did that?
So I'm like, and I was doing so good.
And you know what you said? For a minute, I thought I could have something.
You can't have nothing.
You can't have nothing. You can't even have a cervix sound.
But I finally figured out what it was. I didn't plug something in right. Yeah, it is.
Oh, yeah.
Every time. And there's a lot of them.
Yeah. Tim, thank you for your ongoing support of all these incredible charities and ministries. Monday, the next charity charge for Care and Thrive Foundation, Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, and Chelsea. More Rick and Bubba coming up. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank y'all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trust in him only. Trust him completely. Oh, and lift his banner high. Oh, praise his name forever. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, yeah. Where is your victory? Death, where is yours? Christ, he is the one who saves. So unto him we sing. All right, so there we are with number 1 in the books. Everything good over there? Everything all right? Everybody still online? Had a little issue earlier. Nobody could hear us. When I go and unplug everything and plug it all back up, be a good thing to just try to make sure it works before you just assume. Because you know what they mean. You know, when you assume something, that ain't good. This is your amazing God, so y'all don't sing on this one anyway, so don't worry about it. Y'all don't get scared all of a sudden. Here we go. Woo! Just the words from your mouth, you said let there be, and there was. The heavens, earth, and sea, they all came to be. They all came because you're amazing, God, and no matter what, I will praise your name. Hallelujah. You're amazing, God. And no matter what, I will praise your name. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And if my dreams come through, and even if they don't, let your will be done. Well, I will put my trust in an omniscient God who would send his only son. I know you have a plan to take me as I am. Make me what I'm supposed to be. Guide me through this day.
It is 35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. Thank you for being with us today. Somebody say, here I am in the wind again. So, speaking of, great partnerships, Relief Factor in this show, man, I mean, great results. Sherry, yesterday we were talking, and we were working out a little bit, and she'd had an issue, something was bothering her, and I heard her talking to the trainer, and she said, look, I took some Relief Factor, and it helped tremendously. I take it every day. I got to have maintenance. I take it every single day. So once in the morning, once at night, and if I got something bothering me, I'll take a third one in the middle of the day. It's all natural, 4 botanicals. They've all proven for a long time that they have the natural ability to help the body with its inflammatory response. But then the researchers and the scientists put it together in kind of an Avengers of inflammation, and Relief Factor was born. So, as a matter of fact, I talked to the doctor that was talking to me about my hips. I've got an update on that today. He asked me, was I taking any sort of anything for inflammation? I said, I'll take Relief Factor. He goes, oh, yeah, I love Relief Factor. So, I mean, he loves it too. So here's Greg Peg from Tennessee. Greg. Says she started having lower back issues about 10 years ago. She said, I've done yoga. I've worked with the chiropractor, which has been helpful, but my pain never really went away. I can honestly say I am now pain-free, which I never could have imagined, because of Relief Factor. It's amazing. So if you would like to get a 3-week supply, you'll know in 3 weeks whether this will help you. It's $19.95. The majority of people who order this 3-week starter pack, they go on to order more because they do see results. And so it'd be great if you join the majority. ReliefFactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, tomorrow night, we're going to be in Montgomery. We're going to be at the Montgomery Biscuits game, Lord willing, and we're going to have a great time meeting sponsors. We're going to have a great time meeting, listeners of the show. We're going to have a great time, playing Country Song or It Ain't in the first inning. But there is something that is a huge ordeal on this program. We really severely critique throwing the first pitch out. I mean, we have made fun of them.
I'm aware of that now.
And you're throwing out the first pitch. Have you gotten ready for this?
No, I haven't. I haven't touched a baseball in when was Tyler in high school? When I threw the pitch out for Pelham High
2015
School was the last time I touched a baseball.
So you mean to tell me 8 years? You have not touched one in 8 years?
I haven't touched one in 8 years.
Why don't you get on them?
I meant to get out this week and throw some, but I just, it kept storming. Every afternoon I set up to throw, and here comes the afternoon thunderstorm.
Do you realize? Do you realize? You've been working here.
I think I can beat that.
You've been working
left-handed.
So can a cat.
You've been part of this show for its entire history.
Yep, 30 seasons.
And this is a hard place to come to if you are the focus of ridicule.
Yes, it is correct.
I mean, it's hard.
I even thought about
you have to throw a good pitch.
In my mind. When I'm laying there at night before I go to bed, I start thinking, what pitch should I throw?
Yeah.
Should I go with the fastball? Should I go with the slider?
I want you to throw your famous knuckleball.
Should I go with my marquee pitch, which was the curveball, or some people called it the hook?
Right.
By the way, I ran in at Regions last week, and I think it was it was 9,
right,
8. I ran into one of my little league coaches when I was 12 years old, David Easley, and we got to laughing. Turkey, we got to laughing about that, and I said, tell my son about the curveball. He said,
the hook.
He said it would go around the car, but said it wasn't hard enough to break glass.
But let me say this, Bubba. Okay,
people ducking out of the way.
Let me say this.
The first few times when you start throwing that when you're 11, 12 years old, and people dive into the dugout and the umpire calls a strike, it's really precious.
I love that.
Now, when they learn to stand in there and hit it, it's different.
Right. I want to know why you wouldn't do that. To me, if I want to see Bill Bubba Bussey throw a pitch, let's say there is no promotion like this. Say there was a promotion that the promotion is Rick's going to come tackle the first running back.
Right.
Okay, now there is no promotion like that.
Right.
But what I would do, I wouldn't go out there and do some, like throw the ball like a quarterback. I come on the field and do what I did best.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you were a curveball thrower and you had the Calhoun County hook, then you got to throw the hook.
Yeah.
I mean, can you still throw it?
Probably not one pitch,
Right.
not throwing any. Probably wouldn't have a lot of bite to it. It would probably be an out-of-control spinning top.
Yeah.
Well,
they'll give you time to throw prior to the game. You can get down there and throw around.
I don't care what pitch you throw. Okay, because I do think your curveball, slider, knuckleball, all that junk's good. Okay, it really is.
It's
always
though.
been good. But here's what I want from you: you have to tell us what you're doing, because I don't want to hear I was going to throw a fastball or I tried to throw a curveball and it got away from me, or I just went with the old number. You got to call your shot.
Call and bank shot.
I thought about ripping my shirt off and trying to hit somebody. I thought that would be good.
Boy, that'd make news.
Well, you talking about a news story?
Yeah. I'm not trying to tell
throw
you
it
what
up
to
in
do.
the stands.
I want to
Didn't
see
John Daly do that? Didn't he throw it up in the stands?
Yeah, maybe. I want to see. I want to see you throw. Honestly, just a good straight.
That's me.
pitch.
Yeah, I want to see you throw a George Bush.
But to me, but,
Trump, George Bush.
Yeah.
all
But I
those come to
really,
mind.
I want to see that hook. I mean, it's. I mean, I was. I never. If I saw you throw it, I wasn't paying attention at the game or whatever, because you're ahead of me in school and I didn't play high school baseball. So I'm sure I came to a game here or there maybe, but I didn't realize. Maybe I'm sure I saw you throw it at something. I don't know.
3 things happen, and it's a success for the show. Now, I want him to throw a good quality pitch, and I don't care which pitch it is. Okay,
Knuckle.
I want a good quality pitch.
I like the knuckle.
Yeah.
Or hurt somebody, not badly, but just hurt somebody, or someone fall. Any of those, or a fourth scenario.
Any of that could happen.
You break something with the pitch.
Right.
Now I will tell you this: the show will benefit if he
From the last 3
if he chokes.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
will.
Well, this
I
is
know.
the only show where bad is good.
I know.
Right.
Now, if he throws a good pitch, the segment's probably not even. It's not even a full segment.
So
we
so
just
what you
mention
wanna
it.
see-
We just mention it coming
I want to
out.
see a good quality pitch.
It's funny. What you want to see actually happened to me one time in, I think it was 10th grade. We're playing in Alexandria,
and I got my cleat hung on the rubber when I was coming forward, and I fell and threw the ball over the backstop.
How about that?
I mean, it went sailing, and I planted right in front of the mound. And our coach, Terry Abbott, come out here. It's one of the few times he was laughing when he came to the mound, because most of the time he wasn't laughing when he came.
Very tense.
He was saying, if this ball's not a strike, you're coming out and you're going to run pole to poles the rest of the game.
Right.
But he was laughing. He said, hey, if you can't stand up and you're that tired, just let me know.
Right.
And it was funny.
Not that George Bush.
All right.
Adler.
Rick.
That's
all right.
W.
Why would you do
I'm
that?
sorry.
Why
You got
would
that
do that?
skydiving video?
I'm just showing pictures
why?
of first pitches.
Yeah. Why
So
would
are
we
you
do
saying that you want to throw some tomorrow in the parking lot? Is that what you're saying, or do you just want to wait? Because prior to the game, I mean, they're gonna.
I probably need to throw a few just to.
Well, don't hurt your arm
to be sure.
I need you to do some
No,
cable.
right.
Have you been doing cables for your shoulder in here? Adler's
a
got
little
some
bit.
cables
A
set
little
up.
bit.
Yeah.
I'll give you a perfect example, and I don't want this.
But see, most of the time in recent history, it was throwing softballs. So you get used to that as opposed to the baseball.
Okay.
You know, and that's where I'd really been working on the knuckleballs with a softball. Yeah. Rick can tell you that.
Let me tell you something. If people, you missed it. It was a moment of glory, and I know none of y'all can believe it happened. There was a time when Bubba and I, not exactly in what everybody would consider to be incredible shape, we were a shortstop to first base combination that would have boggled the mind. I mean, it really, you would have been one of those saying, did those fat guys just turn that double play? I mean, they would have been like, what in the world? I'm telling you, we were pretty solid out there with that.
We had some pretty good double plays coming off the pitcher.
Yeah.
And, but here's the other one, and I always loved this pitch, and I used to mess with my kids with it. When we were about 11, 12 years old, we had a coach in our little all-star team, I guess it's 12, named Pat Patterson. And when he would throw batting practice, he would tell you he was going to throw you the snake ball.
Yes.
And everybody was terrified of the snake ball.
Yeah.
And really, the snake ball was just any other pitch, other than him saying it was the snake ball.
Right.
And he might give you this before he threw it, like it was a snake striking.
Yeah, I love it.
And it had everybody. It was amazing how many times you would miss that pitch.
Right.
Just because you're so keyed up, it's the snake ball coming at me. And I used to do that with the kids. Hey, snake ball, you better be ready.
Yeah. So I want to see you throw a little junk, but if you're not comfortable with that, just throw a good, solid, firm pitch, and that'll be great. Now, if it goes south,
Look, if I tried to throw the curve, the catcher could end up jumping. It'd be to his left as high as he could to try to catch it.
I'll tell you what would own the world.
Because it didn't have any bite to it.
Would own the world, Bubba, and a lot of people don't know this about you. But Bubba can throw left-handed almost as good as he can right-handed. If he stepped up there tomorrow night and acted like he was going to throw right-handed and then reset and chunked it in there left, you'd have you something.
Let me tell you what you're going to hear, though. I want to prepare him for this.
But there's chance. There's big-time chance with that.
Let me tell you what you're going to hear, just so you know, because I'll be in the worst position you would ever want me in. I will be free roaming.
You're right behind.
And
I'll be videoing.
Let me tell you what you're going to hear. Hook ball. Hook ball. I mean, the crowd's going to start calling for the hook.
Fauci. 50 cent. 50 cent.
I don't think there's anybody in this whole building that can throw it as bad as Fauci. Oh, no.
I need the catcher to give me a good target, though.
He will.
Sit there. He got to show me the mitt.
He will. I bet he will.
I throw to the mitt, baby.
He probably can pull that off.
Yeah.
We'll go phone calls. Phone calls next. 866 We Be Big.
Rick and Bubba.
All that's happening in this world today makes me wonder if we're gonna be okay. Is this just a season that we have to go through? There ain't new normal that we must get used to. Try to determine what it's all about. Honest, sometimes it makes me wanna shout. But then I know, God, that you have a plan. You hold all of creation in your hand. The truth is, God, you're so good. I wouldn't change a thing even if I could. 'Cause I know you have a plan. Though I may not understand how everything will be just fine. I am yours, Jesus is mine. All good things happen in your time. Happens in your time. Can't take for granted all the miracles you do.
Kind of a rough weekend. When you were sending out some pictures and some stuff that was going on, we refer to it as Bubba's 2-block weekend.
Yeah, well, the term here on the show, Rick, explain 2-block.
Greg, 2-block is your word. What does 2-block mean?
Hang on,
He's got a sandwich. By the way, golden ticket seats.
The Daily Show comes from the term. We used to use chain blocks to sag wire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and if you didn't get enough slack out and you ran out of chain, but yet you didn't have your sag where it needed to be, you were 2-block. They had to send you another set of blocks up. So you can't go, you can't let off, you can't pick up. You're 2-block. You're hung in neutral.
You're hung in neutral, and you cannot go forward or backward.
That's right.
Okay.
And you got to get another set of blocks to bail yourself out.
So, Bubba?
Or could it even be translated like a double team in football, Greg? Could you even go that far with it?
I like 2-block.
Yeah, 2-block means I'm stuck. I can't go anywhere until somebody send me something new.
Yeah.
I got to have a restart.
Yeah.
So, and for the TV audience with CRTV that's new to the show, my wife, Betty, or as we refer to her, the lovely Betty Lou, her dad has been going downhill. He's 90 years old, would have been 91 if he'd lived a few more weeks, and his health had been failing him for some time. And she's been spending time over there and back, and he's been in and out of the hospital some as that process kind of goes. And we knew that we were getting to the end with BJ. So, but we didn't know, when it was going to be, and we thought we might have a little more time. We didn't know for sure. But this past weekend was my daughter's 19th birthday.
Happy birthday.
Now, she currently goes to Auburn University, lives in Auburn, Alabama. My son lives in Auburn, and he goes to Southern Union, which is the JUCO there, junior college. And not only was it her birthday, but it also was the parents' weekend at her sorority that she's recently joined as an incoming freshman. So we had talked about it and was trying to kind of figure it out. And, it was totally Betty's decision. And she said, well, we can't just sit around and wait on this because we don't know what's going on. We're going to celebrate her birthday as planned. And there was multiple events over the weekend. One was this Parents' Day at the sorority. And then we had actually had a debate. And now looking back, it's kind of funny. Were we going to go to the ball game or not? Well, you're literally there within, 2 blocks of the stadium when this tailgating thing that they were having is over. And we thought, well, that'll be a good time to visit with Hunter also. So we were going to get him a ticket, and he was going to sit with us, and we were going to get to visit. Well, as part of that also, we were going to have a birthday party for Caitlin with some of her other friends at our place at the lake, which, again, geography plays into this in that we are in Birmingham. You have Lake Martin, which is a little over an hour away, and then you have Auburn, which is about another hour away, in round figures. So we go to the lake. We bring tons of food for a party, cakes. Some of it is easy warm-up. Some of it has to be made. Now, Betty makes a lot of dips and things.
Love a good dip.
Oh, yeah. We got cheese dip, and we got some other dip.
Love a good dip.
Dip me.
So we got all this out. So we head to the ball game. We head to, first off, the parents' event at the sorority. Then we're going to stay for the ball game. Then we're coming back to the lake. Then Caitlin and some of her friends are coming to the lake.
Here we go, 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Dallas now. We've got Cam Solo taking phone calls with Alapuca at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And we will be chatting with you, America. So dial us up right now, and we'll go to phones here momentarily. Bubba, you were talking about things that you got to do, and you and I were just discussing this on the journey to the restroom and back. How about that wonderful moment when we were on Turner South, got to go down to the Brave spring training and Disney.
Did we do that 2 or 3 years?
I know we did
2.
two. I know we did 2. I'm not sure about the other.
Yeah, we've got to do some cool things with the show, not because of us, but because of the seat that we're sitting in, literally.
Absolutely.
And when I'm out of breath from running back.
Yeah.
You scared me.
Just
so,
and
so
five.
Rick-like.
And five.
So, yeah.
That's concerning. It was just across the room you ran.
That's what's sad about it.
Right.
I admit.
Yeah. I would carry you out to the mound tomorrow night, but I can't.
Yeah. So we get to go to the spring training with the Braves at Disney World.
Yeah.
And before the Braves come out to play, I get to go out on the mound and pitch to one of their catchers a little bit. Well, then they start coming out and they're taking infield and all around me.
It was
and,
cool, so cool.
But then on the coaching staff at the time was Terry Pendleton and Glenn Hubbard, who I grew up watching.
Absolutely.
I mean, they were legends.
Absolutely.
And I wanted to stop and ask for an autograph.
Yeah.
And I'm throwing on the mound, and here they come, and they're standing behind me watching me. And I'm like, it doesn't get any better than this. I feel like a real Brave.
Absolutely.
You know? And
we had our Braves jersey on, too.
Sure. And Terry Pendleton
the jeans threw it a little bit. But.
I don't know if you told him or somebody, Speedy, or he'd shouted something. I don't remember how it got to him, but Terry Pendleton says to me, he said, "Can you throw a knuckleball?" And I said, "I'll try." And I throw one. And it's one of those mornings where there was just enough humidity in the air and a slight breeze in my face, which is exactly what you'd want for that. And I throw one, and she goes up there and dances about 3 times, and the catcher starts laughing while it's on the way to him. He's already laughing. And Terry Pendleton and Glenn Hubbard get to laughing.
Yeah.
And they were going, "That is unbelievable. That is great. Throw it again. Throw it again."
Yeah.
And it was funny, I know, because they had not seen somebody that old and that fat throw one like that before. But it was funny. It was really that was one of the high moments for me. That and getting to pitch and play pitch with Phil Niekro up at Vulcan.
That was
and
cool.
we were throwing them back and forth.
Yeah, that was
and
cool.
hearing him talk about it, and which I had kind of learned on my own. But it's not as much about how you hold it, but it's about your shoulder and the way you flip it.
Yeah,
and. But man, what a legend!
I
didn't get to hang out with Dale Murphy. All these guys you just grew up idolizing.
Yeah, I remember sitting in the seat where we were broadcasting from, and the Turner South cameras, and you out there on the mound throwing, and I thought, man, what a moment right there for Bill Bubba.
It'd have been like you getting to fire off against Mean Joe Green.
Right. I know it. That'll never happen, probably. To the phones we go, but it was a thing of beauty and a great memory. We got to do, like you said, we got to do some really cool stuff. All right, let's go to Marty in Tennessee. Marty, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Good. How are you guys?
We're fired up and ready.
Listen, if when Bubba throws that first pitch, if somebody doesn't make a reference to Jordan, you've dropped the ball.
Fire it in there.
Fire it in there, Jordan.
All right, Bubba, fire it in there. Yeah, we have to do that. I want to see that hook. Gary in Selma, Alabama. Gary, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I was calling because I wanted to say thank you to Kevin Derryberry. A few years ago, he came out to Safety Net where I was a program manager to perform and to witness to the young men out there. And around that same time, I got diagnosed with prostate cancer. And I was walking after the concert he put on. I was walking by the bus, and the driver stuck his head out the window, just spoke and everything. And I said, "Man, would y'all mind praying for me?" And they asked why, and I told them, and they brought me on the bus, and the whole band, everybody, Kevin, everybody prayed for me, and that just made a world of difference for me.
Well, praise God for that. Kevin, that doesn't surprise us at all.
He's a prayer warrior,
and
we've talked about that in the past. I appreciate everybody listening who prays for us when we need it.
Amen.
But there's 4 or 5 people that, boy, you really want to see movement. You get on their prayer list, and Kevin is top of the list.
Absolutely. Jack in Coleman, Alabama. Jack, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to talk chemtrails and cloud seeding, atmospheric warfare. Are y'all familiar with this?
Yes, we're very much familiar.
We are.
Time out, Rick.
I'm almost certain. Well, we're not trolling.
We're not trolling.
How about,
I just wanted to make sure.
I'm almost certain this was the exact moment yesterday that we got that Hillary Clinton eats children. The exact same
around the same time.
But anyway,
are you talking chemtrails or contrails?
Chemtrails, chemical trails with airplanes, atmospheric warfare. It kind of ties back with the Chinese spy balloon.
Right.
And that's all documented. There's several videos on YouTube of government officials.
Oh, if it's on YouTube, then it's
aluminum,
it's
real.
real.
Aluminum
Oh, yeah.
iodide.
Absolutely. If it's on YouTube, you can take it to the bank. Yeah.
Well, what do you say about a government official speaking from the podium about what they're putting in the air?
Well, we've seen several speaking from the podium the last few days that are nothing but hot air.
Yeah, right.
So go ahead. What was your point on the chemtrails? We know that there is a lot of talk about chemtrails and the government spraying this and that. What is your comment on it?
We lost him. Mike, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
I want to know what he was saying.
Well, it's the balloons.
Well, he said watch on YouTube.
Yes, them
the
Chinese balloons.
He said there's government officials admitting it. And it goes all the way back to the Chinese balloon.
Guys, we're gonna get some very angry emails. They're gonna say that we are claiming that cloud seeding does not happen, but cloud seeding does happen.
What is that? I didn't say that. He said the government is putting chemicals in the clouds and it's chemical warfare.
I know someone personally who's worked on that program. I'm familiar with it.
Right. Yeah. So we're not saying that doesn't occur. That's all I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah. No, I didn't say that. Okay.
But now I'm not into the chemtrail. The government is poisoning all of us with every jet you see overhead that has a condensation trail.
Yeah,
I'm not on that wagon.
Yeah, not every Southwest plane going through the air is poisoning.
Right. Yeah. Now
I'm open. I've always listened, but
now I did see Hillary Clinton driving a plane, so maybe
she looked hungry. And it was full of kids.
Now that one could be different.
Right.
I'm just telling.
Let's go to Mike in Huntsville. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, guys, this is first call for me to you guys, and I listen to you every day, but I just wanted to tell Bubba to use a Phil Necro pitch out there this weekend.
You want him back on the knuckler like he threw for the Braves? You know, you could throw the knuckler.
It's been so long. It's hard to that's one you need
knuckle
to throw
curve.
when you're really warmed up. You know,
you throw a little knuckleball.
It all
there?
depends on the wind too. Yeah. If the wind is behind you, no way.
Rotation of the earth, all that.
I just hope that catcher gives you a good target.
Yeah, that son of a gun.
I tell you. Talking about that professional?
Yes.
I like when they roll it up.
It could go south if he doesn't.
I mean,
top of the hour. I see Melanie.
Sometimes they'll just sit there though, and they don't give you a target for the warm-up.
Just throw it their head. You're good.
Can you imagine catchers what they think about first pitches?
Oh man!
Oh my goodness!
It's the pro-am for
Bip
pro.
City.
Rick and Bubba.
And then we're going to come back, and Betty is planning on going to Jacksonville, our hometown, which is about another hour and 15 to 30 minutes. Her parents live north of town, so we got about another hour and a half on that. But we're going to try to get through this weekend. Then she's going to come back and be with her parents next week because things are going downhill. So we decide to stay for the game, and the game, if you followed it or saw it on TV or whatever, we have a weather delay.
A big one.
Well, when you first have a weather delay, you don't know.
No, you don't know how long it's going to be. You don't know it's going to be 2 hours and 45 minutes.
So we parked at if you're familiar with the Auburn area at all, at the First Baptist Church. They put people in their parking lot on game days a lot of times if they don't have an event. And which is close to Toomer's Corner, and then we walk to the stadium. Well, that's, going to the stadium not bad because it's slightly downhill. It's about 20, 25 minutes, depending on how quick you walk. So we're at the stadium, and I told Rick one of the things, when you're, at halftime, the bathrooms can get backed up, even the guys' bathrooms.
Oh, sure.
So, I've got very strategic. I'll try to duck out, just a minute or two before halftime and beat the crowd. Well, the weather delay was called with about 4 minutes to go in the half. And really, at that point, it didn't look that bad to the people in the stadium. But they come over and go, we have a lightning strike 8 miles within the stadium. NCAA rules require, they give you all that. So I'm thinking, well, okay, I'm going to, beat the crowd, take my bathroom break. And I'm in there. And when I come out, and I come back and see Betty, she says, well, we got a call and Dad's passed away. And so we talked about that for a minute, and we're kind of looking around trying to figure out what's going on, and we're looking at the radar, and we've got 2 cells at that time on both sides of us. And I said, well, and we're trying to decide, can we get to the car before it gets here, whatever. And we go out up on the top of the stadium and look, and you see this wall coming.
Oh,
just,
baby.
you know it's. I said, baby, there's no way we can get to the car. Just ain't going to happen.
I mean, it's a haul to the car now.
I said, so let's just sit tight. We'll let it come
won't
through.
be long.
You know how these showers are
Scattered,
this time
baby.
Of year. They
It's just
move
scattered.
through.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just
Move
scattered.
through.
Wait 20 minutes.
And so the rain comes, and it rained, and it rained, and it rained. And you hear thunder, and the guy on the PA keeps coming back on going, we have just had to extend the warning 30 more minutes due to a lightning strike within 8 miles of the stadium. Please, and people were taking cover, and, it's just – but at that point, we're pinned down. We can't get out.
This is where you're 2 blocks.
We are 2 blocks. We can't do anything.
All right, we'll come back. Bubba now's trapped in a stadium. No idea how long this delay is going to be. He's got Parent Day done, so we got that behind us. We've got issues with family. We've got birthday parties. We're trapped at a ball game. Can't get out.
Got a dog at the back.
Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Let's go! And some cold blue steel. And a beautician at the wheel. The gang's all here. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, interns Alapuca, and Cam Solo. Somebody say, I'm nationwide. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little family we call Rick and Bubba.
So, Bubba, I have a hip update. Melody, you had a question. I was just about to give the hip update. Did you have something to ask?
Well, not really to ask. I was going to let you know when you will know when it's time to have that hip replaced. Sounds like you kind of had the same beginnings as my husband. He had left hip replaced last October, having right hip replaced tomorrow.
Thanks.
So appreciate prayers for that. And his began in the back. We thought it was his back.
Here we
Ran down
go.
his leg. Thought it was sciatica, and then to his knee. We thought it was his knee. That went on for a few months, and then when it began hurting in his groin, really, really bad, he thought hernia, went to the doctor.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's your hip. It's time for it to be replaced. And believe me, it does not get any better once it gets to that point.
I hip, you hip, we all hip. Thank you. I hope your husband, and I do know this.
Rick, here's the good news. From my experience, the hip is the best one to get.
Well, from your experience, have you had a hip replaced?
No, talking to doctors when I was having knee issues, they said, the hips. And I know several people who's had hip replacements.
I do too. And of course, I will say this though: I was told by one of those people yesterday, or was it the day before? Yesterday, do not have it done until you cannot stand it anymore.
Yeah.
Now, but I will say this:
the worst is the shoulder.
Yes.
Sorry if you're headed to have that
went
done
through
today.
But anyway, what I'm talking about, also the hip is a lot like the knees have gotten as far as replacement and whatever, and that is they now are finding a different way to put in the new hip as opposed to coming in from the back. They're coming in from the front, and the recovery is a lot quicker.
Yeah.
So, and I know somebody who's had it both ways. So anyway, here's the update. So we went in, at first the therapist was like, "Oh man, you got problems." I got escorted. There's nothing worse on medical for you to think that your day is going one way and all of a sudden they turn it.
Yeah.
And they say, "Oh, well, you think we got problems?" I mean, I literally thought I was just walking in to a physical therapist to say, "Hey, give me some relief," and he would do a few things and pop me here or there, and and then say do these exercises and that ought to do it. And of course, as you know, with the other update, he was like, "Hey, you got problems." He walked me to the surgeon, and so I go in to see the surgeon. Now he then downplays. He said, "I'm looking at your hips. I mean, are you going to have hip replacement in your lifetime? If you," he didn't say this, but I was thinking, if you live long enough, yeah. Is it now? No. He said that I don't think that's the problem. I don't think that's the pain you're feeling.
Uh-oh.
And he said, so I want to do an MRI. He goes, I think it's labrum.
Golly.
So
you can't even have labrum.
By the way, I hadn't had an MRI in a very long time. Loud. So very loud.
Click.
But one thing I'd forgotten with MRIs, because they didn't do this, or either I just didn't remember it the last time I had an MRI. So they go, and I think, well, I'm gonna put on some shorts or some scrubs, and I'm gonna be put in the MRI, and they were like, oh no. So I get there and I get the strip down.
What in the world?
What is that?
That's scary.
That was MRI sounds.
Oh, okay, yeah, and it was that scary. Yeah, I mean
that's scary.
EMS emergency.
I thought it was our office phone ringing.
Yeah, I did too. So that's the kind of anyway.
Well, Amber Alert or something.
So they say strip down, and I'm like, what?
Strip down.
And they're like, and put on that gown, the one that your butt shows, and hold the back of it and walk back in here. And I'm like, what? Whoa. Then you question the paperwork.
Right.
Have y'all got my paperwork? And they're like, yeah, we have your paperwork. It's right here, and they show it to me. It matches mine. You got to have your shot first. I'm like, my shot?
Oh, not the blue shot.
And they said, oh, yeah, we got to put the dye in.
Contrast.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, oh, no. Oh, no.
Hold on.
Wait a minute. Where's the shot going to go? And they said, well, he's going to come in here, and he's going to give you a shot right there on the front of your hip.
Yeah. It's got to go where they're trying to read.
That tender spot right there?
I said, well, a little tender. I don't like anybody to even grab me right there.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they're like,
you can't just get it in an IV.
Well, you got with contrast.
For me, they give it in the IV.
And I'm like, oh, so we go in contrast. Didn't know we go in contrast. I said, that's not that thing that makes it feel like you're peeing on yourself, is it?
Yep.
And she just looked at me and she goes, in some cases, but not this one. You remember that one? Yeah. When we were doing
when they hit you in that IV, buddy, you feel
Rick,
like you
that's a game changer if you're with a mindset.
Well, now I wasn't ready for that. See, I have to get mentally ready. I was trying to get mentally ready for going into MRI. I didn't know somebody was going to put a port on me in the front of my hip and pour ink in me. I didn't know that was coming.
Did you tell them give you a little something to calm you down?
And I was just like, hang on just a second now. And so anyway, so I have to act cool though,
right?
Because I can't look panicky. And inside I'm going right in the front of the hip, right in the front. And the guy and the doctor walks in that's going to do it, and the needle. And I'm like, hey, whoa.
Big as a straw.
I was like, well, hey, whoa. And he goes, you got any problems with this kind of stuff? And I said, well, I don't know. I mean, I can't tell you whether
Get back with me on that.
You're going to have to do your thing, and then you'll see whether I have a problem. And I said, I'm one of these people, I'm pretty much okay. I don't look. I don't look when I'm giving blood. I don't look when I'm getting shots. I just look somewhere else.
Yeah, we don't need to.
As long as I do that, I'm really usually okay. And then you get this, and then of course the female who's one of the ones running them, it's going to have a little bit of sting now. And then I look at him, and he's kind of a big guy, rough, got a beard, and I had to, because if he now, so I couldn't look weak in front of him. I said, I'm sure I'll be fine. And she's like, okay. And I look at him, I said, I'm sure I'll be fine. Bring it on. And then inside I'm going, Lord, please don't let me jump.
Right.
Please don't let me cry. You know what I mean?
Think happy thoughts.
Yeah, and so now you're laying there on your back, and they take that gown and they move it to where they can get to the front of your hip.
Yes, they do.
And you ain't got no clothes on. And so
Rick, it's causing my hip to hurt
listen,
right now.
It's about the time they say I love this
It's
show.
just the right front one. That's where mine's hurting right now.
Listen to me. Y'all all know this. Tell me if this isn't exactly like what y'all agree. Is there anything worse than there's something that's about to happen involving a needle that may be very painful, and you feel them do that first alcohol wipe?
Yeah, and here it comes. Here it comes.
As soon as that alcohol wipe is like there, the landing zone, they cleared that, and then I'm like, that's like alcohol bush hogging.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
they're getting ready.
Now they're gonna start plowing.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh boy. And I just thought to myself, you know what I started thinking about? What we just talked about. I said, I'm going to the Thursday night Bubba throwing out the first pitch. I'm going to think about that.
Yeah. Go to a happy place.
Yeah, and so I started. Then I went to fishing, and so he does what he has to do, and it wasn't that bad. And so they start putting the whatever the ink contrast in me, and they said, all right, so just go back in the room, and you can put some of your clothes back on, and then head for the MRI. So we come back, and then now my mind leaves. All right, I've gotten past the shot and all that, and Bubba and I've talked about this. We have never had problems with tight spaces until now. As we've gotten older, I don't know why these. I've never had a problem with any of this kind of stuff, and I'm starting to get weird about things, and I don't know why. It's like my mind is going against me. So now I'm being handed off to MRI guy, and I'm doing that where you're just sitting out there. You sit in that old chair, you just kind of sitting there waiting. Richard Burgess, because you always have to put all your legal names on there.
And then you turn little, it's like,
That's me. That's me.
And he said, come on back, let's get you in the tube.
So he didn't say tube, did
We'll
he?
come back, we'll talk about that. 15 minutes past, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So when last we left Bill Bubba Bussey, he was at a ball game in a lightning/storm delay. His automobile was 20-minute walk away. He'd found out, sadly, that his father-in-law had passed away, who had been very ill. And he has a birthday party for his daughter about an hour away with food already there for the next day. And as you are trying to find out a way to how to leave the stadium and leave the game, the rain and lightning is an issue, and that's when we left.
And Rick, the rain and the lightning kept going, kept raining, and kept being delayed.
And you can hear James Spann in the back of your head.
And I actually text James Spann. I said, James, we are 2 blocked. We're pinned down. Is there any help? And he sent back. He said, it's probably the only rain in the state of Alabama, and it's not moving very fast. And I said, we're aware of that.
Yeah.
We are aware of that. Rick, it was raining buckets. And, every now and then you think, hey, I think it's lightening up. And then one time we heard sirens go off. And like, well, what now? Where is that coming from?
Right.
So it was almost a comedy of errors at one point, how bizarre it was getting. And I talked, and I said, Betty, why don't we have a delay? Let's try to get a plan. What do you want to do? how are we going to do this? You know, where are we going? We got to get back. We got to pick dog up. We got food out. Caitlin had an event in Auburn that night. She was coming to the lake the next day, and it's just a lot of moving pieces. So finally, the rain led up to a point that we thought we're going to make a break for it. Well, you know, when the rain has been raining buckets and it looks like it's let up so you make a break, it's still raining.
Yes, it is.
And till you get down on the ground and try to move through it, you realize how much it's raining.
Correct.
So we're making a break for it, trying to get back to the First Baptist Church by Toomer's Corner where we're parked. And we are absolutely getting drenched. And in the background, you hear thunder.
Right.
And we're like, oh, my gosh. What? And there's people everywhere. It's like an ant bed out there.
Right, sure.
So it is raining so much on us, at one point we decided to duck in a building. Just take cover.
We have to take a break from the wetness.
Yeah, I think it's called, and see, I don't know my way around.
Mm-hmm.
It was across from the Haley Center, and I think it was called the Campus Student Union thing, something.
Understood.
Or better known where the Chick-fil-A is. That's how everybody knows it.
Got it.
So we had threatened several times when we were on campus to call these people that have golf carts that carry you around. They're like little golf cart taxis.
Oh, yeah, love them.
And so we called the number, and we'd been trying to call for a while, finally got through, told them where we were, and the very nice lady I was talking to said, well, we can't pick you up there. You have to get out to a street. And I said, well, where is the nearest street? Because I really don't know my way around here, you know, other than just parking and walking to the stadium.
Real wet.
And she says, oh, this circle's out here. This, you know, come out here to that. So we work our way out to that, and they're supposed to be coming our way. And I noticed there's golf carts flying around, and everybody's trying to flag a golf cart down.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, well, we called them, but there's no way they're ever going to get to us. They're going to be stopped 12 times.
No, sure.
So we keep working our way up this street, which it was a closed loop, up to the bigger road, thinking that we could meet them there. And we finally did. We got the golf cart, and a great guy driving it. Shout out to Tommy.
Hey, Tommy.
And he carried us back to our vehicle. And, it's a little challenging still, even on a golf cart, getting through town, and it's raining, and everybody's trying to stop you to get a ride, and he's explaining you have to call, here's the number.
Yeah.
You know, and everybody, because you see a golf cart on that has extra seats, you think, well, I can jump on that wherever
you're
I
calling,
go.
give us a ride. Hey, can you help a brother out?
So we finally get back to the car. Well, of course, that doesn't automatically mean you get to pull out because there's traffic everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And we have Hunter with us. We got to carry him back to his
gracious.
apartment on the other side of town.
2 block.
So long story short, through all of this, we finally get back to the lake where the dog is, where the food is. We have Hunter is going to come and meet us there.
What about
Caitlin
the
is
dog?
staying the night.
Right.
She's coming the next day. And Betty decides that it's too late. She can't make it to her mom because we're talking after 7:30 at that point, and we're talking about several hours to be able to get to Jacksonville, which is going to put it very late, and her mom's going to be in the bed by then.
Right.
Not to mention, neither one of us would be able to drive by that point. So, because we go to bed kind of early too.
Yeah, that
it's tough.
That's It is 20 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us.
Okay. I just wanted you to know that.
All right, so we were Wednesday Bible study back today, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It'll be archived soon after if you can't catch it live, and be available on the YouTube and the podcast archives for your own consumption if you so desire. Today we continue our walk through the Revelation. Today, Revelation chapter 11. All right, so now I've had the dye put in. I'm headed to the MRI. Incredibly kind guy Jeff was there, and he's familiar with the show, and we hit it off. And he said, "So do you struggle with this?" And I said, "Nah, man." I said, "I'm good." I said, "I do have one question, which may indicate that what I just said may not be completely accurate. Am I going in this thing feet first or head first?" He said, "For this one, you're going in feet first." I said, "Okay, I'm good."
Okay.
I said, "Am I going all the way in?" He said, "You'll be in, but your head will almost be out."
Okay.
And I said, well, then I'm fine. I'm okay. As long as I can do this, I'm looking back over my head and see the room, and I'm not just looking at the tube.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I honestly, in this setup right here, the thing I struggle with the most is, man, and that stuff that Adler keeps playing, why is it so loud? I think we've asked that before, and somebody explained it to us, but I don't remember what they said.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts
But
in there,
Rick. It's so loud. That's just so loud. And then at some points it's like going, and it just gets in your head. And then one time it sounds like somebody shouting at you. And you're just like, okay, this is worse than the actual. And so,
I like if your head is out far enough, which mine was last time for a knee.
Yeah.
That you can see the counter up there, how long that scan's going to last, and counting down.
I tell you what I like too. They have added a fan deal when they think it's getting a little warm in there. They blow a little air on you,
Okay,
and that calms me.
And
that calms me. He said about 15 to 20 minutes, and that was longer than I wanted to hear. Even though I know there are longer ones, I just don't like being in there at all, really. And I will say this, and I appreciate Jeff, super nice guy. But once I had the ear plugs in, which I've learned, I made a mistake of not wearing those one time. I won't do that again. And I almost felt like I was being tortured by some tyrannical, king. But anyway, so I didn't do that. But here's the thing, I like being reassured the whole time I'm in there, but I couldn't hear what he was saying.
Oh, really?
And I went, I didn't get that.
Oh, no.
I felt like you were at a drive-through.
I didn't hear what he said.
Or on an airplane when the pilot talks to you.
Okay, so now we're going to go into the 2 minutes. I said, does he mean what? And then it would start back. So I couldn't.
I wish somebody who's a radiologist that deals with that would tell us the difference in that clicking, that when you're talking about, and then just the
the moving around.
I think the other one is like where they get markers or something.
The thing where it just goes. I'm okay with that. It's when it goes and it starts really repetitive like that, and it turns into like a voice and all that. And
are you listening to music, or you just have headphones on?
No, I just had earplugs.
Earplugs.
No headphones.
Okay.
Earplugs.
Now they can give you some music in there.
Yeah. Jeff didn't offer that, and that was all right. But I was fine. I didn't really struggle on that because I could look back. Anytime I struggled, I just looked back and I could see that. One time I wanted to adjust how I was laying, but I didn't know. I don't think you're supposed to do that.
It's probably one of the things he was telling you, Rick.
Did they pack you in there with pillows so you couldn't move?
They had a clamp on my hip. Yeah, they had a clamp on me, some sort of clamp thing. So anyway, so we finish up, and it was fine. And Jeff and I had a great time. I think we hit it off. And so it's time to go now.
Okay.
And so I move on to the rest of the day, and then you're waiting.
No, the results.
You're waiting on the call.
Oh, no.
And so Sherry and I, and they told me I could go ahead and work out yesterday, which I did. They just said, just let your body be your guide. After I've seen the x-rays, I don't see anything here it's going to be dangerous or anything like that. We're just trying to find out, this issue you're having.
That may be your problem. You worked out too much. You don't. That's what Trump used to say. You only got so many moves. Right. And why waste it working out?
Probably so. So anyway, so I'm just about to get into the shower, and Sherry and I had worked out together, and all of a sudden looked down, and I said, "That's probably the doctor." That's a call. It's either a telemarketer or the doctor. And Sherry does something that made me very uncomfortable. She pulls him out on speakerphone. Hello. Oh, yeah, this is Dr. So-and-so calling him for Rick Burgess. He's right here, Doc. Go ahead. And I'm like, we're on speakerphone in the bathroom. Right. And I know what she was doing because she's wise. Let me hear what he says as opposed to trying to you tell me what he says because you're going to leave stuff out, or whatever.
Yeah.
We said something about. So
he's HIPAA for my hip.
He said, "Hey, we've looked at it." He said, "You do have a labrum tear."
A tear.
And I said, he said, it's a partial tear. It's not a full tear.
Okay.
He said something, and I'll have to assure you about it, which didn't sound good. Something about if fluid starts leaking out, it'll do something. And he said, we're not to that place yet. He said, right now, he said, you're going to let's try therapy and medication with arthroscopic surgery as plan B to go in there and repair it.
Because it's partial.
Mm-hmm. He said we won't have to do the full blown thing. Even if we have to do surgery, it'll be. I'll just have to get the scope.
Yeah.
Okay. And I said so hip wise, and he's like, look, hip wise, are you headed to hip issues? Yeah, but are you there yet? No. As far as needing to do something,
it's good news, I think.
He said, you got arthritis in your hips. You do, of course you do.
Yeah.
And he said, and this, but
apparently a partial tear.
But here's what he says: this thing of you not be able to sit and you keep having these moments of kind of really rough pain. Oh wow, that really hurts. Hey, I feel like somebody's hit me with a pickaxe. He said that's tied to this, and that's why it's on the right side because that's where he said. Really, I think he said when I looked at your hips, they both looked about the same. The reason why your right side's hurting you is because of this.
Okay.
This is causing you the pain.
Right, now,
and it's running down into that and across the front of your,
which confuses the body on what should hurt.
I couldn't figure out what was going on.
Now, I know you had farm work day on Friday.
I did.
And it aggravated whatever was going on.
It did.
Do you remember what you did? Was it an ow moment or was it just a I've been working all day moment?
No, this was not I'm injured.
Okay.
This was I woke up and I'm like, that area is hurting. That hurts from time to time. And then I think it got, what's the word I can't say is it exasperate? I said it.
Yeah, that's it.
I think
you made it worse.
We drove to Sherry's folks and back on Saturday. And as I was driving, it drove me nuts. I mean, I was really hurt. One time I swerved the car trying to shift my hips. And Sherry's like, what's going on? I said, I got to get off that. I got to get off that right side. And so I think that made it hurt more. Had a bad night Saturday night. Sunday, I stretched it all day and got some relief. And then Monday, I was, getting it looked at. So, and then Tuesday, MRI. So there it is. So
the labrum
I have a partial tear in my labrum,
which keeps the socket lubricated. And if it's not doing its job, it's bone to bone.
Correct. And he said that's what's hurting. And he said, but I think we can address this through therapy and medication. And then if it doesn't work, we're scoping.
Who wants the scope? You can't even have.
Must have been hurting you pretty bad to go have it looked at because I know you normally will resist.
Well, that's the other thing, and I'm not saying it's a positive. I don't think the men in our family, we have very good, something about the communication of pain is not where it should be. And so, it just got to the point where I was like, if something hurts me really bad but then quits, I never address it. The only way you get me in is if you hurt and stay hurting. Yeah. Now, if you stay hurting and it's starting to affect my quality of life, then I'll go.
Was this your way of really getting out of burpees? Be honest.
Well, I have written down exercises that, in my opinion, I shouldn't do anymore.
Rick and Bubba.
And you're wet this whole time. I can't get that out of my mind.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like jumped in a swimming pool wet.
Yeah. I mean,
really, like you can wring your shirt out wet.
Yeah.
So Betty is in contact with her family, and they make the decision that she's going to wait and come later on Sunday because, Caitlin, we got all this food. We got dog. I can't make dip. I don't know how.
You might know how to
do
make
that.
dip. Bubba brought that up. I can grill anything you want.
I can make dip. You talking about cheese dip?
Yeah. Can you make dip?
Heck yeah. Hamburger with all that in it.
Can you make that?
Oh, yeah.
You talking about Rotel dip?
I don't know how to make dip.
I've never done it.
Guys,
what kind of dip?
Very hard.
I don't know. I mean,
if you can brown hamburger meat, you're in.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
there's a cheese dip like what you're talking about, and there's also some other kind of dip.
Is that the one that looks almost like Thousand Island dressing a little bit?
Artichoke dip?
No.
That'll bust you up.
Yeah.
Thanks, Greg.
Watch out. It's good stuff.
Really will.
Stuff.
I know what you're talking about.
Gut grenade.
Yeah, it got me.
Yeah. It's a healthy version of a crystal.
Yes.
We think it's healthy, but it's really not.
So we end up having Caitlin get together.
Wait a minute. Did you tell Betty not to go back to her family because she needed to make the dip?
No, I didn't say
I'm not
anything.
trying to weigh.
I was very supportive, and I was trying to give Betty options, and I was ready to execute whatever she wanted done.
But I can't make dip. I mean, you didn't.
No, I don't know how. I could have made it. I mean, I could have read the directions.
I'm gonna need a card.
Yeah, I could have read the directions and tried.
Yeah, just got to get the ingredients. Don't leave out the cream of mushroom soup. People leave it out. That's the key. Absolutely.
Yes.
So she stayed for a little while of Caitlin's get together, enough to get the dip going, get the food out. And then she took the dog back to Birmingham, then repacked and made arrangements to go. And she's with her parents today. So her mom and them, they're making arrangements. So we'll know more about that later.
Wow.
Look, I was just lucky to be able to clean up after a party, you know?
What I bet.
And cut a cake. Hey, I'm not a real good cake cutter, and this was a tall cake. It kept falling over.
There's a lot.
It was great.
There's a lot of skill.
But I had cake salad on my plate.
Yeah, there's a lot. There is a cake cutting skill, and I'm not very good at it. If you could just hire a cake cutter and a dip maker. You know, if there was somebody out there that just does that.
Can y'all cut a
you know
cake?
what, Greg?
Can y'all
cut a cake pretty good.
No.
I'm not a great. I can cut it good enough to eat it, but yeah, as far as looking for it, but I'll wreck a pie.
Rick, it's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
It's ridiculous. I mean, I had a knife to cut it and a thing to scoop it, and it still ended up in a pile.
Yeah, I'm not very good, especially that tall cake.
And
I'm terrible at tall cake.
And I'm just thinking now, I don't know if I clean the crumbs up good enough on the floor.
Well, then when
that's
sugar,
why we have the dog
hey,
there
Jimmy,
takes care of that.
When the sugar ants are everywhere, you'll be fine.
Yeah, we'll get it out of there.
You'll see them.
So it was just. It was really aggravating, though, to have, you know, a family situation come up like that and you not be able to do anything and pin down hours away.
It's called 2 blocks.
It is.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Another week, meaning the Wheel of Meat is back in play again. The wonderful Wheel of Meat could spin it on any day, at any segment here on the program. And so we're talking to Bubba about his 2-block weekend, and you were saying there was one more thing that was kind of interesting about all that.
It was a strange dynamic, being that, you know, when you lose someone in your immediate family, for Betty, and I'm trying to take care of her, protect her, ask her what she's wanting to do, how we need to go about it, and you're stuck with all these people who are stranded from the football game.
Right.
Which a football game's a whole different environment, you know.
Not the place to be when a loved one passes.
Well, and Betty's fine. She was handling it very well. Like I said, we knew
And it wasn't sudden.
Coming.
It was not sudden. Yeah.
But you know, I'm trying to focus in on her and see what she needs me to do, and you know, you're trying to have kind of that conversation, and you're surrounded by. I mean, you know a lot of people around you. They're coming up. Dan and Patty were there, and
Moultrie.
Yeah. And so, I mean, but it's funny because all the people walk by, you know, it's a very fluid crowd. So I'm trying to kind of talk with Betty and figure out what we're going to do. And, you know, you have somebody come by, hey, how about that lightning? Hey, it's raining buckets out there. I think I just heard a siren.
Right,
you know,
yeah,
you got
right.
that. Then you got the people who are focused on, hey, our offense sucks.
Yeah.
You know, you got that.
Right, yeah.
You know,
Right,
but for the defense, we'd better run out of this thing.
Were you in Starkville or Auburn?
Yeah. And you know,
it applies to both.
Yeah.
And Betty's got so many things. You got a daughter, and birthday, and you got a son, and you know, you've got strung out in 3 locations, and it was a very. And Betty was a trooper. She did great. But I was just kind of watching. I thought at any moment this could just come off the track here.
Yeah.
And just hearing the comments that everybody was saying, and
nobody has
about,
any idea what's
and everybody's
going on
coming
with
up and they want to talk, and you know, hey, that's a good pat, you know.
Oh yeah.
Betty just lost her day. Let me just announce that.
Yeah,
so
everybody can approach in a way that is appropriate. But then. 85 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. We thank you for being with us. Rick and Bubba. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. Love it. Left mine in the truck. Probably should have put those in when I was in the MRI yesterday. But BuyRaycon.com, outstanding earbuds. You know, a lot of times, watch out for a dupe out there. Watch out for Dupe-O-Matic. What that is when somebody says, you should pay us a lot more money because of our name brand. And you go, but aren't there, earbuds just as good as yours and maybe even better at about half the price? Well, maybe, but you need to pay for our price, for our name. You don't have to do that. BuyRaycon.com/Bubba. They have premium
wireless earbuds, and their mission is to prove you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. And they also get you essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. And if you're looking for premium audio earbuds, buyraycon.com/Bubba is a wise choice. And we're going to save you another 15%. And you can add to the 50,000 5-star reviews that the Raycon earbuds already have. And at this price, you can buy multiple pair. So go to buyraycon.com/Bubba, get quality sound at about half the price, plus an additional 15% off. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Adler just approached us, Greg. He said, and I know this is one of the things you get really excited about, and you've always wanted. He said that he noticed that that he thinks this console in front of us is a little bland, and he saw that Helmsy had put a UAB Blazer.
I noticed I marked my territory.
Yeah, mascot, since he's coaching
like a dog would.
coaching at UAB, and he said that's inspired Adler, and Adler wants to put a bunch of bobbleheads on.
Those look horrible. Yeah.
Greg, it's fun.
That looks
It's
horrible.
It's fun.
Mike and Mike ruined their show. That's why they split up.
Yeah.
That is the
why.
most
So that's
messy, stupid-looking mess I've ever seen.
Well,
Well, go ahead. I'd
so
do it.
one is good, but a bunch is bad.
Yes.
One.
Less
I'd
is
like
more.
to see you test it out.
Grab
Bring
some
a few
football
out here.
helmets,
No, it looks
too.
ridiculous.
You know why, Adler? I like fun.
It look, you know,
fun.
it looks ridiculous. Like some
So
kid
you love
that
it.
needs to clean his room up.
So you love it.
No, I'm thumbs down.
So you like the clutter.
Yeah. Drove me nuts on Mike and Mike.
yeah.
You hate to stand it.
That's
It
why.
looked
That's why
good.
we're bringing this on air because we.
Well,
need
y'all
to
do
do
it
that.
if y'all want
So
to.
you
stupid.
think that probably busted them up?
I think it did. It was the beginning of the end.
Hey, what about the hand of truth right
don't
there?
touch.
Just
Don't
look at
touch
me right
Blaze.
there.
Blaze has got to stay right here. We can't touch Blaze.
Well, Greg, what if we put
y'all do whatever you want to do. If that looks stupid.
what if we put 8 puppies across here?
Yeah.
Please put the hand of truth right there.
That's, I can't look at that.
So you're gonna get really bothered.
I can't look at that. Clutter.
Yes, I mean, I might want them all over the place.
Yeah,
It's
Hey, let's
That's
just
terrible.
let's just get a bunch of them.
I like it.
I mean,
that's great.
It's hard to dust.
Doing
though.
it. Oh, look, there's Hillary in a
There's
jumpsuit.
a lot of that going on.
yeah, we dust all the time.
Yeah.
Well, we do dust that every now and then.
No, we don't.
I have.
I saw Bubba do it one time. I really
I've
did.
dusted.
Yeah.
Remember,
Must have
that's
been really bad.
that's when my Windex went missing.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That was it.
Still hadn't found it.
No.
No, I did find it.
Where was it?
for prison, right, guys? Hillary
I think somebody slipped it back in.
Really?
Set it on the table in there.
Hey, put the pile of.
I forgot about
Right in
Dr.
front of
Pepper
him.
guy.
Yeah, I forgot about that whole campaign.
He said he's trying to make it look good.
Hey, did you hear that Bud Light's going to start using Larry Culpepper, but he's going to be gay this time? Okay, all right, so, yeah.
Well, see, Adler, you're not doing all bobbleheads now. You're doing toys.
Now it is getting junky.
Oh, this looks awesome.
No, that looks good.
Hey, put that one right in front of Cody, right in front of Greg.
Right.
Why don't you put a smart water out there too?
There's one of Greg's puppies.
That's
Yeah,
pitiful.
look, Greg, this one's for you right here.
There it is.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. Yeah, that looks good.
Can I tell you what that looks like? It looks like you walked into your kid's room and said, I told y'all to clean this
Yeah,
up.
exactly.
I know.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I want the hand of truth right in front of.
Right.
Yeah, get as much as you can.
Here you go, Greg. Here you go, buddy.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah, that's
All right. Well,
That's good. That looks sharp.
Yeah, I'll
Good
be
job,
honest with you.
guys.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't look that good.
It does.
Oh, really? I can't believe that.
Hey,
It
Bubba,
looks good on Mike and Mike.
And Bubba, you were kind of almost in this camp, but now
So you
you've
can't
seen
even
it.
pay attention because of all
That looks good.
At least you
That's
got your up and backs
ridiculous.
out for today. You running back and forth
Right.
like that.
Yes, that looks good.
That looks
Does it?
terrible.
What about Trump? You didn't bring him in here.
Well, I got tired.
The chia pet.
Yeah.
Greg,
Go get it.
Greg, I want to ask you to be clear. How do you feel about
I
this?
think it looks ridiculous.
And I think I have to agree with you.
No, boy, let's get them out.
Yeah,
Let's get more. And then what's better when they start putting another row of them in? That's even better.
Yeah.
Mike and Mike got to the point where Greg.
Oh, it made me want.
Yeah, well, it looked like.
I was glad the show ended when I saw that.
Yeah,
I think it looks good. Let's see what the two.
Greg, I'm like you. I kind of thought that was the reason their show ended too. It went downhill.
by the
after
way,
that.
that's funny.
That is funny.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I just don't.
No.
Yeah.
By the way, Bubba,
not-
did you really think somebody slipped the Windex back into your office and acted like nothing happened?
I was on the table out there.
On the table out there?
Yeah.
Oh.
Y'all don't think this looks good?
No.
I guess somebody's conscience got to bother.
When did y'all start caring? When did y'all start caring about what
You
you
really
look
think
like?
that when you brought my attention to it?
Okay.
Why don't
He
you roll
doesn't think
big?
that
Why don't
looks
you roll
good.
Big Boy over and put it right there?
Yes, right in front. so
Big
you can't
head,
even
just
see
right in front of,
anything.
and Rick. Yeah, they could be looking over his shoulder.
Yeah. No, I just.
Let's see, Greg is right. It looks awful. All right, shut up, tubers. All right.
I bet the tubers hate it.
Well, I mean,
it looks
clutter.
awesome. It looks awesome.
And
Quote.
I think if you would have started off with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 actual bobbleheads, you might have had a chance for them to go, it's not as bad as I thought. But
Well, I
all
thi-
this other has diminished the whole.
I think this kind of stuff, Adler, seriously, if you want me to be just serious for a minute, I think this kind of stuff when doing studios and offices, and I've been guilty of it in the past, you can even do it in your own home. I believe that it's like tattoos. Less is more. You know, it's like you know, if you wanted to enhance this with a football helmet here and maybe one little thing over there, and bring a little more color to it or a little more excitement, that's fine. But you've overdone it.
All right, I got a fun game we can play.
Yeah,
I'll do that.
If we had to only put 6 bobbleheads up here, and each of us got to pick whatever bobblehead we wanted.
This right here?
No, not out of this stack.
Okay.
Not
But
this
we
stack.
we can go order whatever bobblehead we want. Who represents you? Go.
And not of
None of
these.
these. Unless there's one in here, like Bubba may take Ronald Reagan. I don't know, but
I want the Rick and Bubba bobbleheads. We had some.
no,
nice
I
ones.
want you to. I want you to pick out your
Not
own.
nice, but we had some.
Well, I mean, the first ones.
They were.
Oh,
they
the
were.
first ones, yeah.
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 Well, you know, I'm
You
a,
talking about them that were this big?
Yeah.
Not those.
Not
no.
the mini ones.
And they were small and they looked nothing like them.
Right.
yeah.
It was a double.
So I'm kind of torn, like I think we all are. I'm kind of torn with what I wish was a good representation of me and what would actually be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's the delusional version of me I wish I was, and then there's.
Well,
who
no,
I
I'm
really
not talking about that. I'm just talking about you're a fan of whoever.
It
Probably-
it has to be a contemporary character.
Yeah, probably for me, I would love to have a bobblehead, and I've never seen it before of Mean Joe Green.
I bet they do. I bet they got one.
I bet it's out there somewhere.
I bet it
I
is,
could.
too.
I bet I could find
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
Bubba?
I mean, that would just harken back to
Yeah.
my childhood.
There
and
you
all
go.
That, and I-
Yeah.
and I would dig that.
I'm good with Reagan because he stands for so many things, and
Right.
maybe a backup Elon Musk.
Okay.
Okay. See, I like
That's
that.
good. That
I
is
like
good.
that.
Somebody needs to make that.
Yeah.
Greg,
Of Elon.
I know Speedy's waiting to see what you say, so he can say the same.
no, actually, I'm not. I'm just
kidding.
sitting here. Actually,
Kid Rock.
That's actually really accurate. Helms, what would you say?
I don't. I think
yours has got to be Morgan Wallen.
no.
No, I'm talking enough about it.
No, I listen to a lot of his music, but
Yeah.
I don't know that I want a bobblehead up there. I don't know.
I think I want Richard Simmons.
Yeah, I think you
That's
do
funny.
too.
Adler, what would you do?
Well, we've already got it, and that's the bronze bomber, Deontay Wilder. Everybody says, man, Adler, you remind us of him.
That's right. He's already there.
Get his car keys from him. I don't know if you saw the latest story.
Now,
I
do
gotta
you
tell
think
you
after what we
something.
found out about Hillary yesterday, we should take hers away? But she is
Probably.
in jail in ours, and she does have.
I will tell you something. Now that you've cleared the shelf looking into you, I like it empty. I don't even
Okay.
want him back over there.
Okay, well.
Looks better.
I agree with that too. I
not
just
what we're
looked
talking
around.
about.
It looks better over there than it does here.
Okay, Greg, we
No,
got
I think
that,
they
buddy.
need to go in your office.
I think over there is good because we still have them, but they're not in the direct shot.
Yeah, I never really noticed them.
It does
Only
have a
a-
clean
You can't
look
see
to it.
Adler.
Or a good
I'm
cardboard
used to it.
box in the back.
It's not blocking Adler's view because of the screens and everything.
I will
Put
tell
them in the storage room.
I will tell you
you
that really, Greg, of the ones out there, the one that represents you the best is that little dog right there, right now.
Yes. The
True
Taco
dog.
Bell
True
dog.
dog.
Now that's the that dog is the
Taco Bell dog.
Is it Taco Bell or is it the RCA dog? I guess it is
Taco
Taco,
Bell.
Bell.
I think it's the Taco Bell. Is it?
It's Taco Bell.
Taco Bell.
Bless you.
Yeah,
Bless
so
you,
there it is.
Taco Bell.
So yeah, that nobody likes this. I don't think you have one person drafting with you.
It's the
Adam.
most distracting thing I think I've ever seen.
I don't think anybody's against you trying
We
to.
love Big Boy, but nobody really likes his bobblehead there.
No. See,
Well,
like,
I wouldn't like Big Boy if he was sitting there the whole time.
Now, see, I look right over there. Big Boy's in his perfect
He's in his
spot.
perfect
I
spot.
look over there every now and then when I'm feeling sad.
Yeah.
So keep the bobblehead.
Yeah, exactly. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
a lot of friends, and they were very supportive, and I think in a lot of ways it was good for Betty to be around them at that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was.
But it was just strange for me watching it and kind of.
That's I was it was interesting because you kind of parlayed into different situation, but the fact that going and we were very fortunate growing up that our dad was not one of those kind of coaches that coached at a lot of different places. That'd be very difficult on the family. So, but we do know what it's like to transition, from one group of fans to another, and to be able to do that, and just in our world, and there's certainly nothing wrong with people, as long as you're not worshiping it, keeping your team and enjoying that and all that. But all we have is our own life experiences, and it doesn't mean one way's better than somebody else's. But I just don't get overly attached to a team that my kid doesn't play for or my dad doesn't coach. I mean, just because that's just was our life, it doesn't mean that people who do that it doesn't mean that at all. It's just a reality.
You were attached to a team in a way and a level that most of us never experience. We don't understand.
It's much more severe.
We don't understand. I mean, from most fans, it's a game. It's something we argue about. It's something we Monday morning quarterback. We're all smarter than the coach. But when that's your dad's job, that's how you pay the bills. Yeah. That's a whole different, I can't even imagine.
Yeah, this loss today could have us moving.
Yeah.
That's a big difference. That's a lot of pressure when you're tied to a game. And then when your kid plays, of course, we all know that's a different deal too. But so I'm kind of enjoying football now because I don't have those ties at all. I'm actually free from football. I don't have anybody playing. I don't have anybody coaching other than Greg's son, which is, something I know his family's still tied to closely. So they're still kind of in that world. So, we have a son that goes to Mississippi State. So we're now moving into a new football culture. And of course, what we talked about was, Sherry had never got to tailgate when our son played because I don't tailgate. if we have a dad coaching or a kid playing, we do not tailgate. And what I said was because we're going to be totally spent and totally exhausted when the game starts, and games are 3 hours long, and now the emotion and all that when you have something personal tie there. And she said, well, I felt like I was denied the tailgate culture. And I said, because you were. And so now we will tailgate. And we're in with a tailgate group, the Dog Diner, and we're in the Junction, and we're, we got our wide on, for the wide out. And Sherry wants to do the whole thing and enjoy it from almost a collegiate standpoint, having a kid down there at college. And really all we're doing is go to visit our kid.
Right.
Which I've had to tell her, as I told you the first time, just so you know, so you don't get your feelings hurt. To our 19-year-old son, we're the least interesting thing on this campus. Okay,
right,
and I've had to make that clear.
Yeah, I've learned that too.
Right, yes.
I've gone on trips over the weekend to see the kids and never saw them.
You're right. Yeah. That's it. Yeah. So I said, now if you would like to do this to where you want to meet some new people and hang out and enjoy a culture, then it's great. And it has been great, wonderful people. But I've noticed that every team has its own culture because I've been around some other teams. I've seen Alabama fans, not players, fans. Now, some of you go make a joke, and this I'm not talking about the people at any college game that are drinking. I'm not talking about that because they're all throwing up for all kinds of reasons. Mm-hmm. I've never understood a person pay $300 for a big game and be so drunk they don't remember it.
Yeah,
but I will say this: I'm not talking about that. I saw in the Alabama football culture, fans are so nervous they've actually been throwing up before the game of nerves, and the whole culture out there is the game. Oh my gosh, the game. Tell me, we know we're going to win, but what if we don't? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And they are focused on the game and the next championship. Auburn, that culture, people are breaking down why the team's no good. They're breaking down why we should be better. And this is the problem. And so there's a lot of discussion about the game. At Mississippi State, have you tried the brisket? There's no discussion of the game. There's no expectations on the game of any kind. I mean, they're not good, bad. They're not pessimists. They're certainly not optimists by any stretch of the imagination. And really, the tailgating experience in Mississippi State involves tailgating. There's the food, there's fellowship. You'll have to really work to get anybody to mention the game. Like I thought, being a football guy, I said, well, I'll tell you what, Mullen coming back in here today, I said, yeah. Let me ask you this: have you tried that dip? The one is this third from the left over there is phenomenal. It's like they don't want to go there. And then finally they said, "Oh no, don't understand. We love to win. We just never expect to." So we're not delusional. So other teams really set themselves up for terrible disappointment. We don't. We get together, we enjoy our experience, and we are unaffected. Guys, the email about next week's tailgate came out within seconds. Ten minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. As we make our way back, thank you for being with us today as we walk through another one. So, Bubba, you said that there is, and we have the footage, we have a Florida car pileup, and it just goes on, and all of this has to do with a turtle in the road?
Yeah, somebody stopped for a turtle in the road, and you can see for yourself what happened.
All right, here we go. Turtle in the road.
Hold on, I got an ad. I have to sit through an ad.
Okay, all right.
Sorry.
Pay a bill.
Adler sitting through an ad. How about you even have the term ad in your name?
I do.
Yeah.
Cha-ching.
But,
Adler.
But Blaze TV said that we do need to keep the poop emoji in front of Greg.
Okay,
I
agree
with that. Branding,
absolutely.
I totally
just for the
agree
sake
with
of branding, we have to do that. So.
Greg's chair, where all joyful ideas go to die.
There they go.
Yeah. Wow, so it's a 30-second ad. All right.
I love on the
so-
story we have that shell shock.
Yeah.
Bizarre moment.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what.
The semi-truck got caught up in it, too.
Right. Well, that could have been real bad. Or it wasn't bad.
That's the classic why the turtle crossed the road.
Yeah.
Get to the Shell station.
I'll tell you one thing. One thing I like to tell people, when there's a turtle just outside the road, he didn't do it on his own. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the fence post. Yeah. Okay. Anybody ever told you that like they're telling it for the first time?
Yeah.
You ever seen a turtle on a fence post? I've heard this one.
Yeah. Who are the people that set them up there, though? What are you doing? You know?
Well, I can't comment.
Rick.
Oh, I'd do that in a second.
Adler, we gonna see this?
Yeah, I'm ready. Okay.
All right, here we go.
Oh yeah. It's a big truck here. This
Or just swerve.
You couldn't- oh my gosh,
turtle.
Did he hit my gosh, I
You
think-
didn't even have to stop. You could have just missed the
Now he's
turtle.
over in
The turtle's in the middle.
no.
You could have missed the turtle. You didn't have to stop.
He hit that truck. Did you see the truck
Yes.
swerving?
What?
over?
Who stops in the middle of
Boom.
the road?
You
Bam.
got that?
Yeah.
Boom.
Oh,
And
it's
that
a bad-
guy-
He's trying to get out.
Look, yeah, it got clipped.
That
You see
guy's
it,
going to get killed standing outside that over.
Who's gonna
get out and get the
Idiot.
turtle? By the way,
That's a nice
everybody could
truck.
miss the turtle.
That's a
Yes.
great
Everybody,
or not.
Yeah, it wouldn't matter.
It looked like
Yeah.
somebody
That's a
hit the
nice
truck prior to the semi hitting the truck. Watch
I think
this.
that guy in the behind him was already hit him.
I think he. Well, no, I
he
think
clipped,
he's a.
it
watch
looks like
right
it
here.
rolls back into the
Watch.
middle lane, and that guy clips it.
No, I see.
Oh,
I see what I'm
no.
saying. Well, no,
That
it's
car
the
that-
car running with the 18 right here.
Right there, that
the
car.
18 wheeler
See
in that
the
car.
nose?
Yeah.
Trying to get over. Okay.
And,
Bam.
oh, ain't got
Yep,
nowhere
that's
to go.
what it was. Nowhere to go
Big
for it.
night.
How did the
Now
turtle
we're over
cross
another
the
lane.
road?
And by the way, why is the white
It's
car?
chicken, guys,
You're
not
nowhere
turtle.
near it, white car.
Yeah, you
gouge
really-
it, driver. You got a semi coming in. They can't stop on the dime.
Right.
Go.
Go.
They're not. They don't have any idea what's going on
Oh,
behind them.
no.
Did the turtle make it?
Right.
It looked
Oh,
like
we hope
Looked
so.
like that big truck.
it looked
got
like the 18-wheeler flattened it
I
out.
think it did. Ready,
Guys,
right.
watch. Okay, and I know those of you on radio can't watch, but the guy that's at the truck and he has his car door open, he sees the last second what's about to happen. Look, he's like,
Yep.
he sees it,
This
and he's
is-
like,
yeah.
oh no.
So he does get out
You
of the
see
way.
him throw his
Yeah.
hands up like, you can't even.
Well, I hope he's the one that started this by
Yes.
stopping in the middle of the road
Yes.
and getting out of his truck.
How does the
That's so
police officer
stupid.
write this up?
Well, it's his fault for stopping
DA
in the
in
middle
black
of the
truck.
road.
Yeah, it is.
And I hope while he is at the auto repair shop waiting on his truck through months and months of repair, that he swears he'll never do this again.
Bubba, are you
like you said, the stupid turtle is on the dotted line.
You can get
all they
around
had to
him.
do is swerve. And
They could
miss
all
it.
get around it.
Yes.
They could all miss the turtle.
Swear before everybody.
Greg, how about
What if
this?
you had to do that to the mechanic?
No, I got to
As he's
swear to
doing
y'all.
it, clean your
I won't do it again.
Hey, good news.
Great.
The turtle was unharmed.
Hey, let's go back to this.
Turtle made it,
But
guys.
were you trying to say I'll stop for a turtle now? The repair on my truck will be slowly done.
Yes. I hope it's slowly
Months
and
and
painful.
slow and slow.
How about that happened?
There was no need to stop. The turtle was fine.
Friday night.
Come on,
we're
people.
coming home really late. It's in the 1 o'clock a.m.
You ain't
hour.
gotta have a driving
and a
store.
possum was in the middle of the interstate. It's just
yeah.
sitting there.
Oh, yeah.
Frozen.
Look.
Frozen. And I was like, I couldn't do anything. So I just tried to.
They'll walk right
I
into
tried
your
to
tire.
skirt it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And
You
it's still.
felt
No, I missed it with the
Fossil
tires,
suicide.
but it just went. It went right under the center of the car.
Next one
but
got him.
at the back of the car, I heard. Bloop,
Ba-doom.
And Terry's like, "What's that?"
And I'm like, it was a possum in the
How
middle
did-
of the
how
road.
did Terry go?
What's that?
I don't know if they just stop and they just panic. They just,
I don't know what.
guys.
and
the
I couldn't
world,
go anywhere.
The world is fine if we lose another possum.
Oh, I don't know.
possums are not in trouble.
I just don't want to tear my car.
Yeah, I
up.
didn't
No,
want
they-
still want to hit my wheel.
No possums in danger.
gonna hurt you.
Going 70-something miles an hour.
No,
I
doesn't
don't
matter.
want to throw it out of line.
By the way, by the
turtle
way,
might knock him out.
By the
Yeah.
way, my wife will exaggerate.
Alligator will tear
My
it up.
wife will exaggerate on any roadkill if I don't completely miss it. Well, now you've thrown a dead animal all over my car.
Yeah.
And I'm like, baby, I think that thing's been laying there for 2 weeks. I don't think any of that. Why didn't you do a better job to try to miss it? Well, because I didn't want to crash everybody. Unlike this idiot.
Turtle Man.
Oh, now it's all over our car. You think that animal's dead body's all over the car? Well, you hit it with one of your tires. Yeah, but baby, that thing is. I think it's crispy. There's nothing left.
Got it all over.
Plus,
the
your
car.
tire is going,
Right.
pretty fast.
Yeah,
There's
right.
a lot of
Well, it's all over my
revolutions
car
every
now. I
minute.
just washed my car. Now you
Probably
got dead
slowing
possum
up.
all over it. I don't think that. I don't think so. All right, Elon Musk
Here comes the money.
is in the news today. Elon. Hey. Elon Musk, people are saying that they're asking about his tweets.
Yeah, we've got a little video clip of him asking about his tweets, and he talks about George Soros in this.
All right, here we go.
Make a choice. You don't see, I mean, in terms of when you're going to engage. I mean, for example, even today, Elon, you tweeted this thing about George Soros. Well, I'm looking for it because I want to make sure I quote it properly. But, I mean, you know what you
Listen
wrote.
to
But
that.
you
I said
basically...
it reminds me of Magneto. This is like, calm down, people. This is not like made a pitiful
Well,
case out of it.
You also you said he wants to erode the very fabric of civilization, and Soros hates humanity. Like, when you do something like that, do you
Yeah, I think that's
about-
true. That's my opinion.
Okay, but why share it? Why share it? Especially, why share it when people who buy Teslas may not agree with you, advertisers on Twitter may not agree with you? Why not just say, hey, I think this? You can tell me, we can talk about it over there, you can tell your friends, but why share it widely?
I mean, this is freedom of speech. I'm allowed to say what I
You
want.
absolutely are, but I'm trying to understand why you do, because you have to know it's got it puts you in the middle of the partisan divide in the country. It makes you a lightning rod for criticism. I mean, do you like that? People today saying he's an anti-Semite. I don't think you are.
No, I'm definitely. I'm like a pro-Semite, if anything.
I believe that probably is the case.
Yes.
But why would you even introduce the idea then that would be the case?
I mean, listen, we don't want to make this a George Soros interview.
No, God, no. I don't want to at all. But what I'm trying, even came up though in the annual meeting. I mean, do your tweets hurt the company? Are there Tesla owners who say, I don't agree with his political position and I know it because he shares so much of it? Or are there advertisers on Twitter that Linda Yaccarino will come and say, you got to stop, man. Or, I can't get these ads because of some of the things you tweet.
Awkward pause here. He's
thinking.
He's thinking. Yeah. Oh, I know. He's about
A
to
measured response.
More people should do.
Yes,
Absolutely.
I agree.
He's really thinking.
I'm reminded of.
I think he's gonna get it in.
There's a scene in The Princess Bride. Great movie.
Great movie.
Where he confronts the person who killed his father. And he says, offer me money. Offer me power. I don't care.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of just a devastating, disappointing, horrifying loss to the former coach. Bama fans, LSU fans, Auburn fans would have been weeping and screaming and oh my gosh, end of time. You know what the Mississippi State guy says? Now, Burgess says, y'all are hosting next week, and so y'all need to be here at this time. Here's where the tables are. What's going to be y'all's main dish. It's just a completely different culture. And of course, the thing that I'm loving every time, and it's happened now, 2 games that we've gone to, 2 games, we have seen one play. Here we are again, Florida game. We get down to the end. I'm always ready for it because I have tickets just in case. And she looks so beautiful. My goodness, I told her, I said, these co-eds around here, they're all jealous of you. And you got your little white dress on because you want to be, but you're completely worn out because we've been here all day. And she looks at me, she goes, would you be really upset if we just didn't go to the game? Because, by this time your kid's abandoned you. They're gone to the student section. And I just looked over and saw some guy holding them before. I said, let me handle this real quick. You need 4? Get my cash. And I said, baby, we ready to go. Sell off the tickets, get in the car. And I was watching the game at home. I was home by the second quarter, watching the game in the comfort of my own home. And so I said, now, this is why we didn't tailgate when we had a kid playing or dad coaching. This is why, because you got nothing left. You're
slap out.
Right, and I can't make myself sit in the tent and watch a TV. I know some people do that, and more power to you. I can't do that. No. Okay? If I'm not going in that stadium, I'm out of here. You know what I mean? I'm going to beat the traffic, and I'm going to have myself back in Birmingham sitting in front of the TV. So I got to see it. And I do believe after watching on TV, Mississippi State's offense, and on TV, Auburn's offense, they play this week, no one may score. There may be no points.
Rick and Bubba.
Saturday Night Live this past weekend, we knew they would do something with the hearings, but once again, they have decided that to make fun of Kavanaugh is okay. To have fun with Dr. Ford is not, but it is still funny. And so we certainly can laugh at how funny this is, regardless of how you feel about the situation. And Greg told me, and I heard him talking to the kickoff hour with the guys, that this also featured a Kanye West performance on Saturday Night Live as he and somebody else were dressed as bottles of water,
right,
as Kanye told African Americans they're being duped by the Democratic Party, and he was booed by the crowd.
Mm-hmm. That happened off air. It was after his last song, and he come out with his Make America Great hat on. At the end, they're all standing there, and then he went on this rant. On air, it was just bizarre, this song he did.
But did the song have these lyrics in it?
No.
Okay.
This was at the end. At the end when they all stand out there, well, he starts ranting.
Oh, okay.
And it was caught by, in fact, Chris Rock was one of the people in the audience filming it. And the cameras, that's what gets his rant. Talking about how, Democrats trying to make you.
Anyway, I don't get.
Look, now, this is doing his song. And first of all, Rick, the fact that he gets to make a living as a musician and I hear this is the most ridiculous.
Can we hear it?
Nah.
This guy, that one there, if it's not edited, but.
You can, but I don't know if it's edited.
But I wish you could just hear some of it.
Do you
How
see
is this?
I mean, Ghost Town? Is this his Ghost
this
Town?
Guy, no,
thing?
this is the other one.
Yeah,
yeah, this guy is one of the top performers and all this.
He's terrible.
And this is, he doesn't.
I appreciate what he's trying to say and be bold about what he's saying politically.
But his music.
His music is just.
If it's anything like
it.
this, because I'm not familiar with it.
I don't get it. I don't.
It makes that girl with the long hair that you can't see her
when he
eyes.
gets to
it
dancing.
looks like the sheepdog look good in this.
Oh yeah, Rick. When he gets to
Makes
dancing as that bottle of water, it's pretty funny.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Now which one is he?
He's
He's Perry.
He's Perry
right there.
There he is.
There he is.
And guys, I wish you could just hear it. It's ridiculous.
All right, I want to hear Kavanaugh's Matt Damon doing.
Now
Kavanaugh.
Matt Damon doing Kavanaugh.
All right. Here we go.
It's really good.
Courtesy of Saturday Night Live. He's doing the sniffles, which is.
Oh, he's got it.
How they can come up with these sets too?
Judge Kavanaugh, are you ready to begin?
Grassy.
Oh, hell yeah. Let me tell you this. I'm going to start at an 11. I'm going to take it to about a 15 real quick. First of all, I showed this speech to almost no one. Not my family, not my friends, not even PJ or Tobin or Squee. This is my speech. There are others like it, but this is mine. I wrote it myself last night while screaming into an empty bag of Doritos. I'm here tonight because of a sham. A political con job orchestrated by the Clintons and George Soros and Kathy Griffin and Mr. Ronan Sinatra. Now, I am usually an optimist. I'm a keg is half full kind of guy.
Why do they not laugh behind him?
But what I've seen from the monsters on this committee makes me want to puke, and not from beer. Dr. Ford has no evidence, none. Meanwhile, I've got these. I've got these calendars. These beautiful, creepy calendars about lifting weights with PJ and Squee and Donkey Dong Doug. But you don't care about Squee or Donkey Dong Doug, do you? You just want to humiliate me in front of my wife and my parents and Alyssa friggin' Milano?
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio. Glad you're here. Let's go. Everybody. In her boots and silver spurs. So, as we finish up, if you were listening last hour, you heard what Elon Musk meant by that quote from Princess Bride is, free speech is more important to me than any damage you might do to any of my companies. And I think the damage to people that might not want the product or they don't like the product is minimum compared to the damage of me not being able to speak my mind. He basically said, I really don't care. I'm not going to stop speaking my mind.
I think that is one of the things that draw people to him. One of the positives is he does stand out.
Right.
I could give you a list of 5 or 6 very good run companies.
Mm-hmm.
You have no idea who the president, who the CEO is, who any of the board members are. But you know Elon Musk is at SpaceX, and you know he's at Tesla, and you know he's at Twitter.
Yeah, and when it goes back to, I think it'll hurt your sales. We in this very room buy things because they're good products from companies that are as woke as they could possibly be.
Right.
And if the product's good, think about if the music's good, if the movie's good. Guys, we're always enjoying products that are produced by people that we completely disagree with.
Rick, let me even expand on that. There are people who are head of companies who are interesting people.
Right.
That I used to follow. I used to watch what Trump was doing before he ever got into politics.
Yeah.
Didn't always agree with what he did or what he said, but I thought he was a tremendous leader in the image he had built. I'll tell you another one, even further out, Ted Turner. I love watching what Ted Turner did and said, and we couldn't have disagreed more on politics. But I love what he did with broadcasting.
Yeah.
I love what he did with cable. Love what he did with the Braves.
Mm-hmm.
And enjoyed always watching his next move.
Oh, look, right here. I got a smartphone laying right here that I use all the time. Could there be a bigger woke company than Apple?
No.
I mean, I heard what the CEO said. He said some things that really spiritually I find blasphemous. But, I mean, I guess I could go to the other woke company and use their product. It's not as good. I mean, it's just the bottom line is I think if the Tesla automobile and the Tesla products are superior to what else is on the market, someone driving one is not going to say, I just can't drive this car because of that tweet Elon put out.
I mean, some people may be that way,
but not to a large amount.
I can't do it. There's just there's no safe harbor out there. If you're going to live by that, you're going to end up in a cabin somewhere without electricity.
Well, the bigger point he's making, I would say that about this platform right here. If I was told today that I had to go see somebody, and because they think they could get more advertisers and they could make more money if I wouldn't talk about certain topics, there would be certain topics that are not up for debate.
Yeah, well, we've already been in that boat to a large degree.
We've had that before. If somebody said, you got to drop all that, I would go, well, now my desire to do this for a living for you've made my job not fulfilling anymore.
Right.
So, and I think Elon says free speech is so important. Whatever negative feedback I get from doing it is nothing to compared to how much it would bother me not to do it.
Rick, he thinks it's so important. He went out and bought Twitter.
Yeah.
The one reason he bought Twitter was to stop this make-believe world that all of these left-wingers out of Silicon Valley was creating.
Right.
And he's broke the mold on that. They no longer have a total grip on information like they did prior to the last presidential election.
And just like Fox News tries to run Tucker Carlson off, Elon Musk says, you can come here and talk.
Yeah. Yeah.
And bring that giant audience with you.
Bring them with you.
So
And he will.
Then he will. So, all right. So, Greg, first of all, puppy update. How we doing on puppies?
Rick, hit the music.
You
gotta have it.
Well,
and
where are we headed? We're
we
headed
can just
to
sing it, Rick, if we need to.
We're headed to
They
we
call it
puppy love. And see, I got it right here now. Look,
That's enough.
are we ready, guys? We can sing it with him.
Everybody stare at him while
Let's
we sing
let's
it.
look right at Greg.
Yeah.
Right in his eyes.
They called it puppy love. Got me a stray dog in my garage.
That's great.
They're multiplying like rabbits.
I got a bunch of them.
But the mama won't get her job done.
Yeah.
Let's face it, Millie's a tramp.
She's give up. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's we're going towards. They're over 3 weeks now, heading towards 4 weeks. They're running around, wrestling, barking, howling, trying to. They're little. And
Look,
there they
look
go.
at
Look
that.
at them.
Is this where you shared videos with Adler again?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's that dog owner.
Can I say
Look.
nice quality on that?
Yeah, not very
Oh,
good.
did you shoot that with a flip phone?
You have to ask Lisa. That was her. Yeah, but something happened.
Did Mac Daddy come by with his flip phone?
Hey,
that's good.
I know somebody that ain't got an iPhone.
That's good.
No, actually, I don't know why.
I do see the one y'all are keeping though. It does look
Yeah,
nice.
No,
cute.
we ain't keeping.
Talking about Elvis?
Anyway, there's a
Cute.
bunch
That
of
That
them.
one's by himself.
Look
But now
at
the
it.
mother's decided
That
she
is
don't.
running roughshod.
The
out
mother
there.
don't want to
That
feed
one's
them
too
anymore.
early for that.
He ain't got his eyes open, does he?
Yeah, they
That
do.
little
They all got them open now.
one. Well, he's struggling.
Yeah, get off.
They had just opened them when.
So
she
the
filmed
mama
this.
what now, Greg?
She's not feeding them now, so we're
At
back to
all?
feeding them. No, past day or so.
Look at that.
She said she's out.
Is that what
And-
all the conversations this morning's about?
Yeah, I gotta go by and get.
Please
some
look
of
at them
that
wrestling.
Can I tell you,
replacement.
the white ones with the spots on their ears are the cutest ones to me.
Almost like a cattle pattern.
Yeah, yeah.
But
So you got to go
see,
buy
some
more
of
formula?
them, the white ones, most of them, their color, they're gray and white, and then you got one that's black and white. If you can see him piled in
Yeah,
there.
I see him.
And anyway, yes, that's George Jones, the black and white.
Now you said that.
He's taking some heat from Bob Sue.
he is. Bob's roughing him up.
Now you said Tom Petty got out yesterday.
Yeah, Tom Petty got out. We think he hitched a ride on his mom's teat.
All right, now you
Because
said
he can't get out. That has to be because she'll get in there and they jump on her and she'll get tired of it and run off with them.
Yeah. Well, you said that the other day. It's happened again.
No, that was just.
Same
I
said-
didn't know
said
it
yesterday.
Or did
Yeah.
she set him out? Is she trying to run off with him?
No, believe me, she didn't set him out. That means she'd have to deal with him. And anyway, so I guess we're going to have to. I think
Back to feeding them.
4
Greg.
weeks maybe after you can put them what they call mush, and it's like soft
Yeah,
food
get
and
you some
milk.
mush now. Hey Rick, ask him how he's going to do that. Ask him how he's going to feed them if he's going to separate all the little food and all that.
Yeah.
I don't know. But,
I bet a mush has got a little food prep.
But now you
Yeah.
can feed these through a bottle nipple, but you have to have a syringe to squirt it. They don't really like the bottle. So
So you got what, 3 days left of that maybe till you get them to the 4 week period and then you start the mush? Is
hope
that what
so.
we're dealing with?
I
And you
hope
got to go
so.
get formula today.
Yeah, to run a little low.
And you gotta. It's not on your way home either.
No, but
where you gotta go?
It's like 20 miles out the other way.
Egypt. They only
But-
got.
That's all they can think about.
Again, I mean, hey, we're getting there. I don't know, but they're actually a little bit bigger than this now. I think she found this a few days ago, but
I wish we could hear this because it's just
yeah, they bark. They here. Oh, they'll growl.
And I think the quality's bad because it was a 3-minute video. It was just such a big video that Greg sent.
Did you hear one of them?
What is daddy? Mama left us.
But look, if people want them, they're really cute.
Oh, great.
I mean, you need to get a look at them.
Great sales pitch.
Yeah.
People want them. They're really
Come on, we got to get them on out here.
I'm less worried about that. More worried
course,
about
we're-
you getting to 8 weeks.
Greg,
Of
have you
course,
got?
Lisa's getting attached. to all of
That's
them.
what I'm worried about.
Greg, have
right
you
there.
gone to your puppy file and got some people standing by?
I got a few.
You checking in?
But it was so early in the
Rick,
game, I had to
hey,
wait.
may
Look
not
at
matter.
that one.
Lisa's getting attached big time.
Yeah, but she
To
can't
all
be
of them.
attached to 8.
No, but she loves Elvis. You said that.
Yeah.
Greg, I'm gonna tell you something.
Elvis is the black one. He's the only black one.
Anybody, Greg, that thinks you're not going to end up with one, maybe two of these dogs is just.
That's not my goal.
But I know it's
What's
not
the
your
over
goal.
and under? What's the over and under?
Greg, go to my house.
2.
That's
Three.
Daisy. I think
Over
that's,
under's 2.
That's Daisy Jones right there. The white one's fighting. The white ones are kind of roughnecks.
I'll tell you, Bob Singer's a little bit
Yeah,
rough.
Bob getting there mixing up.
But I'm just saying, Greg.
Is he the silver one for the
Yeah,
silver
the big
bullet
one.
van?
He's the big one.
Raise your
The
hand.
big silver one.
If you are in this room, you're married. which that would be everybody except the interns, okay? Raise your hand if you currently have things that you didn't want.
Yeah. Well, I've got 2 other dogs I didn't want.
Greg, your hand's not
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah. So Greg,
No, I mean, I'm getting attached to them too, but I don't want to keep them.
Oh, he don't want to admit it.
Oh, you got I think within the next few weeks, I'll be ready. to
Puppy love's real.
If they're going to be yard dogs, what do you care if you got 2 or 4?
Well, because I don't want to. It's nothing I got to keep up with.
Oh, you throw the
Rick,
food out there.
Lisa go. Oh,
Tell me what that face rub meant, Rick.
that face rub meant he knows he's getting 1, maybe 2.
That's it.
My goal is to give every one of them away.
Well,
I
goes
got a good
again.
home. Now, Lisa's going to make you fill out an application, but she'll
I'm going to come see him.
Well, guess what? I'm not backing down, you sons of bitches.
Oh,
hey, I know the meaning of the word stop.
Okay.
That's a good one.
To quote my hero, Clint Eastwood's character in Gran Torino, get the hell off my lawn. Now let's do this.
So there we go. You need to see the girl that does the prosecutor that the Republican Party brought in.
Oh, yeah, they did.
Listen, when she comes in, it's not nothing. When she talks about when she first walks out, have you got that? It's funny. And we knew that she would be
Bubba
the
called
one
this one. That's what I want to see because Bubba said, "Look, look."
Really, I thought they were going to do
So
worse.
hi, I've got about 4,000 loose papers on this weird little baby desk they set for me here, okay? Now, okay, first of all, hello. My name is Rachel Mitchell. I'm here mostly for Twitter. Although everyone will constantly be referring to me as female prosecutor, you can really just call me straight up prosecutor, okay? Now, before we begin...
Okay, your time is up.
Okay, wow, already regretting this. Thank you.
Senator Klobuchar.
Okay, here we go. Now...
They bring her back. Of course, they have the girl. What's the girl that's so funny on there? She does Lindsey Graham.
No.
Yeah.
Kate
McKinnon.
But now, and all
one
this
that
is
does
all of
Hillary
this
Clinton?
is funny. This is funny.
Yeah,
See,
she
I
does
can,
Hillary.
I
She
can
does.
laugh
Well, you
at that.
called every bit of it.
But you don't see Dr. Ford.
No, I know. I
Now,
get
why
And let me
why
tell
is
you what.
Dr. Ford left
you
out
can't
of all
make
this
fun
humor?
of her. I agree.
And
I agree.
Dr.
I mean,
Ford's
humor
behavior.
for once, humor for all.
They should have had a real good.
Rick and Bubba.
Same old place. Everybody go, oh, Atlanta. Play this every time Big Love heads back to Atlanta, and he just laughs every time. I said, "Well, you about to leave?" And I'll hit it.
That's a good one.
Yes, as he heads back. All right, so Fetterman, Pennsylvania, what have y'all done? I mean, I know,
Rick, this is disturbing video, but you need to see what's going on in the Congress, in the Senate.
Oh.
This is.
And I know
Speedy ain't gonna be able to watch this.
I can't watch it.
We've made vast improvements. I know some of you in Pennsylvania are going, am I being lectured by people, some of the idiots y'all sent from Alabama? I got it, and we'll acknowledge that. But we've made huge improvements on who we've sent to Washington from Alabama, I'll tell you that. But I can't believe y'all could be this upset with Dr. Oz. I really can't. That y'all would go with a guy who obviously cannot do this job.
They don't care.
So here's Fetterman. He's asking a question to the former CEO of the Silicon Valley Bank.
Now, if you can get the question out of this, let me know.
Okay, all right. So here we go.
Because every bank, you seemingly that crashed, it's like, hey, we could bail him out. Yeah, this one, crashed. We'll bail them out. So far, everything's been true. So doesn't it feel that? Now, if a bank really believed that they wouldn't be bailed out, now after bailing them out, these couple of bailouts, they are going to. Do you believe that that is not outrageous? That no matter how deplorable your performance is, you are made as whole, and all by test papers. So what do you believe?
What?
What if we didn't come out and bail out your bank? What would have happened?
So, Senator, I would answer the question two ways. One is, I think, when people mostly talk about what you just said, it's talking about shareholders. And our shareholders...
All right,
Where he got that, but yeah.
So listen,
shareholders were not bailed out at SVB, right? What I understood,
I don't
the
remember.
depositors were covered,
What do you think about
but not
that?
the shareholders.
But listen to
I don't know how you're under oath to answer that. I would go, Senator. I'm sorry. I
would
have
say
no idea what you.
Yeah, I would say I don't want to go to jail for saying something.
Can somebody rephrase that for me?
But this second one is even worse.
Oh,
it is.
Y'all, Rick.
Yeah,
this
I
one
know.
is going to be cringeworthy.
Okay.
Is it staggering? Is it a staggering responsibility that the head of a bank could literally crash our economy? It's astonishing. That's like if you have, and they also realize is that now they have a guaranteed way to be saved by how. So it's isn't it appropriate that this kind of control should be more stricter to prevent this kind of thing?
Silence.
Or should we just go on and start bailing and sailing whoever bank, regardless of how their conduct is?
Guys.
I'll give you an example. The Republicans want to give a work requirement for SNAP. For a hungry family has to have this kind of penalties or some kinds of working required. Shouldn't you have a working requirement after we sail your bank with billions of your bank? Because they seem to be more preoccupied than SNAP and requirements for works for hungry people, but not about protecting the taxpayers, that will bail no matter whatever does about a bank to crash it.
Speedy, do you need me to hold you?
At this point, I don't even remember what the question was.
He wants an answer, but nobody knows what he's saying.
Have you noticed he's not answering because he has no idea what
Well, he's afraid to purge himself because he may not understand the
They don't
question.
know where to start.
Would you would you be just love to be the person transcribing this?
I don't know what you do.
Testimony. They're going to think that they were drinking on the job when they read it.
Well, here's what I would do, because you got to find a positive. You got to find silver lining. I would say today, if I were in charge of the President Biden, I would say, look, I don't know what Fetterman's got on his calendar or how well he can travel. We need him to get up and say something before the president comes out. Because when the president comes out, everybody's going to say, man, he's really got it together.
Yeah,
I mean,
right. That's a relief.
Yeah, Biden's like, he's making some good points.
I tell you what, this guy, his mind is sharp.
He's on to something.
What if he put Fetterman on the ticket?
Oh, Biden, Fetterman.
Good night.
Can y'all imagine?
I would, I can't be all negative. At least he didn't have his hoodie on. He did.
He did look nice.
He
dressed up.
Very nice.
He did look nice.
Clean shaven.
He
looked good.
Do you believe that is not outrageous? Is what he said, sir? I can't answer that question.
Yeah, Bubba hit it. I felt bad for the guy. I think the guy was ready to answer questions. He just doesn't know what the question is.
Again, the shareholders, to my understanding, and I may be incorrect, were not bailed out on this. The depositors were because of the FDIC.
I think you're right.
But in talking to several bank people, these people really, according to them, they didn't mismanage this. The Fed told them that inflation was transitory.
Yes.
Which meant it was going to be short term.
Right.
They made long-term investments to shore everything up. And then the Fed started raising rates at an incredible pace, okay? So they had invested money getting 3 and 4% return, and then the interest rates went up to 6 over a 24-month period, which meant they were losing money on those investments and had to sell them at a loss. And then when that loss showed up, their depositors got nervous, started pulling their money out, and that's what sunk them. I mean, they had how many billion taken out in one day? So
they listened.
Again, the Fed with their one inaccurate description of inflation, which was politically motivated and pushed, and two, then to turn around and raise rates to try to make up for the fact they didn't see this coming and take action early and tried to play catch up. Several of these banks were put under because of their action, not the bank's action. Now, I'm not saying the bank was perfect. I'm not saying they're angels in this, but they invested based off the Fed's advice of transitory inflation, short term, nothing to worry about. They did it, and then when they jacked the rates up, they sunk them. They sunk them with their increasing rates.
Yeah,
because they get invested long term.
They listen to the government. They listen to what Janet Yellen and KJP and the entire Biden administration said, and that this is we're good, and then they jacked up the rates so that all their investments were worth less. They were underwater.
They had to dump them. They had to dump them, or they were going to go under quicker.
Yeah.
866 We Be Big. Other stories to cover,
and then turn around and blame them for misbehaving.
Well, that's usually how that works. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, how do I call him when all hope is gone and my heart is broken too? Yeah. What do I pray? Jesus, well, he the bread of life. Yeah. Talking about physician. I'm talking about faithful and true. I'm talking about.
There it is. Kevin Derryberry. How many names? Bubba, good to see you. I know yesterday, if you were listening across the country on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network, you may have heard promos that said Bubba wouldn't be here at all. But schedule has worked out that Bubba is at least going to be here for half the show today.
Yeah, we'll be here for a couple of hours, and then we'll be headed out. Betty's father passed away, and they'll be having the funeral for him today, so we'll be involved in that and some other family things.
So Bubba will be here. Moultrie's coming up. We'll talk to him in the next segment. Obviously, a lot of you are already anticipating Match Moultrie today, which will be when Moultrie brings up some kind of trivia question from somewhere, and then you'll have an opportunity to win some cool stuff. Today, a Viper steel climbing stand and a Summit Pro harness, about a $300 gift that will be up for grabs today. We'll talk with Bill Jordan, Realtree Outdoors and Monster Bucks, and we'll talk with the folks at Realtree today. We'll spend some time with them, and then we'll get into giving you an opportunity to win something. So that's coming up. Next. We start that next.
And Rick, I don't know if you've been following the breaking news. The New York Times has been doing some investigating on Brett Kavanaugh, and they've discovered back in college he threw ice in a bar brush-up.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Boy.
Major breaking news today.
So he threw ice, like a handful?
Yeah, apparently so.
Well.
Threw some ice on somebody.
Well, then you know what?
Back in college.
What, can we get another nominee?
Sounds like a skit.
Can we get another nominee, and I mean now?
You know, I know Saturday Night Live would not touch, well, probably not the thing to say, would not make fun of Dr. Ford at all.
Right.
And but boy, I've seen some online things. There's some people imitating her that's it's pretty rough.
Well, and this goes back to this again, and I don't understand why there can't be some levity here. Either if you're in the comedy business, and we were talking, yesterday, and you're going to say, I'm going to do some lighthearted stuff with this,
right?
Then everybody should be included because you don't know what's true and not true.
Right.
If you think that's not right and it shouldn't be done, topic too serious, then don't do it at all.
Right.
Because, and I would certainly be okay with either one because it would be consistent. Because I do believe, and I think we have to get this right, it is certainly horrible, wicked, and tragic for a man to attack a woman against her will and lie about it and get away with it. Okay, so, and if the woman was attacked, you shouldn't make light of that. But you know what else you shouldn't make light of? Someone being wrongly accused of attacking a woman and their life and their family being destroyed over an accusation that isn't true. Both of those things are equally tragic.
Yes, very bad.
And what we're acting like is one is fair game, but the other one's not.
Well,
and either they both aren't or they both are.
Yeah.
Because you know why? We don't know what the truth is. Now, if we knew what the truth was,
right,
then you know exactly where to land.
Yeah. Well, it's I like to think, even though it's a serious issue and the hearings and a Supreme Court justice is very serious, we have that comedic side that, like the Saturday Night Live skit, we laughed at. I mean, it was funny, their portrayal of it. Matt Damon, I mean, I couldn't probably be any further politically away from his beliefs and all that. But when I separate myself and just look at that in a comedic setting, it was funny. Now, I'm like you, I think they should have included everybody in the joke. It shows
or don't
again,
do it at all.
Yeah. And if you're going to step up and be big funny man, get everybody.
Because I'll tell you what could happen here. It could be that this is nothing but a circus and no one's been attacked and none of this is true. And if that's the case, this whole procedure and the way our government's behaving right now is fair game, and we should be talking about it.
But
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. MyPillow.com/Bubba. Hey, if you have been looking at those bed sheets and you think they need an upgrade, now's the time to do it. It's the biggest bed sheet sale, which is not easy to say without having to hit the dump button. Right now at MyPillow.com/Bubba. Giza sheets are as low as $29. I got a snort out of you on that one. $29.98. Also, the 6-piece My Towel set is ready. They're clearing those out too, as low as $25. Sandals on sale for $19.50. Beach blankets, beach towels, 60% off. If that's not enough, My Coffee right now is 70% off, and the new My Pillow 2.0 Amazing sales, but still at buy one, get one free. You thought, Rick, the MyPillow was perfect. Well, it was. And then Lindell found out about this new temperature. It's a way with new technology you can take the temperature of the surface of the pillow, and it stays cool with this technology that regulates it and keeps it comfortable throughout the night. So you got to have that. So get the 2.0 buy one, get one free right now. All this at mypillow.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. All right, so a couple of fights we want to hit here. Adler, I want to make you aware of that. Let's get the two fights coming up. I want Disney fight 9B and C. Now, do you think the fight in the stands is good too, A? Do you like 9A? A lot of fight. Have you noticed people fighting a lot now?
I know. What's wrong with
I think we're all frustrated. There's a lot of fighting. A lot of people get their feelings hurt easily. People anger easier now. I think we're walking around.
Walking on eggshells.
Yeah, we're walking around as a frustrated people now.
I think we're just capturing it.
Are we? Have we had this much fighting?
I think we've always had this kind of stuff going on.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll catch. I
mean, let's think about Rick. Let's think about us as a team here. How many fights we were in when we were younger?
Yeah.
Just think about that a minute, and then multiply it by the rest of society.
But then I look at this though, and I agree with you. But I look at like every one of my kids that have all grown, none of them have ever been in a fist fight. But
that's fantastic for them.
By the time I was at their age, I had been in multiple.
It's a different, I guess.
So it is a different environment out there, and plus, and of course they weren't being documented.
Maybe if they let us fight in schools, we wouldn't have to fight at ball games.
I've never seen anybody fight at Disney World. Now I see it all the time.
Yeah.
But again, it might be that they were fighting at Disney World, just nobody documented it. Now I can understand fighting at Disney World.
Now,
that's a frustrating place.
The reason they gave for this fight was that a family was trying to take a picture, and this other family was in the background, and they asked them if they would just step over a few steps out of their picture.
Well, that's worth fighting over.
So we'll get to that. We start with fight in the stands. This is at the Guardians game, and who's the Guardians now? Washington?
Is that the Cubs?
No, that's
who's the Guardians?
Cleveland Indians.
All right. Here we go.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
and it looks like to me the lady in the red here spits on the guy underneath him, and this guy's trying to hold him back.
Oh yeah,
and it just now we got a guy who hit a girl, lady, and then now somebody's trying.
On him.
She spit right in his
face,
spit
on
and
somebody,
he slapped her instead of hitting her.
Yeah, open hand.
There's a difference.
Yeah, Greg, thank you.
There is a difference.
I guess
good to be doing the show with Sean Connery. but anyway,
and I guess if he was trans, then nobody would care.
He felt he was in danger.
He did slap her a little harder than I thought he did.
He got her. Yeah.
The push was pretty substantial.
I feel sorry for the guy with the nachos who was just trying to get by, and he was trying to hold the lady back.
I'm afraid this fight had a couple of non-negotiables in it. Number one, if you spit on somebody, they're probably going to slap you and push you. Number two, if you slap and push my wife or whoever, this girlfriend, now I have to fight you for doing it.
Yep.
So there were a couple of non-negotiables there, and it all started with the spitting. I hate to say it.
Yep. And I think this gentleman here is holding back blue shirt girl behind him. He's worried about blue shirt girl. He misses the fact that red shirt spitting girl is going to spit.
That's right.
Because it's like he's like, no, stay back, and then boom, spit, smack. Greg's good with it.
And he sees that.
No, I'm good with it.
Greg's good.
All right, let's go back to this. What's the original beef?
Good question.
Why is one row
Why's red
arguing
shirt
with the
beard?
other?
Why's red shirt beard engaging this guy and then get spit on? For what reason?
Yeah, I don't know.
Was this the picture thing?
Are they fans?
No,
that's something else.
Are they a different team? They all got the same color on.
I think they're all Guardians.
Well,
that's not very Guardian.
And he tries to disengage by sitting down, and he stands back up and then spit. And then smack. Greg's like, "Good job."
He dropped everything he had. Buddy.
Greg's like, "Good job."
What did he hold? What did he have when he dropped? So he just said, "I'm done with this and I'm moving on."
Hey, no telling how long
he's losing them one by one right now. So
hey, that's $15 of nachos gone.
By the way, he stood in line too for those nachos.
Yeah, I mean a long line.
Yes.
When it's all over, that's what really
Tory mode.
Oh, well, yeah.
I ain't got any nonsense.
One of my favorite things about things like this is looking at the people behind that are sitting in their seats and just the different reactions.
Yeah, some of them are trying to steal
like
the game.
one guy is sitting there with his arms crossed. He never moves. It sounds like he has a pulse. He's just watching it.
He wants all of them to be thrown out because they've been distracting from the game for him the whole time.
It just says here in the story, a man in a red shirt and Chief Wahoo ball cap appeared to be arguing with the two women behind him as he sat back down. And this is when the guy with the chips or the nachos tried to get by him and hold him back. Apparently, one comment by one of the ladies led him to get back up out of his seat. And that's when one of the I guess the lady in the red shirt made the spitting motion. And that set everything off.
Next, the happiest place on earth, not so much. Not so much. Here's Disney World, and this is the one Helmsy Bubba's talking about.
It comes down to a bunch of women trying to make a picture.
Yeah, this is because people wouldn't just move over so we could have our picture.
Good night.
Oh, man, those biker shorts are barely holding on.
I know, they really are. Oh, look, hey, the guy on the bottom is really getting pummeled. How about this? Backpack is he's having impact. Watch
That
Backpack.
looks like a pile of puppies.
It does good.
Watch them getting that big pile.
Yeah, look, even the women are punching.
Oh, watch this one come running up. All right, see this girl right here? Wham!
Pretty good hit.
Greg, she was in it. She threw punches on the other side.
Yeah, she was doing some kind of like hatchet punches from the very beginning.
No. And this is over a picture now. Don't forget that. Because they wouldn't get out of the background.
And all this is we don't want you on the background of our picture. And I don't understand anybody making. Yeah, I don't understand anybody making a stand. I ain't moving out of your picture.
I tell you what, Rick, I tell you what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fight you.
How about this? Tell you what, not only am I not moving,
we're gonna fight.
You gonna move me? I mean, what would it hurt just to move over
5 feet?
And back on the other end too, I don't think I'm gonna punch somebody for not moving either.
No.
Guys, I think there might be something to what Rick was talking about earlier. We see all these bands getting back out on the road. They've been locked down. They had COVID. They weren't able to tour. That's happening with people, and they're now back out in the wild. Yeah. Nobody knows how to act.
They forgot what it was like to interact with all these people.
Yes.
You ever been to Disney World on a really hot day?
Oof.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't. No.
It's not magical.
No. The pavement stinks, and the people do too.
It is not magical. A lot of folks. I don't know how, no offense, I don't know how smaller people handle places like Disney World because you get in mobs you can't see. I was pretty much, because I'm usually with Asian people, I was pretty much taller than everybody, or at least as tall. So I never had that. I would look down and see Sherry and the kids in their world. They can't even see out.
Yeah.
There's so many people mobbing, at certain places.
I need to go on Asian Day, whenever that is.
Yeah.
I'll be like a giant.
It's pretty much every day.
Or a normal person.
By the way, did y'all see the Great Babylon Bee? They worded it because you know how, let's face it, the Asians are brilliant people.
Oh,
sure. They're brilliant and they're good at everything.
Disciplined.
And everything, they set their mind to it.
Yep.
What a good. You ever went to like where there's a bunch of kids that are trying to learn how to play the piano and it's one recital after another?
Yeah.
Babylon Bee says every parent focuses on stage and sits up straight as Asian kid approaches the piano. They're like, now we're about to have something.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
All right, next, we're fighting at a baseball game, an 11U Grand Slam tournament out of Calera, Alabama.
Oh, right down the road.
This is a fight with the umpire, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The coach walks out and gets in the umpire's face, and then they start bumping chest, and then the field umpire looks like slung him down, and then now we got us a pile of dust right beside the pit.
Yeah.
Now look at all these kids here.
Yeah.
Just all staring like, what's going on?
Talking about the 10 and 11-year-olds?
Yeah.
Catcher's going to back up third.
By the way, if you're over 11, you can't even play in this game.
No.
Okay,
Right.
so the and now we're not just arguing.
We're in the dirt.
We're not just arguing the call. We roll around in the dirt.
Oh,
okay.
Scan my elbow up.
What was the when he got in the umpire's
Look,
face?
look,
the
look.
umpires seemed to grab him. It's like most of them will just throw you out and walk away.
Well, he chest.
They touched chest. I guess the guy got all in his grill and he felt threatened.
You see how he lunged forward at the ump and lunged his chest into
I
it?
understand.
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
But he's fully engaged now.
Oh, he is.
Well, I'm asking, is he pinned in?
He probably
or
needed
what?
to be.
Yeah, they
Well, most of them will just turn.
in
off
all
away.
honesty, I would like to see the call.
Yeah, I would.
Sure. I mean, and I'm not saying it's worth fighting over, but I would like to see it.
I would like to know who was right.
Right.
Yeah. Just so I can declare a winner and loser in this.
Yeah. I tell you one thing though, what a memory for the kids.
Yeah, what a great day to park.
Yeah, right.
I love when I played ball as a kid.
Yeah,
and watch
right.
the adults fight on the mound.
Yep.
Yeah. That's boy.
What if that's your dad? You got you're on the way home.
He got dirt all over it.
That last guy in red was late too. Did you see
He
the
was
thing's
late.
over and he comes running in there like he's
see that guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I tell you what.
Oh my goodness.
Well, and don't forget the guy's got a family. He's got a job to go to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once he calmed down, I'm sure all that's the first thing that popped in his head.
I could be wrong, but Speedy, did you tell me like he's involved at a school somewhere?
Yeah, he'll have next spring open.
I mean,
yeah,
I
that's
won't be
funny.
coaching.
You know when the committee gets together picking coaches, he might as well not put his name in.
No need to put your name. What y'all? We all know it. The only hope he had is because he was coaching. His wife came to the game later. But if they rode together, that is a terrible ride home.
Yeah.
It's a long ride.
It's quiet for about the first couple miles, and then her monologue begins. Phone calls coming up.
You couldn't let it go.
Phone calls coming up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, you'll never see an apology for that. So.
No.
But, I'm anxiously awaiting Friday because apparently all answers will be known by then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you
people have been interviewed. I'm sure it's going to be remotely kind of like what they've already said.
Right.
But
well, and when that
we're
happens,
appeasing everybody. That's
when that happens, the Democrats will cry for an extension, and they'll say all accusations must be investigated. They may get some shut-up juice on that because yesterday I heard the FBI is talking to anyone who's made an accusation.
Oh, yeah.
So when that's brought up, they say we've already done that. Moultrie's next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You hear that music, On the Hunt by Leonard Skinner. What's going on there, updating you on other things you need to know about the great outdoors.
Guys, good morning.
Look, if you're not fired up for the in pursuit of the American whitetail deer, let's just shut the whole thing down.
This is the season. But
Boy,
hey, y'all got to be nice this morning. I know y'all got heavy Mississippi State ties now, Rick, and
Yes.
you and Speedy always have. Y'all got to be nice to our guests. That they're Ole Miss.
Well, I didn't want.
It's okay.
I'm new to the whole Mississippi State. I mean, we've been known them for a long time, being on there for a long time. But Speedy, of course, is ingrained in true Maroon, and I'm really just tailgating and getting to know the wonderful people there. I will tell you, the food's fantastic there. The Junction is a lot of fun, and but there's not a lot of good stuff said there about Ole Miss. I will tell you that.
Y'all got to, I mean, one of the fields is named after Bill's family over. So y'all be nice this morning.
Well,
guys.
look, as I've said time and time again, if Ole Miss would like to offer my last kid that needs to go to college an education,
you're gonna be all about it, aren't
let me tell you, I can be hotty toddy.
You're gonna be in the Grove, aren't
Kick them in the butt, Big Blue. You know what I
we hadn't we hadn't seen you down in Auburn lately, Rick. So I
You know
that.
why?
Yeah.
Auburn don't send checks here. That's so good. I'm for sale. I've made that very clear.
There you go.
I'm for sale. Hey,
we can gator chomp.
Yeah.
We can drop the anchor. Well, probably not in our case.
None of our kids are going to ever drop the anchor.
We can hunker down with the silver britches.
How's he like that?
Yeah. Well,
I could relate.
Yeah. Real Tree has been around, so long. It's just it's synonymous with excellence, and of course the two shows are doing great on the Outdoor Channel. Real Tree Outdoors has just been such a success. I love Monster Bucks on the Sportsman's Channel. You can see them both. If you never have, you're really missing it. And we're already traveling, filming new shows, and so Bill Jordan joins us now from Real Tree. So,
Bill,
welcome to the show, buddy.
Bill.
Well, I'm trying to figure out this thing about who paid who and what player. I don't. Evidently, Ole Miss is not doing it anymore.
Yeah.
As we played the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. At least when you get to the Egg Bowl this year, Ole Miss doesn't play defense, and Mississippi State doesn't play offense. So, so that should be quite the game.
Well, I tell you what, for the Mississippi State fans, it's been an interesting year for them as well as Ole Miss, but. It's better days ahead. We're taking it on the chin here the last couple of weeks, but hopefully Matt Luke, who's our new head coach, will turn things around having played football out there many, many, many years ago, of course, my colors are red and blue out there for Ole Miss. But in the Southeastern Conference in general, guys, I mean, I was at the Alabama game, Ole Miss game, and I'm not so sure they can't be in the Super Bowl this year if they could get into the NFL.
Yeah, just when you thought, well, Alabama's defense is always deadly, and then the offense just tries not to make mistakes. Now they've added a high-powered offense and great defense, and I'm like you, let's just let them play the Browns and be done with it.
I tell you, it'd be a good matchup. I watched the first quarter from the Ole Miss sidelines a couple of weeks ago against Alabama, and you just really can appreciate, what Alabama's done with their team speed. And, we've got some great wide receivers at Ole Miss, and we had a couple of long plays that could have gone for long plays for, possible touchdowns. But the closing rates of the defensive backs on our receivers to knock the ball away was just amazing. Just a good ball club from top to bottom.
Yeah, it's hard to coach speed, isn't it?
Well, yeah, it well, the thing is that, like you with your company, with Realtree, and we talk about this too, anytime you see something, it doesn't matter what team you pull for, when you see something that is excellent, down deep inside, you have to kind of
appreciate it.
You have to kind of appreciate it. You're just kind of like, man, y'all really got it rolling here.
Well, I tell you, Dan and I have known each other for a long time, and by the way, there went the neighborhood over here. Dan came back to the neighborhood over here. Hey, I think he's coaching on some of my hunting land.
Oh, gosh.
I'm just.
Noon Central on our YouTube channel. That'll be the live Revelation chapter 11. It'll be archived soon after, and you can get it on your own time, either from the YouTube channel or the audio only on the podcast channel. Either one of those work for you. So, Bubba, you had one story you wanted to before we go to the phones?
Well, I did. I've laid it down here. Here it is.
There it is.
I think this is an interesting thing that we may see more of, especially if they have some success.
Mm-hmm.
School officials in Maryland for the public school are suing TikTok, Meta, and Snapchat for contributing to the mental health crisis in kids. School officials say the app, like Facebook and TikTok, are I can't say it now, contributing to a mental health crisis and a rise in cyberbullying. They're taking legal action against the owners of Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok, Snapchat, and YouTube, alleging public nuisance and gross negligence as school administrators cite a worsening mental health crisis and the rise of cyberbullying. So if you see success with this moving forward, and this is one Maryland public school system,
don't you think though that when you get in the courtroom, someone will say, "Now wait a minute, how are we held accountable for parents not monitoring what their kids are looking at and how long they're on it and what they're seeing and hearing? How can y'all hold us accountable for that? What's next? When people try to get McDonald's and sue them because their kids are fat?" I'm just saying that's one way to go about it.
Yeah. Oh, Rick, well, you're talking some common sense there, but that's not necessarily a part of any court proceeding nowadays.
But then they turn right back around. You want to talk about hurting kids? USDA considering chocolate milk ban in school cafeterias due to childhood obesity. Y'all gonna blame chocolate milk?
Come on.
In the little carton? As a matter of fact, chocolate milk, when you look at it, of all the things you need to ban because people are fat, chocolate milk, I mean, it's not great, but it's not as bad as some of the other stuff.
No.
I mean, I've even seen it being used as a supplemental drink after a workout.
Well, that's the key, though. You need to work out before you drink.
Right. But chocolate
that's
milk,
what hurts.
I mean, it's a carton this big.
I get it, Rick.
Hey, when we were kids, if they hadn't had chocolate, I would have at lunch. I don't know what I
don't want a generation of kids that can't have that little chocolate milk.
We used to, like in third grade, we had like a mid-morning break where we watched like the electric company or something, and they would go, and if you brought your money, and they would bring back orange or chocolate milk or whatever, and you'd sit there. The parents had to send the money to school so they'd have one.
Yeah,
but
thank you for that. Thank you for that reminder. Well aware.
Yeah,
in a lot of trouble today.
Yeah, whenever you can tell that story, we'll take it.
I can tell it whenever.
I'm
a little frustrated.
That's tomorrow. Yeah. But maybe the reason why your kids are fat because they sit on the little all day and stare at the phone. You know what I mean?
No, that's it.
That's got a lot to do with it. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not chocolate milk.
Yeah, let's work on the other stuff before we get to the meal.
Yeah. And you know what? Most kids cannot go out and get a cellular package so their phone will work.
Right.
or mysteriously know the Wi-Fi password if you don't tell them.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you know, I've never understood these parents that they can't control the amount of time their kid plays video games or looks at their phone or iPad. What, can they overtake you? Are they going to buy their own house? I mean, they, as you said, pay the bill. I mean,
you think they're going to quit eating with you?
You're actually in charge of how much they watch and when they watch and what they watch. They don't have a say, and they don't know any better. That's why we're supposed to be here.
Do you remember when you were a kid though how the fear of missing out was so paramount? FOMO. Because if there was like a party going on or some get together and you couldn't go to it, and you would tell your parents everybody's going,
of course,
and you couldn't go for whatever reason. You know, maybe you were in trouble, maybe you had some family event you had to go to, and you thought, well, I'll never be spoken to again because I'm gonna miss this event.
Well, I'll tell you this right now, knowing the kind of kid I was, I would have handed you my phone for that chocolate milk.
Yeah. Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
And to your point, Bubba, they need to be told over and over and over again, what you see online is not real life. It is a highlight reel of other people's lives. They're not showing their bad days. They're not showing the things that they are maybe they don't feel good about in their own selves. None of it is real. What you see on social media and when you see on YouTube, the YouTubers, they are manufacturing all of that as well. Even if it's a day-to-day vlog of their lives and everything, it's not real. So you have to understand that. And don't feel so bad about your own life or whatever you're doing, and put your phone down and go out and do something that will better your life.
Right.
Go exercise.
You'll
go have
never
fun,
see
whatever.
You'll never see a family post on their Instagram account, our kid struck out with bases loaded and 2 out and lost the game today. No. You're only going to see them post when he got the hit and won the game.
That's it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's go to Ed. Ed, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Ed.
Hey, good morning. First time caller.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, listen, I see Elon Musk on TV, and I hear y'all talk about him. I wish y'all could get him on for an interview, but short of that, I don't know why y'all wouldn't look up his cousin, Leon Musk. He's up there close to y'all.
By the way, that guy stayed on hold for over an hour for that.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Let's go.
We would love to get Elon on, and I know Speedy's been working on that, and Kate Jackson.
Yep.
And
Kate Jackson. That's back.
So,
wow.
Russell, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead. She's still alive.
Good morning, gentlemen. Also, first-time caller.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey, I just caught the last bit of your commentary about the SVB bank failure and the testimony by the executive.
Yep.
I have a 30-year career in banking. Do not buy into his excuses. The mistakes that were made at SVB, I learned about in a 200-level banking class from Dr. Johnson in 1987.
So you're saying it was failure on the bank's part?
It absolutely was gross mismanagement by the management team at the bank.
What in particular were they doing that caused this?
So they were taking deposits that were primarily demand deposits, which that's a checking account. That money can disappear the next day.
Yep.
And they were taking that money, they were investing it in 5-year treasury bills.
Okay. Well, that was kind of the point I was making. They were doing long-term investments because the Fed told them that inflation was transitory.
Well, right, but they were using short-term funds to make the long-term investments. There's plenty of political responsibility to be assigned, no question about that. But that's not an excuse for the management decisions that they made with their balance sheet.
No, I don't think they were perfect.
Yeah,
by any
yeah,
stretch.
it was.
But I think the Feds played their own role in that too, by saying one thing and doing something else.
Which is kind of what you said. Yeah, you said it was probably a combination of both.
But to his point, they bought Treasury notes.
Yeah.
Long term, and then interest rates went up at a higher rate than those Treasury notes were going to return, so they're upside down.
Watch it. Thanks for being with us. If you leave us right now, have a great day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no raking on that blubber. Rick and Bubba.